rebelling against society. Prologue. The party had begun as the beating of the music could be heard throughout the tower. The ground shook as the objects lying upon the stone floor moved from side to side. Posters hung from the walls as the Gryffindor students celebrated their Triwizard champion. "You're our savior," one message could be read from the fabric that hung over the student that made his trek up the long passage to his dorm. A chattering girl talked constantly as he tried to block her out. The young boy walked at a leisurely pace, wanting to collapse into his bed as he carried a golden egg under his arm while the other was heavily bandaged. Bruises were scattered all over his body as he tried to live with the pain. The girl beside him kept on talking. He couldn't really tune his ears into the conversation. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with everything that had happened, and added to the fact that nobody supported his cause, which equaled a perfect headache, which made the pain all the worse to bear. That bloody dragon. I always get the worst possible situation. All of a sudden he felt someone poking him, right in one of his many bruised places. "Harry, are you listening to me?" Hermione prodded him for a third time. "Bloody hell, Hermione." He rubbed his back soothingly. "Sorry," she sheepishly, as she realized what she'd been doing to her best friend. "You weren't listening to me," she sounded affronted. He sighed as he heard his friend, knowing she was right to sound the way she was. "Can you blame me, Hermione? I hurt everywhere. I just want to go to sleep," he moaned as the pair made their final flight of stairs that would take them to the fat lady. Hermione looked at him worriedly for a moment as she walked up the moving staircase, unknowing to the way he would react to the celebrations that had been planned. She put it to the back of her mind as he muttered the password, surprised he didn't feel the beating that was taking place underneath his feet. The pain must be pretty bad if he can't feel that. Harry walked up a couple of steps that would lead him to the common room as the beating that passed up his legs began to increase. He put down the feeling to his legs, feeling like they were on his last legs. He stopped in front of the large wooden door as Hermione showed him mercy and opened it for him, getting a curt nod from Harry. "Harry!" Dozens of students yelled as he looked up. Anger, surprise, fury, shock, murder. All these feelings were evident as he began to search for the one to settle on. He began to back up the way he came as the students ran at him, planning to crowd around his form. The common room had been decorated heavily in all different kinds of colors, using different techniques to do this. Candles floated around the room without a destination in mind as the shadows seemed to change as the light moved. Banners hung overhead with all different kinds of messages that seemed to support him. "If only I had that support a month ago." Balloons floated over his head as they seemed to spell out different messages to him. "Well done, Harry. You're the chosen one." These messages seemed to change in content every couple of seconds. Glitter seemed to adorn a number of students' hair as the shower of silver floated over them. "Harry, Harry, Harry." They began to chant as Hermione looked worriedly at her friend as a mask of indifference swept over his features, masking the way he was really feeling. As she saw this, she had a feeling that this wasn't going to end well for anyone involved, so she placed her arm around his and began to lead him out of the room at a quicker pace. Ronald Weasley seemed to notice this as his best friend was backing towards the wooden door. "Where are you going?" he yelled to Harry, which made other students realize what Harry was doing. "Where's Potter going? Enjoy your party, Potter? Don't be a spoil sport?" All these came out of many students' mouths as they voiced their opinions. Ron made his way through the crowd, planning on apologizing to his friend for leaving him in his hour of need. He still thought Harry had tricked the restriction line to enter, but he wanted to support his friend, especially now after his performance against the fiery dragon. Seeing the reaction of the crowd that had crowded, Harry turned his back to leave the room completely as he felt the anger, as it seemed to be the most prominent emotion. He felt as his eyes flickered to Hermione, who seemed to be determined to get him out as her grip tightened around his arm, making him wince slightly. The containing of his anger was ruined as a hand grasped his sore shoulder. He looked around slowly as Hermione stopped in her steps as Harry stood still. As Harry looked, he came upon the sight of the one person that hurt him the most. "Ron," he whispered as he grinded his teeth together in fury. His fists clenched as he tried to hold his anger back. Hermione placed her hand within Harry's as she tried to defuse the situation. "Where are you going, mate?" Ron asked him, confused to the glare he was receiving. I planned this party for you. I thought you would like it, Ron admitted happily, thinking the thought of a party would strengthen their relationship. Harry whispered as Ron leaned in to hear what he was saying. I don't want a party, Ron heard finally, and looked at his friend like he was nuts. According to him, everyone enjoyed a party. Don't be a bad sport, Harry. Yeah, Potter. Don't spoil it for everyone else. Another student yelled as Harry fixed his glare with the offender, who seemed to shrink into the crowd as he noticed the glare. Come on, Harry. Join the fun and we can talk, Ron told him as Harry fixed his eyes on the ginger boy. Fuck of, Ron, Harry muttered as he controlled his anger and began to turn back towards the door, Hermione helping him tremendously. Ron stood there for a couple of seconds, unbelieving to the fact that his friend had sworn at him. He'd never cursed to him. He then caught the sight of Hermione and Harry linked by the hands and saw red, hating the affection that Hermione was showing Harry. The next words he muttered would quickly become the most stupid thing that came out of his mouth in his short life. I always knew you were a big-headed dick, Harry. Hermione looked shocked as she rounded on Ron but was stopped from hitting him when Harry gripped his neck. The crowd that surrounded him were even more shocked and appalled by what he said, most of which knew Harry was one of the most grounded people that you could meet. Fred and George looked at his brother, letting Harry do what he wanted as he knew that whatever Harry did his brother deserved. You idiot, Ron. You expect me to go to a party with people that turned their back on me when I was in need, Harry yelled Ron's ear off, spreading the message to everyone that was in the room. You're all fucking traitors. But it hurts even more when the people that knew me turned on me like that. He clicked his fingers to add to his point. I'm sorry, Harry, Ron gulped for air as Harry constricted his airway. I bet you are, he muttered with venom. He was disturbed as Hermione grabbed his robes as she begged him to let go without having to speak a word. Harry let go quickly and dropped the vermin that was Ron Weasley. You're lucky Hermione is here. Next time you won't be so lucky. The pair turned as Hermione placed a hand on his shoulder as she shepherded him out of the common room. As Harry left, he had one thought on his mind. I've had enough of people expecting me to be the quiet/golden child. I'm going to live my life seeing as I'll be lucky to make it out of this place in one piece. Harry James Potter was becoming a rebel. Welcome to the program. The pair walked down a deserted hallway, walking nowhere in particular as Harry seemed to lead the way. Harry was deep in thought as he looked over his pathetic life so far, looking back at his past decisions as he seemed to realize that his days were numbered. Voldemort seemed to have it in for him, seeing as he was the one that defeated him. He didn't know how, but he knew that Voldemort was going to get his full form back after a number of tries. The dreams he was having seemed to back up this fact, as Voldemort, Wormtail, and a guy he didn't know seemed to be planning something. Nothing new there. He also looked at the track record of the professors that had been placed in charge of defense against the dark arts, as he saw that all previous professors teaching that subject had tried to kill him. Quarrel with Voldemort on the back of his head, trying to kill him to get to the Philosopher's Stone. Lockhart tried to silence him and take the glory as he did with all his previous work. Lupin was the best teacher, but his tendency of turning into a werewolf didn't end well as Remus tried to kill him. 3 for 3, maybe we can make it 4 for 4. He knew that Moody was an XOR, but the job seemed to be cursed. All people who took it seemed to have it out for him in some way. It almost seemed planned. He shook his head from these thoughts as he looked at Hermione's thoughtful face. While Harry was lost in his thoughts, Hermione was thinking over what had just happened. She couldn't believe that Ron had done that. She was so close to getting Harry out of that scene, but then he had to open his mouth. The stupid words that drifted out of his mouth as she felt what Harry must be feeling up to a point after she was placed on one Ron's rants in the first year, which led to the whole Harry rescuing her from the troll. I should have never taken him to that damn party. She knew it was a bad idea as she heard it from Ron, Ginny, and a number of other students, but was convinced otherwise after the large number of people seemed to overrule her, the one person that stood by him through this thing. She was brought back from her thoughts as she saw the emerald eyes look at her.
I'm sorry, Harry.
I should have told you. Harry smiled at his friend. A party is meant to be a surprise, Hermione, and I was most definitely surprised, he admitted. Still, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter, Hermione. I'm kind of glad that happened. She looked at him confused with the statement. I always wanted to strangle Ron. You Missy fulfilled my dream. He smiled as he finished while she giggled quietly. They drifted into a comfortable silence as Harry rested his body against a wall. Hermione stared at him worriedly as she looked at the clock that overhanged the hall. "We better get back, Harry. Curfew's in 5 minutes." He looked up at her. She seemed to fidget, readying herself to run back to the common room. "You go. I'll spend the night in the infirmary." At her doubtful look he added, "I will, I swear." He placed his hand on his head. She smiled as she looked at Harry's behavior. "Fine, Harry, but you better head of there now. Filch won't be so forgiving." "Okay, Miss Granger." He smiled as he knelt down and kissed her hand. Blood rushed to her face as she blushed a brilliant crimson. She was about to ask him what had gotten into him, but was unable to as he disappeared down the hall. "I will get you for that, Harry." Hogwarts Infirmary. "Mr. Potter, what are you doing back here at such a late hour?" Madame Pomfrey came rushing from her office as she heard the first signs of movement from outside. "Sorry, miss." He rubbed his neck nervously as he continued to speak. "I was wondering if I could sleep here tonight." "Why, may I ask?" she inquired as she tapped her fingers, annoyed at the disruption from her beauty sleep. "You never want to sleep here normally. In fact, you struggle for me to let you go." He knew she had a point. He never liked this place, even though he saw it as a second home, which told you something about his personal life. "I just wanted to sleep next to someone that has got plenty of pain-relieving potions," he pleaded with those adorable puppy dog eyes. She sighed in defeat as she looked into his green orb eyes that seemed to stare into her soul. "Fine, Mr. Potter. Take whatever bed you want. I'll be in my office if you need me," she ended as she made her way back into her office. Harry smiled at the retreating woman, happy that his plan had worked. This was the first place he thought of when he wanted to sleep, knowing that he wanted to go somewhere quiet and somewhere where no other students would be. Hogwarts Infirmary was a perfect place to plan, a perfect place to change his life. He slowly made his way over to a bed that was placed next to a nearby wall, placing himself on the springy mattress as his muscles yelled with pain. He laid his back into the mattress. His head slowly hit the cushion as he molded into the bed. This is the life. This was the time that he was looking forward to. A time to look over past events and plan for the future, a future that he planned to enjoy. "I've spent all my life living with my disgusting relatives. Relatives that abuse me every year that I return, and before that, and why, you might ask? Because of Albus freaking Dumbledore. I don't think he's evil, just a manipulative fool. I've been attacked by all my defense against the dark arts professors, while my potions professor seems to want me dead. They say that Hogwarts is the safest place. I tend to disagree with that statement. The people of this world are like sheep, listening to the press that seems to herd them to one side or another. The media, aka the Daily Prophet, seems to love me one day and hate me the next, making up insane stories about me and the people that I care for. Anything I do is under so much scrutiny. If they want a story, then I'll give them one, I suppose. Then there's Voldemort. Killer, rapist, annoying git who seems hell-bent on ruining my life, and I'm pretty sure that me being entered into this competition is his doing. Obviously nobody believes the boy who lied, the same person that has saved the students in this castle on several occasions. Ron is very near to a lost cause in my book. Jealousy seems to win out over his loyalty at times, and I'm not sure I want people like that around me. Hermione is the kind of person that will always be a friend, offering to support me through thick and thin. This tournament is going to be a problem. The tip on the dragons was a lucky tip which I can't count on again. That French girl said I was a child, and in many ways she's right. I am one. I need to learn more spells. Hermione can help me with that, and she's always happy to spend time in the library. Harry kept on thinking to himself as he went through many different subjects, deciding that this tournament wasn't a joke after seeing what had happened in the first round, knowing he wouldn't be so lucky with the next round. And that egg. What the hell is that about? When I opened it earlier, it almost left me bloody deaf. Another item for me to put on my imaginary list. Finally, my social life. What social life? Exactly, I would only hang out with Ron and Hermione, maybe Dean, Neville, and Seamus, but that was the most. I'm so tightly wound. I need to spread my wings. I need to fly and see what's out there. Maybe Fred and George can point me in the right direction. This thinking continued until he drifted into a dreamless sleep for once, enjoying the darkness that bled into his vision as he slept soundlessly. Great Hall. The sun broke through the clouds as the tables in the great hall reflected in the sharp sunlight. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the sky's movements from outside as they drifted slowly across the blue sky. The great hall was quiet as very few students milled around the tables, tucking into the food that had appeared for them to eat. Some students sat on each table. 5 students sat at the Slytherin table. 7 sat at the Hufflepuff table, while a couple of French girls joined the table a couple of minutes later. Ravenclaw was the most busy, and that table only housed 12 students. That left Gryffindor, the table that the young boy approached slowly as he minded his injuries, thanking Madame Pomfrey for the pain potion she had given him this morning. Harry Potter decided to take a different seat today, seeing as he didn't really want to meet any adoring fans. Instead, he headed to the center of the table, a place that older students would usually sit, and hopefully Fred and George. He was pleased that no one seemed to be paying attention to him, but didn't expect it to last, knowing that the whole story of what happened last night would be all over the castle by lunch. Bloody gossipers. He took his seat as he caught the eye of a younger student who was located nearer the end of the table. As the student caught Harry's gaze, the child broke eye contact and began to focus on his food. The time passed, and that meant one thing: more students, and more students meant more glares in his direction, and the rumor mill would begin. The time passed quickly as he tucked into a plate of pancakes that had materialized in front of his form, grateful to the house elf that had made them. Probably Dobby. As older students passed him, he could feel the glares he was receiving, knowing that they didn't approve of a 4th year sitting with the 6th years, but he didn't care anymore. Table placement was the last thing on his mind at the moment. Finally, Harry saw the 2 people that he wanted to speak to, knowing these were the ones that knew how to have fun, which made them the main targets. He began to wave his arms, trying to gain their attention as his fork gave them a signal that they seemed surprised to see as their faces lit up in recognition. Harry Fred greeted him as the twins made their way over. All of a sudden, the twins put on an apologetic gesture as they both held their hands out in a scene of forgiveness. "We're sorry for not believing you, Harry. Even if we did doubt you could outmatch us and enter the tournament." George smiled, as he always that the way his name was placed in the goblet must have been impossible for a 4th grader. "Thank you for at least thinking about the possibility of me placing my name in the cup. Wouldn't have been in my skill range." Fred smiled and shook his hand fiercely, happy that the guy that bested a dragon didn't feel hard done by them. "No problem, Harry. Now, may I ask why we're seated here?" "I didn't really want to deal with my year at the moment, and it gives me a reason to hang out with you guys. My best friends," he added with a laugh. "Well, we're honored to be in such good company. Now, was there a reason you wanted to speak to us?" "Yes," he replied as they took their seats on either side of him. "I realized something last night. I'm way too highly strung. I need to have a life, to have some fun, and I thought who was better to talk to than you two in that area. You honor us with your fine words, young sir." Fred bowed his head in honor of the praise. "Piss off," he muttered as they continued their playful banter. "Did little Harry Potter curse? I'm so shocked." George feigned being in shock. "We must be having an effect on him, George." "I think you're right, brother of mine," Fred replied to his twin that he seemed to be grinning to. "Can we get back to the point, or maybe I should see someone else when it comes to these matters," he threatened, hoping they would back down. The hall was now pretty full of students now as the stream of students began to swell in number. He could see Hermione taking a seat in their normal spot with Ginny on her side. She seemed to search for him for a moment, but seemed resigned to the fact that he wasn't there as she looked around the hall. A small parting had been created to the nearest person who was not part of the group, while a large number seemed to be staring at him. He switched his attention back to the twins as Fred began to speak. Fine. What do you want from us?" Fred inquired as he begun to list the different packages that they could offer the boy. "Do you want the average package, which will involve an assortment of pranks and classes in how to be a romantic? The high-end package," Fred began, "the second option, which will leave you open to a number of books that we have used to hone our skills, romantic skills, and how to manipulate people." George described the option to Harry as he took over from his brother. "Or you can go for the XXX high-end package. This will involve us too, the gods of love and pranks to teach you our ways. You'll be taught how to deal with girls. Yes, that's plural as in girls. We'll teach you how to read people, something that has guided us well in our lives when trying to avoid detention. If you're not happy by the end, we'll give you your money back." "You're charging me," Harry laughed. You'll get a substantial cut, Fred offered his friend. Our services are priceless, Harry George continued as he tried to explain to Harry the price of their services was high. You only just made up those packages, Harry accused the twins, seeing it in their eyes as they thought. This wouldn't have worked with any other students but the twins. They were almost in sync with one another, creepy in some ways. Maybe George trailed off. But when you discover a potential business, you charge for it. Fine, he sighed, knowing that the services of these two would change his life, hopefully for the better. How much for the XXX package? 20 galleons would usually be a 100. George said the price, wondering if Harry would barter with him, disappointed when he didn't seem to want to. Harry went into his robes and pulled out a pouch which was filled with gold. There you go, he said, as he placed a pile of golden coins into Fred's hand. That'll go towards the joke shop, Fred muttered as he played around with the gold that fell into his hand. God, Harry, do you carry that amount of gold around with you on a daily basis? George asked as he saw the amount of gold that had been handed over so casually. Never know when you might need it, he smiled as he tucked his remaining gold back into his robes. Fred continued to count the gold until Harry's excitement got the better of him. When do we start? Fred smiled as he admired his apprentice's spirit. He looked at Katie Bell as she took a seat a couple of people down, going into a deep conversation with one of her friends. Fred, seeing the first test for Harry, took his chance as he called out to his Quidditch teammate. Hey Katie, Fred shouted as the girl in question raised her head as she was called. Harry here, he pointed to the confused boy, was wondering if you were free so he could take you on a date. Harry looked shocked as he heard the words coming from Fred's mouth, as he wanted the world to swallow him up and spit him out. Katie seemed to search for Harry for a number of seconds until she spotted the recognizable lump of brown hair. Tell Harry he can pick me up at 9 a.m. tomorrow, she smiled, and then went back to talking to her friend. Harry looked up shocked, realizing nearly all of the eyes were on him throughout the hall. This moment was probably the most embarrassing for him, but at the same time he felt thrilled with the possibility of going out on a date with Katie Bell the stunner who was older than him. He saw a piece of food fall out of Ron's mouth as he smiled inside, knowing Hermione, who sat opposite him, would tell him off for his manners. She probably feels sorry for you, who'd want to go out with you. The voice in the back of his head spoke up, which was quickly drowned out by the upbeat / determined voice. Shut it. I don't care if she feels sorry for me. I've got a date with one of the most attractive girls in Gryffindor. When he finally looked up, he was met with the twins grinning madly at him. Welcome to the program, Harry Preparations. Harry left the Great Hall before anyone else as he chatted to the twins after they'd arranged a date with Katie Bell. He almost skipped up to Gryffindor Tower, joyous in the way that things were beginning to change already, this being the first time he was having fun and the first time in a long while. This whole year had sucked up until that point. He remembered when he got up to leave that nearly everyone seemed to stare at him, making him realize that the news of his falling out with the Gryffindor students had become public knowledge. All the 4 houses seemed to be whispering about him, some lies while other comments were closer to the truth. The girls of Beauxbatons were the only ones that didn't seem to pay that much attention, as they seemed to be more interested in their reflections as they admired themselves in the silverware. This would have pissed him off in normal situations, but today he had had enough. So instead of looking like a nervous boy, he pumped out his chest and straightened his back, which made him look like a confident man. The reason for his current destination was to collect some items from his room. Well, some items may be an understatement in this case. He planned on moving to a different place which would get him away from all the other people that resided in the dorm where he couldn't even look at one of his dorm mates without the feeling of disgust. The problem which he was thinking over was where he could possibly sleep if not for the Gryffindor Tower. I could ask Dumbledore, but he'd probably send me away, telling me that my friends are my biggest asset or some crap like that. Plus, I don't really want him knowing about this, seeing as this is something that I want to do on my own, with my own will. He was so lost in thought that he'd seemed to have wandered up several flights of stairs and left him walking down an unfamiliar hallway. Where the hell am I? He questioned to nobody in particular. Why does this seem familiar? He asked again as he began to see some things that caught his eye. The suits of armor, the stained glass window showing Godric Gryffindor. 7th floor. That's where I am. He sighed as he realized he'd gotten way, of course. As he turned to make his way back down the hallway, his thoughts jumped back onto the topic that was giving him problem. I need a place to sleep, but where? That was when he heard it, the sound of moving stone as it grinded together. He turned slowly to see the sound, getting ready to run if need be as his muscles tensed somewhat, placing a hold on his wand as well. When he turned fully, he was subject to a door that he could have sworn wasn't there a minute ago. It looked ancient as old carvings had been finely placed into the wood. When he saw the door, he knew what was going to happen straight away as he felt the blood flow through his veins at a quicker pace. He was going to open it because he was a Gryffindor through and through. Bravery ran through his heart, and that's what made him reach for the handle as he pushed it open. When the door opened fully, he made his way inside the room which was amazing in every way, a room that matched his thoughts exactly. This room was a bedroom, but not just any bedroom. This room was a massive bedroom with a king-sized bed sitting in the middle as bookshelves lined the walls. The room was decorated in red after his need for a room that represented his house. "What is this room? It's perfect. Exactly what I need," he spoke out. The room seemed to hear his question as a book flew out of a nearby bookcase, Harry catching it with his Quidditch reflexes. Room of Requirement, it was titled. Whatever the user needs, the room will require within reason. The room can only grow to a certain size. Once over that size, the room will stop. An invisible wall stopping the user from going any further, he read in awe. This is insane. When he got the control of his muscles back, he began to head towards the bed that sat in the middle, immediately feeling tired as he felt the fabric wrap itself around his form. "This is heaven," he whispered. "Thank God it's Saturday." This was how his day started until lunchtime. He sat in his bed while summoning some of the books that sat upon the shelves. The topics of the books were amazing, covering everything from dark arts to muggles. Hermione would love this. He had everything he would ever need in this room, which made him laugh as his plans seemed to be taking effect just by chance, as finding this room was completely lucky on his part. When lunch arrived, the room told Harry by creating a piece of parchment which read 12 noon. Instead of going to lunch like the other students, he planned to go to the tower, fulfilling the task that he was doing before he discovered the task. He knew that no students would be in the tower while lunch was happening, especially Ron, who would be the first person down there, stuffing his face in the process. Leaving the room, he made his way to Gryffindor Tower to get his clothing and other items that was close to him. He took the nearest moving staircase and waited until it approached the fat lady to depart the stairs. He quickly muttered the password, which opened the portrait, which led to the common room and, more importantly, the dorms. After a couple of minutes walking, he finally made it to his destination after finding the common room to be relatively empty apart from a couple of students making out in a corner. He opened the door slowly, making sure that nobody was currently residing in the room. Seeing as it seemed to be empty, he got down to work as he began shoving all his belonging into his case. The invisibility cloak, robes, family photo album, and many other items entered the case as sweat began to form on his brow. "I really need to get fit." As the final possessions entered the case, he felt someone else's presence in the room. He couldn't really say how he knew, putting it down to instinct after all the years of attempts on his life. "What have we got here then, Fred? Looks like someone who's planning on leaving, George." Harry spun and looked at the two leaning on the wall like they were there all the time. "Hello, Fred," he indicated to the right, George, then to the left. "Hey, I'm Fred," Fred said. "And I'm George," George followed. "Are you sure? You remind me of George." Fred, Harry smiled as he went back to packing. "Yes, I'm sure." "George, back me up. I think you're right." "See, Harry," Fred concluded quickly until he realized what his brother had said. "Wait, you think I'm right?" "Yes, I think. We switched so many times," Fred offered his answer. "A word, Fred," George muttered as he walked towards his brother. Harry loved this. He was only kidding when he said his thoughts on the twins' identities. He could only hear muttering as he finished packing and looked at the pair, who seemed to be having a conversation over their identities. He could make out certain words and mutterings that could be heard from the pair. "I'm George and you're Fred. All right? So I'm George and you Fred." "No, you idiot." This line of arguing seemed to continue until they got stuck on other trivialities. "Who's Forge then?" "That's a joke." A combination of Fred and George equaling a couple of seconds without an answer. "Forge, you idiot." George seemed to slap his face in annoyance of his twin brother. "You don't need to be mean." Finally they came out and looked at Harry with a happy expression, realizing that the young troublemaker was having them on all the time. "Nice try, Harry. Good to see you've got some spirit. It'll help during the training," George told him. "About that, when do we start?" "Oh, does little Harry want to start so he can hoo Katie tomorrow?" Partly, he smiled mysteriously as he picked up his case to leave the dorm forever. Fred saw this as Harry began to walk towards the door. "Is there a reason why all your belongings are in a case that you are taken out of the place you sleep and reside?" "Yes, I'm moving," he smiled as he left the room. "Where?" Fred yelled as he tried to get an answer, being stopped as Harry had disappeared down the staircase. "That kid is bloody mysterious." "Yeah," George agreed. "He's going to be a hit with the ladies," he added as they both laughed. "Chick magnet indeed. Room of requirement. Bloody hell. This is bloody amazing." These were the reactions of Fred and George as they entered the room. Harry had decided to let them into the secret after he thought that'd be the perfect place to perform the lessons without anyone knowing. They seemed to be in shock as he looked at them, probably seeing all the things that could be done in this place. "I know," he admitted to himself. "How isn't it on the Marauders map? I swear we would have seen it." Fred found his voice as he became confused over the map that had been given to Harry. "I don't think they knew this place existed." "Yeah, that would explain it," George replied in awe as he took in all the room. This kind of behavior went on until Harry settled them down enough to begin the lesson he had paid them for. The thought of teaching their ways to another person who was paying them for their services seemed to make them calm down. They settled down, letting them speak to Harry. "All right, Harry, what's the first thing you'd like to learn?" "It better be about dating, seeing as I've got a date with a very beautiful woman tomorrow." "Well, you've got one of traits straight away, Harry." He looked at them confused to what Fred meant. Girls love flattery. "Good way of getting out of detentions with the female professors as well, actually," Fred indicated for his brother to continue. "Yes, Fred. McGonagall really likes to be complimented on her figure. Something like, 'Have you been working out? Professor will get you out of almost any situation,'" George told him as the memories of how many times that statement saved his ass. Harry smiled as he began to learn, taking in all the knowledge that was being provided by the twins. "When you first see Katie tomorrow, compliment her on her clothing or jeweler. You should take her on a picnic, seeing as it should be a nice day tomorrow. You should be confident. Don't let her get to you. But don't be too confident. Shyness can also be tolerated, but in small doses. You should flirt with her. Insinuate things to come even if you don't mean it." The advice kept on coming and Harry took note as he tried to go over everything in his head, over and over again. When they finished giving him advice, they began to role-play as to how the date would turn out, showing him what to look out for in the body language department. Harry was amazed at all the different signals that would range from meaning. Some of the movements could mean, "I want to kiss you," "I don't like that point of view," and the funniest in his opinion, "I want you to make passionate love to me right now," thinking that Fred and George were having a laugh when it came to that particular suggestion. "Hey, don't laugh. That's what that means when a girl lets you see more cleavage without slapping you," George told him. Next, Harry told him as he was having problems holding his laughter in. "Harry, you need to know this stuff," Fred offered, knowing that particular one wasn't completely proven but still pushing it on him, thinking that the scene could be funny if Harry did act on that signal while with Katie. Probably a blow in the nuts. Next. Fine. The next part of the session made Harry feel very uncomfortable as the twins showed him the different techniques when it came to kissing. This was made kind of humorous as two dummies were thrown into the room, ending with the twins shoving their tongues down the dummies' throats. This was stopped as Harry saw the twins taking it too far as they began to explore the dummies' bodies. "Get a room," Harry yelled as he looked at twins as they looked up, shocked that other people were present. They got of the dummies slowly as they surveyed their surroundings. "I only wanted to see the kissing. Not full-on sex, guys," Harry laughed as the twins joined him nervously. They seemed to have recovered as the dummies faded out of existence. "You may need the advice, Harry. You never know how it'll go with Katie." "Shut up. I don't really want to worry about that tomorrow." "You never know, Harry. I've got a feeling about you." What's that meant to mean? Nothing, Fred replied cryptically. I hate you guys, he muttered as he sat upon the bed. The twins responded by sharing a smile between each other and continued on with the lesson. In all honesty, the twins were extremely impressed with Harry because he seemed to take in everything that they taught him. Even the stuff that didn't hold that much truth seemed to be taken in by the boy. He even asked questions showing that the teen was always paying attention. Yes, they had a feeling Harry would do fine with Katie, maybe better than what Harry was expecting. If he gets her into bed, then he'll be teaching us the art of seduction. Great Hall. After a number of hours being taught by the twins, Harry had had enough and insisted that they should end the lesson for the day. It seemed to go on for hours as the twins sprouted facts about everything that they had gained in their lives. He found the information on flirting and girls as a whole to be very important, realizing why Hermione had blushed so brilliantly when he had kissed her hand yesterday night. So that was where they were situated at that very moment, sitting on the bench while they stuck into their portions of food. As he dug into his second portion, he felt a small tap on his shoulder, coming from a girl he observed as he could tell from the fingernail that struck his shoulder, a trick that the twins had given him. When he looked around, he saw one of his best friends, the busy-haired girl that went by the name of Hermione Granger, seemingly annoyed as she tapped her foot against the floor. Hermione, he greeted her as he made a gap for her to sit down, patting the bench so she would get the point. Fortunately, she got the gesture and took a seat next to Harry and the twins as they seemed to be talking with other people that sat around the table. Where have you been all day? I've looked everywhere, Hermione asked, affronted to him, not spending any time with her throughout the day. Calm down, Hermione. I've been with these two for most of the day. That doesn't make me feel any better, Harry. Hey, Fred turned as he heard mention of him and his brother. I resent that. You resent what? That you're the biggest troublemakers in the school. She does have a point, Fred. Still, Fred then turned and resumed his conversation with one of his friends or a potential customer. He couldn't tell. And what this I've heard about you moving all your stuff from your dorm. You may hate your dorm mates, Harry, but you need a place to sleep. Don't worry so much, Hermione. I spent today with these two because I've decided something. What? She asked, clearly intrigued to what Harry had decided, knowing that his decisions usually became the talk of the school. I've decided to have some fun, and these guys, he indicated to the twins, are helping me in doing that. Harry, I don't think this is a good idea. He sighed as he knew that Hermione would be a difficult person to turn onto the dark side. She was probably one of the most highly strung people in the school, almost always with her nose in a book. I'll tell you what, I was planning on spending some time in the library after this. You can join me and I'll try to tell you my reasoning. All right, he smiled as he looked at her. Hermione seemed to think this over for several moments. Seeing Harry wanted to speak to her alone settled it as she realized he wanted the conversation between the both of them to be a private affair. Fine, Harry, but you have to promise that you'll tell me everything. I swear, he placed his hand over his heart while he grinned at his friend, only for Hermione to knock his hand from his chest. Knock it off, Harry. The meal continued in a happy atmosphere as Hermione and Harry talked about many different topics which would cover what was the deal with the golden egg to homework that was due in on Monday. She seemed to be both annoyed and surprised that he couldn't do the homework on Sunday, seeing as he had a date with Katie. He could have sworn that he saw a hint of jealousy when he mentioned it to her, surprised that she didn't know about the date after a number of students had heard about it at breakfast, no doubt. Of course, the news of him falling out and acting like a spoiled brat, according to some students in Gryffindor, had drifted throughout the castle, surprisingly getting some of the teachers to pick up the information as they eavesdropped on unsuspecting students. He could see this as he looked up at the main table that sat a couple of feet higher than the others. He was enjoying his dinner until a small group of people approached him, his sixth sense telling them their identities straight away. Hello, Ron, Seamus, Dean, he muttered without turning around to greet them. Harry, why are you up here? You should be eating down in the regular spot with us, Ron spoke as he tried to get his full attention. That goes for you too, Hermione. Leave us alone, Ron, before I do something that I'll enjoy. I'll tell McGonagall if you don't move. Ron became angry as he brought up the new threat, knowing Hermione wouldn't want to break any rules. You're not a prefect, Ronald, Hermione voiced her opinion for the first time, annoyed that Ron thought he could boss her around. And there is no rule that mentions where a student can sit. I should know. Ron quickly changed tactics as he knew that he would never win against Hermione when it came to rules. Why are you hanging out with him? He pointed to his brothers that seemed to be immersed in another conversation until Ron spoke directly to them. Harry here is our apprentice, Fred declared happily as he wrapped an arm around his apprentice. What? Ron asked, clearly confused to what had happened since the last time he'd seen his brothers. Harry here has asked for our services and we are providing them to him. We cannot reveal anything else at this point. Patient confidentially and all that. I'm your brother though. I should be more important than Harry, Ron said, exasperated. Blood was more important than work or friendship. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But either way, we like Harry a lot more right now and you're near the top of the list for pranks to come, so I would leave if I was you, George told him in a dreamy voice which seemed to make Harry and Fred smile. No, Seamus spoke as he stepped forward. If Hermione's right, we can sit wherever we want to sit and I want to sit right here. He ended as he tried to make a gap for him to sit down. Harry reacted instinctually as he grabbed Seamus's head and brought it down to the table at pace, making a loud click as his nose broke on contact. Fucking hell, Potter. What the hell is wrong with you? Seamus yelled out, which got everyone's attention. This was made worse as McGonagall made her way towards the group. You know what to do, Harry, Fred whispered as he looked at McGonagall's lean body. He knew almost instantly what he was talking about after the lesson on women, leaving him the opportunity to test out some of the techniques he was shown. Mr. Potter, Mr. Finnegan, what are you doing and why have you got a broken nose? She demanded as both groups looked at her worriedly. Well, someone answer me. Professor, we came over here and wanted to talk to Harry. Ron whined as he spoke, trying to get him into trouble and a possible detention which would ruin his date tomorrow. Then Seamus wanted to take a seat, and that was when Harry assaulted him, breaking his nose in the process. Dean finished as Seamus held his head backwards, trying to stop the blood flow. McGonagall was shocked as she heard what Harry had done, thinking that Seamus was making it up, but his broken nose proved it up to a point. She needed to get the perspective from Harry to see if he would do what he was charged with. Mr. Potter, is this true? It's about right, he admitted as he continued to eat. The twins seemed to find it funny as the professor seemed to be getting worked up by the occasion. Hermione was shocked as Harry didn't even bother to attempt to tell his story. She was about to speak her mind until Harry wrapped his hat around hers, telling her to stay calm and not to intervene, which she did for her friend. Mr. Potter, she tried to calm herself. Go to my office right now and wait for me. I will be there in a couple of minutes. When he didn't move, she spoke with more steel. Now, Mr. Potter. Fine, he muttered as he stood up and made his way down the hall. He spotted Ron looking smug as he made the walk of shame, but this had to happen in his eyes. There was no other way out of the situation. The good thing was that no punishment had been given so far, which left him with some wiggle room. Go to the infirmary, Mr. Finnegan, and take your associates with you, she told the boys as they began to walk out of the hall. When McGonagall left, Hermione turned to Fred and George as she saw their happy faces. Why didn't Harry tell her the full story? Why are you so happy? Well, Hermione, this is a test to see if Harry can get out of this situation without any real punishment. This is going to be interesting. McGonagall office. This was not the first time that he had visited this office. He'd been in it a number of times over the years when he needed help, which never came, from his head of house. This visit was different as he knew he was in a bit of trouble with the professor after more or else admitting to the crime. He thought that the twins thought he could do this because they could have gotten involved and told her what actually happened. He had to stop Hermione from butting in several times while the conversation took place. After 5 minutes of sitting on the old pink chair, the door opened to reveal the tall, domineering figure of Minerva McGonagall. He immediately began to look at her as he surveyed the possible compliments he could pay to her, finding one straight away. He knew he had to have the higher ground, and one way of achieving this was to start the conversation. I'm sorry, Professor. While she took off her cloak, she was surprised to hear Harry speak first, making her take off her robe and sit down to look at the green eyes that looked at her. What you did to Mr. Finnegan was out of order. I know, he hung his head as she walked into his trap. What came over you? It's just, he paused for a second. My emotions are all over the place these days. Seamus and the others came over and taunted me, and before I could stop myself I broke his nose. I just can't control myself. Jesus, right now I can't look at you, Professor. Why can't you look at me? Maybe I should take you to Professor Dumbledore, she said, knowing Albus wanted to know everything that went on with Harry. No, I don't want Dumbledore to know about these thoughts, he pleaded as he shuffled his feet nervously. Then tell me what you're thinking, Harry. I can help you, she asked as she put on a nicer tone, a tone of voice that made students open up to her. I shouldn't, he muttered as he kept his eyes glued to the floor. Harry, as head of house, I'm here to help my students. All right, but you can't tell anyone else. It's too embarrassing, he continued as the final touches of the plan were put in place. McGonagall nodded to his request, which made his lips twitch as they tried to make a smile. I'm having sexual thoughts, he paused for effect. Thoughts about you, Professor. McGonagall blushed, which was odd as Harry had never seen this much emotion to come from his professor. Bloody hell. Like right now I want to bend you over this desk and do unspeakable things to you, Professor. He dipped his head lower just to add to the nervousness factor he was faking. McGonagall was speechless as she tried to give him a reply. Thoughts of the things this student could do to her. She knew it was wrong, but she hadn't been serviced in several years. Shaking her head slightly, she focused on the small boy that seemed so small as he seemed to wrap himself into a ball. Mr. Potter, she so wanted to explain what was happening to him, but was being hampered as the impure thoughts hit her again, which made her realize she needed to get him out of her office. You can go, Mr. Potter. But what about my impure thoughts, Professor? At this point McGonagall was standing and approaching the door. It's a thing all boys go through. You can find it in the library. Now go, Mr. Potter. What about Seamus? He added, enjoying the way she was squirming against the door. I will let you off this time. Now leave, she screamed, making Harry scramble towards the door at an agonizingly slow pace as he tried to hold in his laughter. Goodbye, Professor. Have a good night, he said, insinuating things to come that she didn't seem to recognize as she shut the door with a loud bang. Wow, that was amazing, he thought as goosebumps rose from his skin. Harry Potter 1, Female Population 0. The date. Harry Potter waited patiently as he leaned against the castle. The door to the entrance of the castle was wide open as he looked at it patiently, waiting for his date. He held a small basket which held the items for a picnic that Fred and George had suggested to him. Thankfully, it was a glorious day which made it perfect picnic weather even if it was a bit cold. This was seen as a possible problem by the twins which they'd planned for. He began to drift into his thoughts as he remembered the previous day after his meeting with McGonagall, the thought of which made him laugh slightly. The reaction from Fred and George was an air of pride, like they saw Harry becoming one of them, and that made them thrilled with the possibilities. Hermione's reaction was priceless when he told her, seemingly not breathing for a number of seconds after he told her. After that, she seemed full of questions. The silence was like the calm before the storm, and the storm was fierce. He planned learning some material from the library, but nearly all his time was taken up answering Hermione's questions. Flashback. Why would you do that to Professor McGonagall? Hermione spoke quickly as her back went rigid as she interrogated her friend. Hermione, it was just some fun. Plus, I wouldn't have been able to go on my date tomorrow. You shouldn't be doing that to the professor. It's just wrong, she told him with authority, trying to act like a person with power, which Harry may have backed down under normal circumstances but not anymore. I was enjoying myself, he replied happily as he looked at what had happened earlier for the 7th time. But, she tried to talk. He cut her off before she could argue with him. Don't I deserve to enjoy myself after all the stuff I've done for this school? He asked her as he looked into her eyes and fluttered his eyelashes for added effect. This technique seemed to work as she blushed slightly. Of course, Harry. But couldn't you do something that didn't mess with the professors? He sighed as he knew that Hermione's need for order would compromise their relationship unless she could deal with it. He wasn't so hopeful. Do you know the reason why I'm hanging out with Fred and George? I wanted to ask you earlier about that, but you didn't give me a chance, she queried as she remembered Seamus's bloody form. Blood which dripped over the food she'd been eating. Sorry for that, I needed to prove a point that I won't be messed with anymore. Anyway, I'm hanging out with the twins because I want to learn from them. Be their apprentice, you could call it. Why would you want that? You'll get chucked out of Hogwarts in no time, she blurted out. Calm down, Hermione. I won't get chucked out of this place. especially with the help of the twins. How can you know that? She moaned, knowing the twins weren't infallible. He smiled. I don't. That's what makes it exciting. He knew he had other assurances for his need to attend the school. Dumbledore for one who seemed to control his life, but he wasn't going to mention that to her. I just want to have some fun, Hermione. I need to spread my wings and enjoy life while I'm still living. I think I deserve that luxury, don't you, Hermione? She stayed silent for the first time in several minutes, thinking about what Harry was asking of her, soon realizing that he had every right to ask for a break. Life was meant to be fun, which she found in books, but she couldn't think that everyone had the same interests as her, which she seemed to notice in her first year at Hogwarts. All right, Harry, she conceded to Harry as he looked up to meet her bushy hair and eyes. I just don't want you to go overboard. I can already feel that you're changing, even if you don't want to admit it. He smiled happily as she seemed to give him some leeway, hoping that Hermione would stick by him through the thick and thin. I may be changing, Hermione, but I'll always be a friend if you need it. I may not like your choices, Harry, but I'll never leave your side. She smiled as she went into a hug which he accepted lovingly, noticing her slim curves and her supple body. Maybe I can bring Hermione to the dark side. End flashback. As he remembered Hermione's body in his arms, he lost sight of the reason that he stood outside the castle, only to be reminded when a girl slightly taller than himself with long brown hair interrupted him from his thoughts. Hello, Harry, she spoke. He shook his head slightly as he looked at his date. Oh, hello, Katie, he replied as he looked at her appearance in more detail. She seemed to have gone for the casual dress sense, wearing faded jeans, a black t-shirt which had a small advertisement printed on the front, and a jacket to keep her warm. The casual dress sense didn't put him off, however, as he looked at her beautiful body and face, seeing a few shades of different colors, which meant she was wearing some makeup, which was a good thing, or that was what the twins told him. He couldn't stop himself as he licked his lips, enjoying the view slightly. Do you like what you see? She asked him, wanting to embarrass him and show that he was still the nervous boy she knew from Quidditch. Obviously, he muttered as he licked his lips again and took control of the situation as he looped his arm around hers, taking her unawares as he took control of the situation. Her mind began to work again as she noticed that she was walking beside Harry, as he had a firm but not a tight grip on her arm. She didn't know what was coming over her, but she was kind of enjoying this new Harry Potter. Harry, she breathed out, where are we going? What are we doing? He smiled as he pulled her closer into his body, which seemed to be a good move, seeing as she seemed to melt into his chest. I've planned a picnic by the Great Lake. Nobody will disturb us over there, he whispered as she shivered, imagining the things that they could get away with in the place they were going. Confidence, check. She tried to take control once again as she spoke, placing all her nervousness out of her tone. Do you plan on doing something to me? Harry, she forced a sexy smile. It seemed to work for a couple of seconds as his face contorted slightly, trying not to show the nervousness that the twins told him that girls like Katie didn't like. Finally, he forced out the nervous and replaced them with confidence. That's up to you, Miss Bell, he spoke sexily, adding her name in that manner to make her feel like the student while he was the teacher. Her face brightened comically as she tried to hide her face from Harry, realizing that he held the upper hand by a long shot. What the hell is wrong with you? Pull yourself together. As he pulled her along, he hoped he wasn't pulling too hard as he tried to do it without hurting her. He may have wanted to act confident, but hurting her was not an option. He was still innocent after all. He gently released her arm slightly, giving her more than enough room to remove it if she wanted to, but didn't, which made him smile inside as he looked at the bright red face of his date. They finally made it to the destination, Harry leaving her arm go for the first time in several minutes as he began to set up by placing the towel on the grassy ground. While he did this, Katie stared off into space, trying to figure out what was going on with her, hating the idea that a younger man was taking the lead against a strong woman like herself. When he finished the preparations, he sat upon the towel and gazed at Katie, staring hungrily at her form as he tried to look like he was going to pounce on her at any moment. This was made difficult as Katie seemed to be having an inner struggle with herself, eyes moving at incredible speed as they didn't seem to focus on anything in particular. Are you going to join me? Katie, he spoke quietly as he stared at her with lust in his eyes. This seemed to snap her from her thoughts as she looked at him, gulping in the process as she looked at his muscular body, obviously from the Quidditch field. Why? Why? Yes, of course, she muttered as she tried to stop the stuttering that made her emotions evident to him. Dropping her head in defeat, she made her way over to the young man that lay on the towel, patting the place that he wanted her to be. Seeing an opportunity, she made sat a couple of feet away from him, dealing a blow to Harry and a small victory for her. This would have worked in most cases but was ruined as Harry turned his pleading eyes on her, pleading for her to come closer, which she seemed to do subconsciously, eventually finding herself wrapped in his arms. Damn it. She couldn't stop herself from shivering as she felt his breath run down her neck, igniting emotions she had for the boy, thinking that this date would have been two friends hanging out, not an actual date. After 5 minutes of holding the young girl, Harry separated from the hug with a moan from Katie, which made him smile. He would have loved to have been joined to her like this all day, but he wanted to get to know her rather than making out with her before lunch. "Would you like something to eat?" he queried as he reached for the basket. "Why? Yeah," she tried to clear her head. "Have you got anything sweet?" "Well, you've got me, and I'm the sweetest person in the area." He smiled while she blushed once again. He reached into the basket and brought out some chocolate frogs, handing one to Katie in the process. Once again, she seemed to be having an inner struggle. This time she was struggling from not pouncing on him and making out with him. She was turned on and she didn't know why. She took the frog and ate it hungrily, happy for the break in her thoughts. "I forgot to say how beautiful you look today." Like an angel, he smiled, loving her, quickly becoming signature blush, also quickly becoming putty in his hands. "Thank you," she replied as she placed a strand of hair behind her ear. A question seemed to enter her mind and was nagging at her subconscious as she tried to lift her confidence levels. This was done by avoiding eye contact with the young man that was driving her senses wild. "I was expecting a nervous Harry, not a confident one," she spoke. Her tone still showed traces of nervous. He continued to smile as he looked directly at her as she tried to avoid eye contact. You can see a woman's soul through her eyes. "Well, Fred and George are the ones to thank for that." Her head shot up as she heard Fred and George names come up, knowing that Harry was hanging out with them but not thinking anything else of it. "They helped you," she presumed. "Yeah, I didn't really know how to act around a girl of your beauty flattery. I've never had a girlfriend, pity hell. I've never kissed a girl, innocence, and..." Checkmate. Katie went in instinctually as she hit Harry with a kiss that would be remembered by the young man forever. Her kiss was filled with lust and passion as her lip bit hungrily on his bottom lip, making him moan out slightly as she deepened the kiss. Harry, on the other hand, was kind of shocked with the intensity of the kiss, knowing that Katie was gaining confidence. To combat this, he began to take control as his tongue ran along her lips, asking for entrance, which she seemed to accept as she opened her mouth for him to enter. After a number of minutes in the make-out session, the pair separated reluctantly to take in some air. "Wow," Katie breathed out. "You're welcome," Harry spoke as he tried to get his breath. "If that was a first kiss, Harry, then I'm Albus Dumbledore," she declared, still basking in the feeling of his tongue massaging hers expertly. He chuckled slightly. "I would never make out with Dumbledore. McGonagall maybe, but not Dumbledore. I'm not into the whole beard thing." "Harry," she giggled like a little schoolgirl as she heard his declaration for a possible make-out session with McGonagall. Harry laid his back upon the towel and was followed by Katie as she used his chest as a pillow, dragging in breathfuls of air to stop her world from spinning. "I thought I'd never say this gulp of air, but Fred and George have had a very positive effect on you. I'll have to admit that this wasn't what I expected when Fred asked me out for you. You thought you'd get nervous Harry, a Harry Potter who would stutter and not know what to do to himself when you suggested something that might sound sexual. Yeah, pretty much. But instead you get confident Harry, a Harry Potter that you're having very dirty thoughts over." "Harry," she blushed again as she tried to hide her face in his jumper. "I should be the one making you blush. I am a year older than you after all. I like seeing you blush though. You look sexy when it happens, cue blush." The date continued this way as the two talked about many things. Quidditch teams that they support, homework assignments and how different they are from year to year, their family and many other topics. They ate lunch at about noon, or when their stomachs started rumbling. He was thankful that he had asked Dobby to provide the food inside the basket, seeing as it was delicious. Who was your first kiss then? Harry asked out of the blue as Katie swallowed some food. What? She questioned, not hearing him quite as the food being consumed muffled his voice. Well, you know who my first kiss was, so I want to know who was yours? He asked again. She shifted uncomfortably as she heard the question that most girls don't answer to potential boyfriend because it makes it a competition, but if she had to compare her first kiss to the kiss Harry and her had shared, then it was no question which would win out. Fred. Harry raised an eyebrow, brushing of his thoughts, seeing as there were a number of Freds in the school Weasley dam. Should I be worried? He joked. No, no. Trust me, Harry, you were much better. She quickly blushed as she realized what she had said. Knowing that he was friends with Fred, Harry saw this and tried to calm her. I won't say anything to him, he promised her honestly. Thanks, she muttered. How did it happen? Spin the bottle in the second year. Fred landed on me while George landed on Oliver. She smiled as she recalled the memory. The memory of a drunk Oliver with leaning over a struggling George Weasley as their lips met, Oliver giving him the tongue in the process. Harry laughed out loud as his thoughts were on the same line as Katie's. I may taunt George with that, he replied happily. You're welcome, she said, replying with the same short answer that Harry had given her after their kiss. They chatted every now and then as Katie rested her head on his chest once again, loving the sound of his heart which told her all she needed to know. Harry could have stayed like this for all his life, loving the warmth that was being provided by the girl that seemed to be nodding off on his chest. After an hour or two, he noticed the sun was beginning to disappear behind the trees, which told him this wonderful day was over. He nudged Katie to let her know that it was time to go. This only got a grunt from the resting girl. Come on, Miss Bell. It's time to go unless you want to be punished, he put on his stern voice, learning the technique from Hermione after she had used it several times on him and Ron over the years. Can I have the punishment? She replied as she wrapped her hand around his shirt. Seeing as she wasn't going to shove of high, he began to rise, making her fall down his body. Up now, Miss Bell. You'll be punished for disobeying my orders, he commanded her. She groggily got off the ground as she heard the mention of a punishment being handed out and became excited. What kind of punishment, Mr. Potter? She licked her lips for added effect as she ran her eyes over his body. Harry, seeing this, simply approached her now standing form and attacked her with his lips while his hands played with the hem of her shirt. As she saw the incoming predator that was Harry Potter, she took a gulp of air to last her through the attack that was coming. As she was hit, she automatically opened her mouth to let him in, enjoying the feeling of his tongue massaging hers. Several minutes passed, which now placed the pair walking, on their way back to the castle. Katie seemed to sway from side to side after the intense punishment that had been dished out by Harry. She thought that Cedric Diggory was hot, but after today her perception of the world of men had shifted drastically, leaving her hands intertwined with the young man that walked confidently beside her. Harry was thrilled with how the day had went, making it the best day of his young life. He cast a warming charm on Katie as they walked. Fred suggested the spell, which he quickly mastered before he went to bed that night. When they finally entered the castle, they knew that it must be dinner by the sounds that were emitting from the Great Hall. The pair stopped outside the Great Hall, enjoying their company for the last time for that day, seeing as Katie would enter but Harry would have to take the basket to the kitchens. I had a very good time, Harry. She shifted her feet, sad that their date was almost over. Me too, he replied gratefully. I hope we can do this again sometime, he added as he looked at her. He then took a step forward and leaned in for one last kiss. This kiss was a lot gentler as both didn't want to rush the feelings that swept over their bodies. As the kiss ended, Harry leaned in. I'll see you later, Miss Bell, and walked down the hall as shivers shook her to her core. What the hell has Harry Potter done to me? Back to lessons. Room of requirement. 3 hours. 3 short hours. 3 short bloody hours. That was the amount of sleep Harry Potter got over the night. It should have been more like 6 hours by the time he finished his schoolwork, but no. The adrenaline that ran through his body had other ideas. He still had no idea how he did what he did with Katie, enjoying his first kiss, flirting shamelessly, and finally being confident. He put a lot of his confidence and strange behavior behind the adrenaline that ran through his body. It was strange, really, One moment he was a barrel of nerves and the next he was sweeping her off her feet. Strange. He stretched his body as the sheets that surrounded his body tightened slightly. He loved this bed. He could have sworn it was alive as it molded around his body perfectly, but that didn't help his quest for a good night's sleep. After a number of hours just laying there, he decided to start his exercise regimen that Fred and George had set up for him, which would hopefully bulk him up slightly, hoping that the ability to hit back without the aid of a wand would be an advantage against a skilled opponent. He imagined a boxing bag and began to punch. His full weight went into the punch, loving the way that the bag crumpled slightly, imagining the face of Ron, then Seamus, and then Dean. As the time passed, he began to sweat massively as he felt the drops of perspiration stream down his thin chest. Deciding to take a short shower, he grabbed a towel, relaxing under the boiling streams of water. After the shower, he made his way down to the Great Hall, knowing that the twins should be present by this time, giving in to the interrogation that was about to happen. Great Hall. Here's our boy, or should I say man, after what I've heard from Angelina. Fred smiled as he greeted Harry to the table after he heard from Angelina what Katie had told her. Swept of her feet, she said. We just talked, she said. A twinkle developed in Fred's eye. Are you going to tell us what happened then? Harry stayed silent for a number of seconds, knowing that the pause was driving them insane. Come on, Harry, tell us, George pleaded. Fine, he sighed. A small smile graced his lips. It was a very pleasant date. I took her on a picnic like you suggested, taking your advice when it came to how to act around a woman. George looked at him strangely for a moment, thinking it was impossible to follow all their advice after just one day of learning from them. You couldn't have done everything we taught you. There was so much to learn. He paused. I tried to take all your advice, maybe not going overboard. Was there any action involved? Fred winked suggestively. There may have been, he answered him. A small blush formed on his cheeks, letting the twins know that this was still the nervous boy they had known for a number of years. How much? George asked quickly. Why? Well, he trailed off slightly before he found his tongue. We may have had a small wager. Harry looked at them sternly, not liking the fact that his love life was up for betting. Hey, don't look at me like that, he kept up the glare. Fine. It won't happen again. Fred dipped his head in defeat as Harry held a smile inside. Even though it's none of your business. Me and Katie kissed, and that's as far as it went. Hey, pay up, Fred, George celebrated as he stuck out his hand. Damn it, Fred muttered as he dropped the 5 galleons into his brother's hand. What was the bet, exactly? Harry asked. Oh, nothing important, Fred replied quickly, knowing that Harry wouldn't be too happy when he heard the specifics of the bet. Fred thought you'd end up betting Katie on your first date. I disagreed. Fred tried to lose Harry's glare as he felt him gazing as whole in the back of his head. Harry didn't look happy about that, the way that he thought that Katie was that easy to get into his sack. He may be learning from Fred and George, but that didn't mean that he would act like them. He knew his morals, which wouldn't be moved. You guys need to grow up when it comes to the way you think about women, he lectured the pair as he got his point across. They ducked their heads like naughty schoolboys being told off for doing a bad thing. Thankfully, the gaze of Harry was interrupted as Hermione sat down beside Harry, breaking eye contact as he focused on his friend. Hey, Harry, she yawned. Where were you for dinner? Homework, he answered simply as he looked at the twins, who seemed to have thrown themselves into a conversation with a couple of 6th years. Harry, she sighed, knowing it would end up this way. I told you to do it earlier, she lectured. I know, Professor, he drawled tiredly, hearing the tone of voice so many times. The minutes ticked by as breakfast went by, all the students tucking into their food and chattering happily. He noticed Katie, Alicia, and Angelina join the table a couple of feet away from him. He caught her eye for a moment. A giggle seemed to erupt from her chest, which caught the attention of her friends immediately. What are you looking at, Harry? Nothing, he smiled as he averted his gaze. Unfortunately, Hermione saw what he was looking at before he changed his point of view. What happened with you and Katie yesterday? Hermione inquired as she was reminded of Katie's strange behavior at dinner that night. We hung out. It was nice, he told her like it wasn't anything new. Fred and George seemed to give a short laugh as they listened to the conversation covertly. Hermione, on the other hand, knew that Harry was saying less than he knew, hoping he would confide in her at a later date. Greenhouse. Is everyone present? Professor Sprout stood at the front of the class as she looked at the students that looked up at her. Good. Now take out magical water plants of the Mediterranean textbook, she commanded. The students in this class comprised of a mixture of Hufflepuffs and Gryffindor, which unfortunately for one student was a recipe for disaster, especially with the number of students who had it in for him. To avoid most of the stares from the students, he sat near the front, which was greeted with a smile from Hermione, happy that he was taking learning seriously for once. Look at page 54, the green orchid will be what we're studying today, Sprout spoke again as Harry folded the book to the page. The green orchid, the plant that loves to kill. Harry was intrigued straight away. The short description seemed to imply something more as he saw the recognizable hand of Hermione raise in question, or answer, seeing as he hadn't been listening for a couple of minutes. Yes, Miss Granger, you have an answer for me. So he hadn't been listening. The green orchid is a plant that is found in Asia. It lures its victim into touching it by the smells it gives off, spurting gas or perfume. She highlighted this by symbolizing it with her fingers, like some wizards and witches have described it. When the victim gets too close, the plant will attack its victim by placing its petals around the mouth, finally blowing a large amount of poisonous gas into the victim's mouth and killing the person instantaneously. They've been used to assassinate famous figures through the ages. Great, something else I have to worry about. Very good, Miss Granger. 10 points to Gryffindor, she replied happily as a number of students shared the delight of some points. Of course these, she raised her wand to reveal a number of green orchids, smaller than the plant that sat in the book. These won't kill you, but if you get too close, they will knock you out for several hours. This was proved a moment later as a small Hufflepuff boy got a little too close to Comfort as the plant seemed to dance for the boy as he seemed to lean in, mimicking the movements that Hermione described down to the smallest detail. Before anyone could stop him, he had his lips sealed around the petals of the plant, which was the final stage. A second later, the boy was falling to the ground. Idiot, Ron muttered to his friends, which got a laugh for his comment. Harry just shook his head. Now that he was out of the gang, Ron now took the reins, always wanting power and now having it. He wasn't quite sure if that was a good or bad thing. Miss Dane, Williams, take Eden to the infirmary. Tell Pomfrey that I will be there after class. As the boy got dragged from the class, Harry heard the unmistakable laugh of Ron Weasley and his minions once again. He was going to have to put him in his place. I'm gone for a couple of days and Ron's already making friends. At this rate, he'll be worse than Malfoy. As the lesson dragged on, he noticed a number of giggles when it came to him. A number of girls seemed to be looking at him, avoiding his glance as he looked directly at them. His confused expression seemed to get the attention of Hermione, who'd been trying to get a sample of her plant for the past 5 minutes. They're looking at you because you're being classed as a bad boy, she muttered, not looking directly at her friend. Supposedly some girls like that. Harry listened quietly, hearing a hint of jealousy in her tone for whatever reason. He tried to brush it off as he looked at the girls again, confusion sweeping his features. Bad boy? He asked, confused. Yes, Harry, bad boy, she huffed. Because of your recent behavior, battling a dragon single-handed and revolting against your friends, does that, Harry? She continued. A goofy smile covered his face, realizing all these beautiful ladies were in the palm of his hand. Bit unfortunate he wasn't looking at girls his age at the moment, needing experience for the moment. He was knocked out of his state as Hermione whacked his arm, taking her attention of her task to whack the delirious boy that sat beside her. Stop smiling like that. I know the way your brain works, she warned him. Correction, you knew the way my brain worked, she smiled. Whatever, she muttered as she switched her attention back onto the task. Is someone jealous? He teased. Ha, she gave a snort which got the attention of several nearby students. He liked to tease her. He'd discovered several things he liked doing. This gave him the perfect opportunity to do just that, so he leaned in and whispered to her. Your mouth says no, but your eyes say yes. She froze for several seconds at the proximity of Harry, her best friend. Silence. That was what greeted the pair as the lesson continued without incident. When the lesson ended, he decided to end the silence, changing the subject completely from the teasing before. Library tonight, he asked, making her jump slightly as she walked beside him. "What?" she whispered. "Library tonight after dinner. I want to go over some books in the library, learn some stuff." She seemed to look at him strangely for a moment, slowing down the walk in the process. "Yeah, sure, if that's what you want." "Of course. I think I need the skill to survive this tournament." He began to walk at a normal pace, making Hermione pick up her pace to stick by him. All the way to the next class, she thought one thing. What has happened to Harry Potter? Great Hall. The lessons had flown by after that initial slow-moving lesson. He had transfiguration before lunch and then had to sit through 2 hours of divination. Transfiguration wasn't that bad apart from once again the giggling girls that seemed to stare and giggle every time that they saw him. Professor McGonagall never kept her eyes on him for more than a couple seconds a time. In fact, when they were given assignments, she only looked at Hermione, choosing to avoid eye contact to the young man that brought her to her knees, quite literally. Divination seemed to be becoming more and more of a useless lesson as time went on. The predictions of his upcoming death were really beginning to annoy him. Not that he didn't agree. He just wanted to learn something that may help him in the future, maybe delay the ending of his life. This never seemed to come, and he noticed that Hermione didn't seem to be so interested in the subject. "I'm going to have to drop this next year if I live that long." That is what led him to hear the Great Hall once again as all the students dug into their food greedily. Fred and George were sitting beside and opposite him, giving him some more helpful advice as the tutelage continued, which covered most of lunch as he ate outside the castle with the twins and Hermione. She wasn't so happy about what was going on as they taught him their trade, leaving after a number of minutes. In the break, the twins told him about the products they were working on, a form of magic called occlumency which protected your thoughts. He decided to research that piece of magic in great detail, hopefully with Hermione by his side. As he was brought back from his thoughts, he caught the glimpse of a Durmstrang student staring at something beside him, Victor Crumb to be more precise. As he followed his line of sight, he saw the target of the stare, or the person, Hermione Granger. She wasn't looking back, but he could see a tint of red cover her face. "Hermione," he whispered as she looked up, "why is Crumb looking at you?" She looked up to see Crumb and blushed, dropping her head once again. "It's nothing, Harry," she muttered as she picked at her salad. He decided he wouldn't push her, seeing as this had happened on a number of occasions, but just the other way around. He knelt in and whispered so that the twins wouldn't hear. "If you need to talk, I'm here," he spoke, letting the information sink in for a few moments as he ate a piece of steak. "Okay." She seemed to smile slightly as Harry gave her the option to open up to him instead of forcing her to. Fred and George were oblivious to the conversation between the pair as they ate. A surprising fact hit him when he entered the hall. That was the fact that his bad boy charm extended to nearly all the years as girls of all ages twisted their hair around their fingers when he was around. They even unbuttoned a couple of buttons from their shirts to give him a peek, according to Fred and George, the information of which came from a semi-reliable source, Fred and George to be more exact. The time flowed by as he ate his food. Thoughts of what he still had to do flew through his mind. Learn spells. Exercise. Homework. "Heads up," Fred muttered as he saw the recognizable figure of McGonagall flow down the passage. Harry shook his head as he realized the warning was aimed at him. Looking up, he saw McGonagall aiming right at him. "Now what?" "Mr. Potter." She seemed uncomfortable to say his name. "Professor Dumbledore would like to see you." He sighed loudly, getting a little annoyed with being at everyone's beck and call. "Right now," he muttered. "That would be preferred, Mr. Potter," she replied sternly, trying to desperately keep her gaze on him. "Okay." He stood up slowly, noticing the smug look that Ron was giving him. "Lead the way," he said as she began to walk out of the hall. The last thing the group heard was Harry saying, "Have you been working out, Professor?" "I'm so proud, George." "Me too, Fred." "You guys are children," Hermione spoke to the two misbehaving boys. The twins did the one thing that proved to her the mental age of the twins was 5, sticking out their tongues at her. "Children." Dumbledore's office. Lemon drop. Harry Dumbledore greeted the young boy that sat in front. A mask seemed to cover Harry's face. He looked calm, but inside he was anything but, feeling the butterflies fluttering in his stomach. He didn't really want to be meeting the headmaster so soon after his changes and the fact that he doesn't trust the old man as much anymore. He knew that Dumbledore was very perceptive when an individual was sitting in front of him. He hoped that the lessons in body language would help in that area. Body language is half the battle when trying to lie successfully. Harry was seated upon the chair that sat opposite Dumbledore, who sat behind his desk, looking at him intently, kind of freaking him out in the process. Fawkes seemed to be out as his perch stood without the fiery-colored phoenix. "No thanks," he muttered. He had a theory why Dumbledore offered lemon drops on every visit, thinking that the sweets had a calming draft mixed into the sugary goodness which would explain Dumbledore's state. Always calm. "I don't mean to be rude, Professor. I do. But I was planning to do my school work." "Oh yes, the never-ending pile of school work." Dumbledore chuckled as he sucked on the lemon drop. "Yes, sir. I would like to complete it and complete it well, especially with Professor Snape breathing down my neck." He thought he would use Snape's proper title, just to show some respect. "Yes, that would be a good idea," Dumbledore mused, knowing that Severus would only accept pristine work. "But today I was giving some disturbing information, Mr. Potter." The old professor played with his beard. "Today I was told about your living arrangements. The part about you not living with your other dorm mates was most distressing." Of course, that's why Ron looked smug. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I can't live with them anymore," he said, seeing a way that he could get out of this without letting Dumbledore know his true reasoning. "Harry," Dumbledore sighed, "you need to keep your friends close, even if they've mistreated you in the past. Everyone deserves a second chance," Dumbledore told him in his grandfatherly tone with that damn twinkle in his eye. This was where the lie would start as Dumbledore walked right into it. "I can't live with them, sir, because of the things they do in our dorm." He left it open to what was happening. Harry, the headmaster, clearly sounded confused. "I shouldn't say Professor, especially to the headmaster. I'd feel like a snitch." "Harry, you can tell me anything?" He looked up at the headmaster, trying to look as genuine as possible as the headmaster gave him the old grandfather routine. He sighed just to add effect to the situation. "I haven't got anything against their lifestyle, sir, but when it's forced on me 24 hours a day, it becomes a problem." "What lifestyle, Harry?" "Well," he paused as he shuffled his weight slightly. "I'll put it this way. I like girls and they like—" He trailed off, hoping the headmaster would catch on, which thankfully he did. "Boys," Harry nodded solemnly, keeping up in the act in the process. Dumbledore, meanwhile, was a little shocked at the situation, even if he didn't show it. "They share beds with one another, sir. I hear the grunts at night, sir," he shivered to add effect, showing Dumbledore what he wanted to see. Dumbledore couldn't believe that a whole dorm was filled with homosexuals. Not that it was a bad thing, seeing as he was the same way. "I never thought that way. Mr. Weasley loves Quidditch just like Dean and Seamus. I may have expected this from Mr. Longbottom, but not the others. It's all for show, sir. Drophead Ron likes Quidditch because of the uniform we wear. He owns stacks of magazines with male Quidditch players adorning the pages. You can ask Mrs. Weasley if you don't believe me." "I may do that," Harry, Dumbledore mused out loud. "Dean's relationship with Parvati is fake, a cover to show that he's a man. Sir, he lied to the headmaster. Seamus wears a thong throughout the day, saying that it provides easy access for when the time arises the get funky, insert shiver. They have a leash for Neville." "A leash?" Dumbledore's mouth seemed to open in shock. "Yeah, the same thing that's used to walk dogs. I'd say it's cruel, but he seems to like it." "Oh my." Harry was done, however, as he continued his story. "They usually swap partners, sir. It's like a rotation except for Sunday." "Sunday?" Dumbledore inquired, his sense of intrigue taking over. "They use the same bed, sir. It's not a sight I want to wake up to, if you can understand." "Of course, Harry," Dumbledore replied, mistakenly licking his lips as he imagined the scene of 4 healthy boys in a bed together. "Sir?" He tried to get the headmaster attention, placing the final nail in the coffin. "Yes, Harry." "I would warn Victor Crumb," raised eyebrow from Dumbledore. "They plan on getting him alone and hitting it, their words, not mine." T. Thank you for the warning." Harry, Dumbledore spoke as he showed the first sign of information overload. Harry looked at the aging professor, seeing that he wasn't taking it too well, that gave him the perfect opportunity to change the direction of the conversation. You can see why I can't return there. Yes, Harry, obviously, Dumbledore thought for a moment, trying to get over the shock to get back to where Harry may stay. Where are you currently sleeping, Mr. Potter? He inquired. Do I lie or tell the truth? Harry went over the decision several times before picking one. I'm sleeping with Fred and George. Their sleeping habits are much quieter, unless you count the snoring from George. He gave a small laugh at the joke. Dumbledore laughed slightly, but not with the same gusto that he would usually do. I think it would be fine if you stayed with the two Weasleys then. I'll talk to Mrs. and Mr. Weasley about this. Just don't say that I told you it. It would be so embarrassing, he pleaded, knowing that this would be a lot funnier if he wasn't seen as being involved in the situation. Of course, Harry. I would never mention that the information came from you and can see why it would be problematic if it came up. Thank you, sir. He looked up to see Dumbledore looking into space. Could I leave, sir? Yes. Sure, Dumbledore muttered. Thank you for telling me, Harry. My door is always open. After the confirmation he could leave, he stood up and began to vacate the office before adding one last thing. Thank you, sir, for understanding my predicament, and left, counting his blessings that had worked. Harry Potter 2 Hogwarts Staff 0 Week of Changes. Monday. Evening. Library. Harry Potter was in a joyous mood that night as he took his seat next to Hermione in the library, getting a weird look by the librarian as he entered, only for him to give her a cheeky wink. Hermione seemed absorbed in her notes as he set the golden egg that he'd gotten from the tournament onto the desk, making Hermione glance at the new occupant to the table. Hi, Harry, she whispered. What did Professor Dumbledore want? He wanted to know where I was sleeping. Which you replied, she ended, knowing that Harry would have lied to him. With Fred and George. She sighed as she lifted her head to look at her friend. You should tell Professor Dumbledore the truth. He has got your best interests at heart. Harry, she said after Harry told her about the room of requirement a couple of days ago. Yeah, my best interests, he sighed, not wanting to go into this area of questioning, knowing that Hermione would support the highest authority figure. Yes, he does, Harry. You should listen to your elders, Harry, she lectured him. Dumbledore is a manipulate bastard. Harry. This seemed to snap Hermione out of her quiet behavior. How can you say that? I can say it because I am Harry Potter, he smiled, ending the conversation there. You're an annoying git at times. You wouldn't love me if I wasn't. I tend to disagree, as he copied the twins and stuck his tongue out at her playfully. The minutes ticked by slowly as Harry dived into the books, learning the spells so he could test them out when in private while Hermione looked at the golden egg that was in the center of the table. Is there a reason why you brought the golden egg? Oh, that, he faked surprise badly. The ladies seem to dig it. George and Fred think it brings out the maternal instinct in women. He finished and dived back into the content. You shouldn't trust what George and Fred say. Half of what they say is rubbish. More than half, I'd say, he corrected her. Whatever, she muttered, hating the fact that Harry would attempt to correct her. He just smiled and continued with his work, knowing that his new attitude was really bugging his best friend. Tuesday. Great Hall. The morning came along quickly after he'd spent a lovely 8 hours in his bed. The night had given him enough time to wrap his head around what had happened the previous day. He knew that this morning would be interesting to see if Ron would be present. This was where he was at the moment as he looked down the long table where all the Gryffindor students sat apart from Ron, Seamus, Dean and Neville. A gleeful smile formed on his face as he realized that they'd probably be in the headmaster's office. The next viewpoint of interest would be Crumb, who once again seemed to be looking in this direction, making him think that something was going on between his best friend and the world-class Quidditch player. Why are you so happy? Got another date or something? George teased. What? Harry muttered as he looked at the twin in question. No, but Alicia looks tasty. He licked his lips for added effect, knowing that George had a thing for the girl in question. You better not, Potter, George warned. Harry continued like he hadn't heard anything. Well, she's single, I think. Magnificent body. Yes, I think she'll do, he continued, attempting to stand but being stopped midway as George brought him back to his seat. Don't talk about Alicia like that, George warned him seriously. Harry knew there was a way to stop this. There is a way to stop my advances, he paused. Allowing George to think for a moment. Ask her out, you mug, he sighed. You should be paying me instead of the other way around. He let George think about it as he saw what the event he was waiting for. Karkaroff came down the aisle that was near the Gryffindor and the Slytherin's tables, stopping at the gang of students that surrounded Krum. As he whispered into Krum's ear, he could see the sense of shock that covered the Quidditch star's face. The kind of shock that was formed when a number of boys planned to use your body as a sexual object to please their sick fantasies. He had to stifle his laughter as the boy was dragged from the hall by Karkaroff. Krum dragged his heels in the process. A party, he spoke as Krum disappeared out of the doors. George and Fred looked up confused. I think I'll have a party. It'll let me meet new people and further my dating history. You can even invite Alicia, George. Where would this mystical party take place? Fred responded, trying to plan parties before but always being caught in the act. My room, of course, he whispered. It'll be perfect. Get a band to play. Get the alcohol flowing. How do you plan on getting students to attend this party and get a band? That's where two of the biggest pranksters I know will come in. The twins seemed intrigued to who he was referring to, George and Fred Weasley. They go by. Wait. Us, they seemed dumbfounded for a moment as their names were mentioned. You want us to bring in the masses? Who else? Of course, if you're not up for the challenge, I could ask someone else. He challenged them, seeing their resolve disappearing as they seemed to shake with excitement. No. We can do it, Harry, the twins stuttered in unison, believing for the first time that this could be pulled off. If you can set up the location, we can get the people, they smiled eagerly. I'll probably ask Dobby for help, but if you need his services, then he should be free. He paused before he went on. I'll need you to get some entertainment as well, other than the band. They raised their eyebrows. I haven't really got the power just yet, he bowed his head in sadness, but two of the biggest pranksters. He began again. I love the praise, Harry, so I'll just say, will the entertainment, George replied, knowing that the praise was one of their tricks when trying to persuade someone to do something for them. Have you got any preferences on the guest list? Not really, just make it so that only students from your year and upwards are invited. I don't really want dozens of fangirls. Drunken fangirls buzzing around me. Ah, but fangirls are the best, Fred moaned. Then maybe I'll invite Ginny along, he suggested to the twins, not really into the youngest Weasley, but would invite her if it pissed of the twins. Point taken, they said in unison as they thought about how obsessed their sister was still over Harry. She'd calmed down slightly but nowhere near enough to be near Harry for a number of minutes without feeling giddy with his presence. When do you plan for it to be? Friday or Saturday? If that's okay with you guys. That's fine, Harry. Saturday should give us more than enough time to set it up. After all, we are the best at what we do. What are you talking about? Hermione spoke as she took a seat next to Harry. As she saw the mischievous smiles of the twins and Harry, she knew something was going on. What are you planning? Hey, why do you jump to that conclusion? We could be talking about schoolwork for all you know. A snort came from her as she stared at the twins after the effect it had on Harry had died out. After a couple of seconds, George broke. Fine, we're not talking about anything productive. What were you talking about then? She inquired patiently. Harry, seeing the twins breaking as Hermione kept up the glare, stepped in to help them out as he placed an arm around her shoulder. Hermione, she looked at his face. It would be better if you didn't know about our conversation, seeing as you would be considered an accessory to breaking the rules. She seemed to think about it for a moment. Her need to know outweighed her need to follow the rules, even if she would moan about it later. I still want to know. Harry smiled as he knew this wouldn't stop her, so he did the thing that he seemed to be good at doing recently. Well, I'm not telling. He licked his lips several times and planted his lip upon her cheek, making her yelp in surprise as his mouth made contact with her. You, Harry, she moaned as he pulled back. A blush colored her cheeks as Krum looked angrily at him. That's going to be a problem. Lunch. At lunch, Ron and the rest of his minions made an appearance. Their faces were pale, like they'd seen a ghost or more likely, seen Mrs. Weasley when she was angry. This was what Harry leant towards as he looked at them nursing their food, which showed that Ron wasn't right seeing, as he'd usually shovel down the food like he was a food compactor. Dean seemed to be in his own universe as he looked at nothing in particular while Seamus seemed to be muttering something to Neville, explaining to the nervous boy what had just happened. Harry could decipher some of the words as they left their mouths because the twins had shown him the basics. "I don't own anything in leather," Neville mouthed. "I don't know why you're asking me. I don't even like leather, it sticks to my body. I want to know who would make up these rumors." "Well, at least we had Dumbledore's guarantee that they wouldn't spread," Dean muttered. "You'd be so lucky." Wednesday. He knew the news of Ron's sexual preference would eventually make it to the students' ears, knowing the order in which the information would have been passed. From what he could tell, Dumbledore would have told McGonagall and Snape. Snape would probably find it hilarious and drop the bomb in conversation with older students or drop hints about what he'd been told. If that didn't work, then McGonagall would probably let it slip to one of the other professors, which would then lead to Hagrid knowing, the same giant that can't keep his mouth shut for a moment, probably telling the whole class in the process. The last route would have been the portraits, knowing that they were listening in on the conversation the two were having with one another. This could be problematic because they would leak where the information came from. He did not want that. The way in which it was unveiled was unexpected, however, as the secret was revealed in divination with Professor Trelawney, a drunk Professor Trelawney. Well, it made the lesson fun, I suppose. It was about halfway through the lesson, her going over how he was going to die very soon once again as the lesson continued in the same vein. This changed when it came to Ron and his group of misfits who still seemed to be cocky even after their visit to the headmaster and their respective parents. The professor took Ron's tray, which would tell the future of the person, and looked at it for several seconds before taking off her thick glasses and wiping her eyes. She placed them back onto her nose and looked again. Confusion seemed to sweep over her features. Ron saw this and asked the question that most of the students were thinking. "What's wrong, Professor? I'm not going to die, am I?" A hint of worry in his voice as his eyes drifted to Harry. "No, no. Nothing like that. It's just..." She paused for a second to pull herself together. "I see a group of boys." "That would probably be my friends, Professor." Ron smiled smugly. Even though there was a small part of him that showed nerves, the tapping of his fingers showed this to Harry. "Yes, well, they seem to be in an activity. Probably Quidditch." "We love Quidditch," Ron spoke as the others that sat around him nodded. "There's a stick between your legs, but it is not broom." Trelawney related what she was seeing. "What?" The small ginger boy seemed confused by the comment from the professor. Trelawney continued with her assessment of the future. "You seem to be involved in some kind of group activity with your friends. The strange thing is that you aren't wearing any clothing." A number of students looked at each other confused as they tried to figure it out. Dean, Seamus, Neville and Ron sat with their mouths open, praying she wouldn't say anything else. "And that isn't legal, not even in the magical world, Mr. Weasley," the aging professor continued as she seemed to tilt her head slightly, attempting to get a different view of her vision. The group was still in shock as she picked up Neville's tray and began to read his future to the class. "I see a living room." A hopeful expression seemed to lighten up his face. "A number of people are sitting in the room, chatting." The group looked confused. "A large animal is sitting on one of the occupants' lap. A black leash connected to the neck would indicate this." "No," Dean gasped as the others looked on. "Yes, Mr. Thomas." Trelawney continued as the group tried to stop her in vain. The rest of the details were given out in the class, if not given cryptically, which kind of made the class educational as the students tried to figure out what she meant. At the end of class, Hermione looked at him like a parent would to a child when the child had done something wrong. He just picked up his arms in surrender. "I had no involvement in what had just happened." He was referring to Trelawney blurting out the gossip, not the fact that he started the rumors. Great Hall. By the time that dinner arrived, the news of Ron and his friend's sexuality was pretty known throughout the school, passing like wildfire as it spread through the years and to the paintings that hadn't heard the news until now. That left a massive amount of gossipers talking about the news, many having different opinions on the news. He listened to the mutterings as he ate his food with Hermione by his side. She'd questioned him about his involvement in this, getting an answer of "maybe I was and maybe I wasn't." "It's not right. It's against nature. I always knew Seamus was gay after he turned me down." The pair was eventually joined by Fred and George, who seemed to be in a heated conversation, as George held a letter from their mother. Why would Mum ask for the magazines then? But he can't be gay. Look at the facts, George. He hasn't had a girlfriend, he always hanged out with Harry, and he keeps magazines of male sports stars. That can be explained though. Sigh, what about when we caught him wearing Mum's dress that one time? George gulped as he remembered his youngest brother wearing the glittering dress that was their Mum's. That was a one-time occurrence, he argued. Harry took this moment to giggle at the pair as he heard the new piece of information about Ron, placing it into his blackmailing file. George looked at Harry for a moment, seeing a glint of something that he'd shown on occasion. He seemed to gasp out loud as he looked at Harry. You did this. You'll have to be more specific. You, Ron, gay, George spluttered, realizing that he'd pulled the sheet over their eyes. Oh, that. I may have had a hand in the whole situation. That's all I'll say, he whispered carefully. Their conversation was interrupted unexpectedly as he saw movement from the bottom of the table. Ronald Weasley stood straight and coughed several times. I am not gay, Ron screamed through the masses, hating the negative attention he was receiving. I am not gay, either. Dean was the next to speak out. I am not gay, Seamus yelled, adding, I've only worn a thong for a BET, and sat back down to be greeted to a number of giggles. I am not gay, Neville slouched as he spoke, speaking quieter than the others. And I don't own a leash because I don't have a dog. Well, that was unexpected, Harry said as the hall erupted into conversation. Thursday. Potions. Bloody potions. Bloody double potions. Bloody double potions with Snape. This is terrible, Potter. Worse than your father, which is an achievement in itself. Snape sneered at him, trying to get a rise out of him. Harry had to use all his inner strength to contain himself, contain the side that wanted to punch him in his gut. Sorry, Professor, he grinded his teeth. Sorry isn't good enough, Potter. One mistake and you could kill yourself, and as much as I'd like to see that, Dumbledore would be displeased. A number of the Slytherins present laughed. Ron and Dean for once didn't react to the ridicule of Harry, knowing that he was somehow responsible for their outing. Sorry, Professor. You're useless. There's no way you'll ever be an Auror whilst I'm teaching this subject. Hermione sat on his side as she seemed to inch away from him, expecting an explosion any time now. I know, Professor. Snape seemed to be running out of ideas as he tried to get Harry to fight back to no avail. He thought that the insult of his father would have set him off, but he was wrong as the boy took it in his stride. Seeing only one thing that he could do to embarrass the young boy, work with Miss Greengrass for the rest of the lesson, Potter, Snape told him. Daphne looked up in confusion as she heard her head of year say her name, even more confused when a number of students seemed to be staring at her. I should have been listening. She worked constantly on her Ice Queen demeanor, and this attention wasn't welcomed. Did you hear me, Potter? Go and join Miss Greengrass, Snape sneered once again as Harry saw no other choice, needing a good education in potions even if it was Snape teaching it. Daphne meanwhile sat open-mouthed, her mask of indifference dropping for a couple of seconds as she saw the young man approach her desk as she placed another ingredient into her cauldron. No bloody way. Harry took his seat next to the Ice Queen, looking at her face for a moment, only to look back down as he looked at her unpleasant expression. In all honesty, Daphne was probably the best-looking student in his year, but her attitude to people was a real turn-off. She had beautiful flowing blonde hair while her skin held a small tint of brown. Her lips were full while her eyes shined a beautiful blue. Deadly but beautiful. As the lesson continued with Snape hovering over certain students' cauldrons, Harry observed Daphne closely, looking at her body language to see what she was hiding from everyone else. He seemed to be getting better at this ever since his meeting with Dumbledore, which had happened only a couple of days ago. On his third occasion of his gazing at her, she seemed to catch him in the act as the full intensity of her gaze switched onto him. What the hell are you staring at, Potter? Might as well tell her. Can't really get much worse. I was looking at your incredible beauty. She seemed to pause for a moment, disbelieving that he had just said that, given a compliment to a Slytherin of all people. When she got her thoughts together, the words formed in her mind as she gave her typical response. I know I am, Potter. A girl with confidence, I like it. Just thought I'd let you know, he mused as he began to chop up some ingredients, bending down as he reached for the textbook needed, leaving her have a nice eyeful of his buttocks. He smiled as he heard Daphne's breathing stop as she looked at the sight. Daphne looked down to see his ass waving in her face, not knowing if she was offended or pleased to see the sight. At least some of Potter is bearable. He brought his body back to its natural position as he continued the cutting, placing the textbook in front of him. When he was done, he interrupted what she was doing. Here are the buddy routes. She looked down at them, not happy with the result. You need to cut them a lot finer, Potter, she lectured him, taking the buddy route and chopping them up to her high standards. Harry stayed silent as he didn't practically want to get into an argument with Daphne over something so mundane. So instead of fighting with his lab partner, he looked over the textbook that sat open in front of them, reading the instructions inside his head so he could remember if need be. Daphne, meanwhile, seemed to be calm on the outside but was anything but inside. She bit his head off when he offered her the ingredient, which was pretty perfect, but she didn't let him know it because she was a bitch. He only offered his help and you bite his head off. I need to keep up my Ice Queen demeanor. There's too many Slytherins paying attention. Her thoughts were interrupted as she picked up a random ingredient and attempted to throw it into the cauldron, only to be stopped when she felt a hand grasp her arm tightly, looking up to see Harry Potter stopping her from placing the ingredient into the cauldron. Let go of me, Potter, she almost growled. I should, as he looked at her hand tighten around the ingredient. Let go. This time she seemed to turn her body towards his. This attracted a number of observers from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. But he trailed off as Daphne did something he wasn't expecting, forgetting one important rule from George and Fred. Always protect your privates when around a woman, especially an angry woman. This was proven as her knee made contact with his privates, sending him to the ground in pain and making a number of students laugh out loud. Never touch me again, Potter, she spat as she turned back to the cauldron and released the ingredient she was holding. Harry saw this and attempted to warn her, but it was to no avail as the cauldron began to shake violently. Shit. Daphne looked at it wide-eyed as the cauldron began to ooze foam. Foam that didn't seem to stop as she tried to stop the flow with many different spells. She was joined a moment later when Harry lifted his body from the floor, casting his own spells at the foam that now a number of students in the next row seemed to be noticing. You never add Hiltoop to Buddy Reap, he said, which received a gasp from Daphne, knowing that the combination would cause an explosion. Professor Snape, Harry called as he began to run out of ideas. We've got a situation here. There's always a situation when you're involved, Potter, Snape muttered, looking at a student's cauldron instead of theirs. I really think you should see this, he called a little louder, backing up a couple of steps as he placed his hand in Daphne's to pull her back as well. The cauldron, meanwhile, seemed to be getting to its boiling point as it spluttered a stream of wild foam upwards. Fine, Potter, but you bet. Bang! The cauldron erupted, chucking all the contents outwards, splattering every student in the room and Snape, who seemed to be speaking at the time as the foam seemed to have covered his face and mouth. At the time of eruption, Harry chucked his cloak over Daphne and himself to avoid most of the mess. Potter, Snape screamed out as he wiped the foam from his eyes. Yes, Professor, he knew that this wasn't going to end well for him, even if Daphne admitted to the crime. Dumbledore now, Snape roared out loud as the students in the room seemed to be recovering from the attack. Harry stood slowly while looking into the bright eyes of Daphne Greengrass. Her mask seemed to be missing in action as he saw a mixture of confusion and sorrow etched on her beautiful face. You owe me for this, he leant in to whisper to her, which seemed to get the message across as she nodded. He got up and walked towards the livid potions master, realizing that this situation couldn't really be any worse as he spoke loudly. He walked down to the front of the class, stepping in between desks as he looked at the students' faces looking at him, some angry while others looked shocked as they wiped their faces clean. As he got nearer the slightly shaken Snape, he began to talk. I did warn you, Professor. Shut it, Potter. I told you I needed your help. Get out of my class. But no, you're too good to listen to me, he continued as if Snape hadn't spoken. Hermione looked at him, giving him a disappointed shake of the head as he passed her, making him sigh as he walked past her. I really hate Snape. Dumbledore's office. Harry Severus, what can I do for you two today? Snape seemed to be shaking in anger as he relaxed his hold around Harry's robes. He blew up my room. This piece of vermin blew up my room. Snape yelled in fury and shock as the emotions flowed from the greasy-haired potions master. Severus, please do not refer to Mr. Potter as vermin. Snape at this time took his chance to calm down to more manageable levels as Dumbledore asked for Harry's perspective. I was brewing my potion as told in the book until my cauldron began to shake, sir. I must have made a mistake somewhere. He dipped his head for added effect. A plan came out of nowhere as he looked at Snape for a moment. A plan that would eventually get Snape to relent in his torture of him. He would act innocent for now. I always knew you were like your father, Potter. He never paid attention in potions, and it looks like that trait has been passed on. Snape spat the sentence, anger levels increasing as the boy sat there looking innocent. I am trying, Headmaster, I really am. It's just that I can't seem to get it right. He pleaded with the headmaster. You'll never be an Auror, Potter. Not while I'm teaching. We'll see about that. Severus, that's enough. Can't you see that Mr. Potter is upset about this incident? Dumbledore looked at Harry tenderly. I did try to ask for help from Professor Snape, but he declined. He offered as he shuffled his feet. Severus. Dumbledore looked sternly at Snape, knowing the potion's master's reluctance to help Harry. Snape stayed silent for a moment, knowing that the young boy was telling the truth in this case. He did, but he always needs help. If I spent all my time on one student, then I wouldn't be able to help others who may be more in need. Harry needed to hold in a snort as Snape spoke, knowing the information coming from his mouth was bollocks. I understand that, Professor. He directly looked at Snape. But I really needed help, he added. Snape knew that he was playing a game with him, trying to do something that he didn't see coming just yet. You do have a point, Severus, but you should have known how serious the incident was by Mr. Potter's voice. But, Harry cut in, you shouldn't blame Professor Snape. I was the one that blew up the room. I should be punished. I agree, Snape replied slightly slower as he tried to see what Harry was doing. Hermione helps me as much as she can, but she's not a master in potions, Headmaster. Take the bait, he thought, knowing the plan was almost done if the headmaster figured out what his prized pupil needed. Dumbledore thought for a couple of minutes, leaving the room in complete silence as Snape tried to catch Harry's eye, planning a soundless legitimacy attack to find out the truth, but Harry seemed to know to avoid eye contact as the young teen set his eyes to admire a portrait. Finally, the silence was broken as Dumbledore began to speak, arriving at a decision when it came to Harry Potter. Harry, I think you need some private lessons with Professor Snape. Yippee. Harry interrupted Dumbledore mid-sentence, thanking the heavens that Dumbledore had arrived at this conclusion. I couldn't. Professor Snape's time is precious. Nonsense, Severus would thrilled to teach you. Snape, on the other hand, had his mouth wide opened, realizing what was about to happen as Harry Potter. His mortal enemy was going to be spending more time with him, and by the look in Dumbledore's eyes, he'd have to teach him, not use him as an elf. Dumbledore, I must oppose. He trailed off as he saw the glare from Dumbledore, knowing he was never going to get out of this. Harry spoke again. If it's okay with Professor Snape, Dumbledore's glare seemed to intensify as it gave the order to agree with Harry, which he did as he broke eye contact with Dumbledore. Then we're done then. You will meet Professor Snape every Tuesday evening. Harry nodded while Snape gave a curt nod. You may both leave. I'll have a word with you later, Severus, Dumbledore warned Snape. As they exited the office, the first thing that Harry was greeted to was the tough feeling of the stone wall that stuck into his back. Snape billowed over him as he slammed his small body into the wall, holding his robes tightly. Why did you do that, Potter? Snape growled out. Harry smiled at Snape as he felt the heat rising of the pale man's body. Payback, he replied simply. Just think, Snape, we'll be spending an awful lot of time together. Time where you won't be able to avoid me. You've abused your power for too long, and I plan on making your life a living hell. You make my life a living hell. You're going to be lucky if you can still walk once I'm through with you, Potter. Doubtful, he pushed Snape backwards slightly as his strength was realized. If you misbehave, I'll tell Dumbledore about your methods of teaching, and I'd bet he'd be much more inclined to believe me than you. I never thought you were a person that would run to his mommy, Snape drawled, quickly realizing what he'd said about Lily as he tried to backtrack on himself. Harry's fists tensed as he looked at Snape with fury. A fury that he'd even say his mother's name in such a manner. "I'm going to let you off this time, Snape," he growled, warning the professor, who seemed to back up a couple of steps. "But if you mention my mother again in that manner," he knelt in to whisper, "I'll hurt you." He began to walk away from the cowering professor after a couple of seconds leering over him. "I'll see you on Tuesday, Professor," he spoke levelly as he forced a neutral tone to reply to the professor. "Is Potter going dark?" The band. Room of requirement. That many. Harry sounded shocked. "I don't think this room can grow by that size." "Don't worry, Harry. It's only a couple hundred." "Only a couple," his voice raised in pitch. "You're insane." "Stop worrying." George tried to calm the boy that sat on the floor, nervously tapping his fingers against the wooden floor. "Yeah. Stop worrying, Harry. You'll give yourself a heart attack." Harry couldn't help but laugh as he heard this assessment of a possible death. "I've fought a certain Dark Lord on several occasions and lived, but this party." He trailed off. "Take deep breaths, Harry," Fred interrupted him. Harry looked up and took his advice to calm himself. When they'd met in the room for progress in planning the party, he didn't expect the attendance that was predicted, 132 students stuck in a hot room. He had tried on a number of occasions to set up the place, thinking of a stage for the band and a small bar which Dobby and a number of other elves had volunteered to serve the students with different beverages. He'd seen a number of pictures of Muggle nightclubs in the newspaper that he'd seen while serving the Dursleys breakfast every morning. The good news when it came to the numbers attending the party was that no Slytherins would be coming, seeing as Fred and George didn't have any links in that house. This was the same with the other schools that attended the Hogwarts for the Triwizard Cup. He had to admit he was a bit disappointed that no Beauxbatons students were invited, seeing as they were extremely beautiful with a number of Velas being present. He had to remind himself the abilities that Velas had, just in case he dated one in the future, seeing as a potential breakup could be hazardous to his health. "What about the band?" "Oh yeah, we got a well-known band called Young Witches." Harry sat there with no idea who the band was, and the twins could see this confusion as well, so they explained further. "They're the brand new thing. The band everyone wants but most can't afford." "Which weekly number one up and coming band?" Fred continued with the explanation. They smiled at him, trying to get the point across. "If they're so hot, how did you get them to play here?" "Well, they may be fans of a certain young man. A man who's as elusive as they are." "Who?" he asked, sure he wouldn't like the answer. "He goes by Harry Potter." Harry gave them a confused look, a look which asked, why were they fans of his? "Seriously, Harry, do you ever read the gossip magazines? Your picture is plastered across it." Fred continued as George thought of some gossip magazines which materialized, dropping in his arms. "Harry Potter the Eligible Bachelor." George read a magazine title and chucked it to the ground. "Harry Potter, Sex God?" "Harry Potter the Bad Boy." That was more recent. 11 inches. Harry's wand size. But which one? Okay, I get it," Harry replied quickly as the magazines seemed to be getting filthier as the pile grew in size. "How are we going to get the band into the castle?" Their grins grew as he asked the question that they were most proud of. "Simple, Harry. Hogsmeade." "Hogsmeade?" he asked, confused. "Yeah, Hogsmeade is this weekend. You meet them there and you take them to the castle via the secret passage. It seems an awful lot of trouble for them to go through," he responded as he realized how much trouble the band was going through, especially a band of their stature. "They really want to meet you, Harry." Fred spoke with a glint in his eye, something he seemed to be missing. "They're big fans this time." Fred smiled. "I'm not going to like this, am I?" "I think you'll like it very much indeed," George told him, replying cryptically. "Moving on then," Harry spoke, planning on dealing with the band at a later time. "Have you got any questions?" "Yes, how are we going to get all the students into this room? It'll look a little suspicious if you have 100 students coming to this floor. Plus, it may attract younger students." Harry smiled as he'd realized this early on in the planning. He needed to find a way to keep the room relatively secret yet let people enter it. Thankfully, when the thought came up, he was in the room of requirement, which granted his need. This was discovered when he left the room, somehow exiting right next to the portrait of the fat lady. I found that the room's exit/entrance can form almost anywhere in the castle apart from areas that are private. Cool. Yeah, I'll form several entrance points which should let students enter the room without being noticed. To add extra insurance, I've added an age restriction spell on the door. No one older than a certain age can enter while no one younger than a certain enter the room, he explained, remembering coming across the spell while he was in the library with Hermione. What would happen, though, when they see the older students disappear? Thought of that too. I've placed a mild memory charm, making the student that runs across the door unable to remember what had happened for several minutes, hopefully allowing the door to close in the meantime. The planning continued into the night as all of the loose ends were tied up for the most part. The ones that still needed to be sorted were the band, which Harry agreed to meet in Hogsmeade the following day. Saturday. Hogsmeade. It was the day of the party as he and the twins were busy trying to set up everything. Fred and George's job was to tell everyone who was coming where the entrances were, seeing as that information wasn't given out when they'd spread the word. Harry's job, on the other hand, was to pick up the band in Hogsmeade Village, interested to see what the whole fuss was about after he found that even Hermione knew who they were. Harry had arrived in the village quite early as he wanted to meet them on time, trying to make a good impression after the time and effort they went through to get here. The twins had told him that they'd arranged the meeting to take place in the Hog's Head at noon. The Hog's Head was the chosen mainly because of the lack of customers the small pub held. Not many students would enter the pub, seeing as it was considered dirty by many. The glasses would never be fully clean and dust had fallen all over the place. No fans to bother the band, I guess. This was the destination he set off to as he made his way into the village, forging a letter of consent from his relatives, a trick that Fred had taught him a couple of nights ago. As he made his way deeper and deeper in the village, he noticed a few people look at him, some in anger, mostly the men, and some in lust, mostly the women. He quickly spotted the pub after a couple of minutes of walking as he looked to see if anyone else was around who may have been tracking him. Seeing and feeling as if he was safe, he made his way into the battered pub, the pub that nearly all sane people avoided. The pub looked so old when he walked in, receiving a grunt from the barman whose dirty gray hair hanged over his eyes, kind of like a shaggy dog. "Could I get a butterbeer, please?" The barman grunted again and went to work as he picked up a half-clean glass and filled it up with the golden liquid. Harry placed a couple of galleons on the counter as he took his drink, allowing the barman to take the money to pay for the beverage. He took the glass and made his way to a nearby table. The creaks of the wooden flooring could be heard as he walked away from the bar. When he finally took his seat, he fixed his gaze upon the door, waiting patiently as he nursed his drink as he saw the time. 11:45. The waiting game began as every couple of seconds he would look at the wooden door that opened now and then. Letting people in that intentions didn't seem good. Probably smuggling. Finally the clock struck 12, but Harry was still without his band, feet tapping away at the ground nervously as he waited for them. He guessed that they were a girl band, seeing as the name suggested such a thing. He assumed they were relatively young, seeing as they called themselves young witches. That was pretty much all he could summarize about them, regretting a little that he hadn't researched them further. He was so lost in his thoughts of the band that he didn't notice three figures that were donned out in long black cloaks with a hood that covered their appearance. The figures seemed to spot their destination as they flowed past the barman and advanced on the table that housed a teenage boy. Harry Potter?" they inquired as Harry's head shot up to see the cloaked figures leaning over him. "Yes," he replied carefully, reaching for his wand slowly. The figures seemed to sway somewhat as they looked at him. A smile creased their hoods slightly. They eventually pulled down their hoods to reveal their flawless good looks. Harry was not an exception as he looked at the group. The one on the right stood at around 5'6", had long flowing brown hair that framed her face beautifully. Her eyes shone a beautiful blue which contrasted beautifully with her pale skin color. Her lips were full and were colored with a deep red lipstick. The central figure was a blonde to Harry's delight. Her face was a lot more rounded than the brunette, while her eyes were a dark brown. She also seemed to be wearing some makeup as he looked at her skin that seemed to be darker than it should. The final figure that stood to his left seemed to be rocking a slightly rock chick kind of style. Her hair seemed to have been dyed to a bright orange. Nothing like the natural kind like the Weasleys showed. She wore heavy makeup with dark eyeliner being used, Her nose was also pierced with a small stud. From what he could see, he would guess that they were in their early 20s to their late teens. "Hello, Harry Potter," the middle girl greeted him. "I'm Sophia." This, she indicated to her right where the rock chick stood, is Haley, and finally this, she indicated to her left, is Naomi, and we are young witches. Harry looked at them, befuddled to the reason that they'd come here because of him. As he realized he was staring, he quickly stood up, knocking his half-empty glass onto his jeans. Bollocks! He tried to wipe himself off while the girls looked at him hungrily as he tried to dry himself. He finally got his wand and performed a drying charm upon his trouser, which was met with pouts from the girls. "Nice to meet you. I've never met three angels at the same time before." He flirted, which got a number of giggles from two of the girls while Haley didn't really react. It would have been difficult to tell even if she had blushed, seeing as the makeup covered her face so well. "Clever. And you can call me Harry if you'd like. Harry Potter sounds too formal," he added. "Okay, Harry," Naomi spoke, swaying as she spoke his name, loving that she was on a first-name basis with Harry Bloody Potter. "Would you like to go back to Hogwarts or stay here for a while?" he asked, wondering if this was the place that three beautiful girls should be hanging out at. The girls seemed to think the same thing as they looked around the bar cautiously, finally deciding as a group when they made their way back to Harry. "We'll be fine as long as you're here to protect us," Sophia replied happily as they took their places around the table. When they got comfortable, Harry needed to know what was so special about him that would make them come to the castle in the manner that would happen later on. "Why are you going through so much trouble? Even I don't think it's worth the effort of the prize." "Well, Harry, me and Naomi have been fans of yours for years, as we read about you in Witch Weekly nearly every week. All the stories it told us about you and the gossip, it made us want to meet you." Naomi seemed to sigh heavily as she thought back to the days. "As we grew up, we thought we'd get over you, but then it started to say that you defeated the Dark Lord for a second time." She seemed to indicate to Harry for him to fill them in on the truth of the gossip. "Guilty as charged," he muttered. "That article made me want to meet you even more." Naomi shared my views. She seemed to settle on that word of you. "Were you in school together? I thought I would have seen you at Hogwarts if you came here." "Me and Naomi came from the same school, Haley." She indicated to girl that seemed to be more interested in her fingernails than the conversation. "We met when we got out of school. We didn't go to Hogwarts. We went to Salem in America, as you can probably tell with our accents." "Cool," he spoke, only just realizing that their accents were slightly off. "Anyway, a couple of days ago we got a letter from a fan. A letter which set every other piece of fan mail on fire," Haley muttered from her corner. "Yeah, caught our attention all right," Naomi added as she looked like she was living a dream. "But we couldn't have been more surprised when it said that Harry Potter had invited us to attend a party at Hogwarts. A party where we'd perform to the guy that we had been obsessed over for the past couple of years. It was like fate, and I have to admit that you have lived up to my expectations." "Well, thank you, kind miss," he thanked her as he grasped her hand slightly, pulling it towards his mouth where he placed a small kiss upon the back of the hand. Sophia went a deep shade of red as she saw what Harry was doing, making that moment the best in her life. "I may never wash my hand again," she sighed softly as she felt the moisture on her hand as she moved it against the air. Harry smiled and continued with the questions, discovering that Naomi and Sophia were both from New York. Their families were pretty rich before the stardom. Sophia's parents were very successful wand makers, possibly the best in the world was what Sophia thought. Naomi's parents worked for the ministry in America, passing laws that would allow better right for werewolves, vampires, and other half-breeds. Haley, however, didn't really say much, only muttering the odd correction here and then. The rock girl was born somewhere in Europe. She wouldn't say anything more. Didn't say anything about her parents apart from that they were losers. He also discovered that Sophia was very forward when it came to what she wanted, rubbing his thigh underneath the table. Naomi was quieter than the others, only speaking when he asked her something. Haley didn't seem to care that much for him, lying lazily in the chair the whole time. It kind of freaked him out as he looked in Sophia's eyes, the intensity of them, promising of things to come. This party was going to be interesting for him, that was for sure. Defeating Voldemort all those times seems to be giving me something in return. The time passed by in an instant as the three of them talked while Haley looked at her nails lovingly. After a long time in the pub, Harry decided it was time to leave and get back to Hogwarts. They'd be using a passage which was most likely going to be muddy, damp and dark, seeing as it was the winter. He cast a charm on their clothing which made all dirt that may be picked up in the passage to slide off like it was water. The group slowly descended into the passage, Harry helping them as two of them clung to his body for support, or to cop a feel, he wasn't sure. Haley made her own way down, almost falling as she tripped slightly, resulting in her being caught by Harry, who let go as soon as she was upright. They began to walk into darkness. Their wands were the only thing that brought light to the passage. Haley, who seemed to have taken the lead, was muttering curses at this idea, having to go through all this trouble just to attend some stupid party. They said you'd enjoy it, they said it was going to be fun. Last time I listened to them, Haley muttered as she tried to reenact what they'd said to convince her. Harry kept on listening silently, finally deciding to act as he left the other girl's side, indicating to the girl in front. "Hi," Harry said simply. This seemed to shock Haley as she jumped slightly as Harry appeared from nowhere. "What do you want?" she blurted out. "Nothing, just want to talk," he offered. Talk to your love-struck puppies back there," she responded as she tossed her hair backwards, indicating to the girls that walked a couple of feet behind. "Nah," he waved. "I've listened to them for the past hour and a half. I think I know everything there is to know about them. But you, I don't," he finished as he really was intrigued about the brightly ginger-haired girl. "I'm not going to talk to you," Haley spat, hating that another guy was probably only talking to her to get into her pants. "Fine," he replied simply. "I think I'll walk with you if that's okay," he asked, which got no response from the aggravated girl. He took this as a positive as he walked beside her silently. Only the sounds of the giggles coming from the girls behind broke the silence. After a couple of minutes walking, Harry looked it down, catching a glimpse of the back of her hand. An image of some sort adorned her hand as he quickly realized what it was. "Nice tattoo." She seemed confused for a moment as Harry spoke. As she looked at him and what he was indicating to, she realized what he'd seen. "Yeah, it's a guitar," she showed him as she pulled her sleeve back slightly. "The instrument I play in the band," she added. As they went into another patch of silence, Haley decided to chuck him a bone. "Do you have any ink?" Harry was caught off guard as she asked him a question that inquired about his life, his body. "I don't have any ink," she nodded as if she's expected it, "but I have been marked." He pulled up his sleeve to show 2 puncture marks that had been given to him by the basilisk in the 2nd year. They still hadn't healed properly, which left the scars that graced his skin. Haley, meanwhile, looked at his arm, mouth open slightly, completely caught off guard as she looked at 2 large holes that had healed over slightly. She looked up to Harry to see if it was okay to touch, which she got a nod to proceed. Her fingers gently touched his arm, circling around the holes as another finger went into the dip of skin. By this point, the whole group had stopped walking, allowing the other girls to see what Haley was seeing. Amazed as much as her as their hands seemed to drift to his arm, only being stopped as Haley turned a possessive glare upon her bandmates. After a couple more seconds of observation, Haley looked up while trying to gather enough air into her lungs to ask the question. Harry took pity as he told her. "A basilisk, Haley." A basilisk. That's impossible. You lie." She dropped his arm, allowing the sleeve to fall over the scar. "Nah," he argued. "One of the founders placed the snake in the school as protection. It was awoken when his heir arrived at Hogwarts, petrifying a number of students, which eventually led to me fighting the beast," he explained. "Let's walk and talk," he suggested. "A boy shouldn't have lived," she muttered loudly. "Yeah, a boy wouldn't, but Harry Potter would." He smiled as Haley hit him slightly, trying to make the point that this wasn't funny. "Wait, if you'd been bitten, you should be dead." "Right again. But Fawkes the Phoenix saved me by crying on the wound. Amazing creature he is." "Wow," Sophia and Naomi responded in awe while Haley tried to shake off the shock, but was found wanting as her hand drifted to his arm once again. "Wow," she breathed. The group continued their trek to the castle. Haley seemed a lot more receptive when he asked her questions about herself. Nothing personal, because he didn't really want to push his luck. In all honesty, he liked her most out of all the girls, seeming to have more behind her than the others did. She was a challenge and he liked a challenge. Haley told him that she had a number of tattoos that were scattered amongst her body. some in places he would see and others in places that there was a very low chance of him seeing. Exactly, he liked the challenge. The group finally made it to the castle. Harry helped them out of the passage like the gentleman he was. Haley accepted the help this time because she didn't like the idea of falling on her face. Hogwarts. They finally made it to the elusive castle as the band stared at it in awe. It's massive. Too easy. It's the biggest I've ever seen. Way too easy. I've seen bigger, Haley muttered from her position as she looked at the castle. You must get around then, he finally spoke. The other two broke out in a fit of laughter after what he insinuated about the girl. Haley heard as well as she drew her arm back and punched him in the back. Hey! I was talking about your knowledge of castles. I bet you were. Haley began to walk off towards the nearest door. You don't even know where you're going, he tried to tell her as she walked. I'll find my own way, Haley almost yelled as she walked into the castle. As a result, he just sighed and took off after her, Sophia and Naomi following. It'd probably be better if she didn't get caught inside the castle by Snape. God knows what the man would do to her. The party. No bloody way. No freaking way. No fucking way. Haley looked on in awe as the room transformed into a massive space decked out with a stage and a bar and comfy seats placed around the room for the guests to rest. The center was going to be a dance floor by the look of things, a place where all the guests would flock to as the band began to play. I know, Harry spoke. You can set up in here. He walked the band over to a small room. It gives direct access to the stage. The girls nodded as they listened to him. Okay. I think I've explained everything. I'll go to get ready. That's fine, Harry. We'll be setting up. Sophia and the rest walked off, admiring the room before they went into their private room. His gaze followed the girls as they headed for their changing room, eyes roaming over their sexy bodies as they strutted away. He knew that they probably knew he was looking and was proven correct as Sophia looked back and winked at him before disappearing into the room. This party is going to be interesting. He went into his own changing room and began to get ready for the party as the minutes ticked by, nearing the time of the party. Fred, George, Alicia, Angelina, and Katie would be the first to arrive. Fred brought Angelina while George brought Alicia, which left him with Katie, which definitely wasn't a bad thing. He chucked on some black trousers, a clean white shirt and a black jacket. Black shoes completed the ensemble. The party was billed as smart casual, whom the twins had to explain to a number of students the term for the dress code. In all hearts of hearts, he didn't think it would end smart casual. Heck, it'd be lucky if they were still wearing clothes by the end, or according to the twins, which he had a sneaky suspicion would be more than helpful if the chance came to take of the Alicia's and Angelina's clothes. Not that he'd be willing to do the same for Katie if she asked. When he finished getting dressed, he made his way out into the main room, admiring his creation as he looked around the beautiful room that was decorated with a mixture of all the house colors apart from Slytherin, as he didn't expect any of them to attend. The walls were covered with a light blue with banners showing the houses that were present. A bar was set up along the east side wall, where the elves would pop into existence when needed, while on the west side were a number of rooms all set up for private use. He didn't really like that feature, but Fred and George had warned him. If they didn't have anywhere private to do the act, then the dance floor would end up being a large orgy. Not something he practically wanted to happen, especially when a number of the girls attending weren't as attractive as what he'd been used to. The party would kick off at 8 p.m. while Fred and George and the dates would arrive there at 7:45, leaving them the opportunity to observe the scene of the party. As the time passed, Harry found himself to be getting more and more nervous, worrying about mundane things like, would the people like me? What if we got caught? Could this room take the weight of over 100 students bouncing up and down on it? His worrying was interrupted as the people that he was expecting walked through the door, looking around amazed as they took in the scenery. You've outdone yourself, Harry, Fred said in awe. Wow, Katie walked into the room, leaving Harry to feel insignificant as he looked at her beautiful form. She wore a beautiful dress, black in color with a necklace wrapped around her beautiful neck. Her legs were on show, which looked magnificent, and the cherry on the top was the way the dress wrapped around her body, letting nothing to the imagination. I could say the same thing, Harry said as he wrapped his arms around her. She responded by resting her head upon his shoulder. Ah, look at the happy couple, George cooed as Angelina and Alicia joined the twins by their sides. He had to admit that the twins had taste. Angelina wore torn jeans which showed off her, but which Fred seemed to have a hand upon, while Alicia looked very cute. She looked pure, which made her look all the better. I see that the twins have some taste when it comes to their choice of women. He complimented Alicia and Angelina, which seemed to get the twins to tighten their grips on their dates. Angelina blushed at his comment while Alicia had to close her mouth tightly to stop from giggling. You better keep an eye of them, Fred, George, he spoke to the twins, or I may sweep them of their feet. Hey, what about me? Katie pouted adorably. I've already swept you of your feet, dear. He smiled as her pout seemed to increase in intensity. To fix this, Harry planted a kiss upon her lips, letting her know how he feels about her in the process. As he separated from her, he could see the looks on Alicia and Angelina. They almost looked jealous. Oh no. He looked to Fred and George to see they were not overly impressed with that stunt, glaring at him as Katie seemed to sway slightly from side to side. Why don't you take the girls on a tour of this place? He suggested to Fred and George.
Fine, Fred granted.
Would you girls like to follow us? This seemed to knock the girls out of their current state as the twins led them around the room. Yeah, of course. Lead the way, Angelina stuttered as her eyes strayed away from Harry's finely crafted buttocks. Harry stood there as he watched the group walk away, sighing a sigh of relief as Fred and George turned their gaze upon the girls. He knew that he'd have to get rid of the group at one point so he could make the multiple entrances to the room, allowing the partygoers to come in and start the party. I need a door next to Hufflepuff's common room, one appeared in the stone wall. I need a door next to Ravenclaw's common room. I need a door next to Gryffindor's common room. The final door appeared right in front of him, painted in red as it indicated who would be entering through the door. Finally, at around 7:55, students began to flood into the room as the doors creaked open. All of the people that entered were smartly dressed for the most part, wearing proper shoes and in some cases ties which weren't really needed unless they had other things planned for later. Looking at their dates, he could presume that that wasn't going to happen. The crowds got bigger and bigger. The chatter was increasing as Harry stood in the center of the room, and a number of students had already crowded around him with various different reactions. All right, quieten down, people, he yelled as the number of people entering began to thin. The bar is over to your right and will serve almost every beverage that the elves have in stock. Do not talk down to the elves or you'll be ejected from the party, or the elves will hurt you. A number of older students began to laugh as they saw who was speaking. Why should we listen to you and your rules, Potter? In fact, why are you even here? I thought this was a party for older students. A number of students seemed to nod in agreement. Before he could retort, Fred and George stood in front of Harry, protecting him from the masses. Harry is here because it was his idea to set up the party. He's the one that found the space to hold it. He's the one that provided alcohol that is sitting at the bar. We, Fred indicated to George, and himself only brought in the masses. So if you can't follow Harry's rules, or you can piss off, George took over from his brother. A number of the attendees seemed to mutter annoyed slurs until they realized that they had very little to do tonight if it weren't for this party. When the contingent of students became silent, accepting the fact that the young man was in charge, Fred and George gave him the sign to continue. Thank you, George. Fred, he thanked them for their help. Now, the bathrooms are over to your right. Everyone looked in that direction. Please do your business in there, he almost begged. There are some private rooms to your left and the band will be on at 9. So enjoy yourself. He ended happily as music began to thump, loosening the limbs as Harry, Fred and George dragged their dates to the dance floor. Harry placed one of his hands on Katie's hip while the other gripped her hand as he led her around the room to the beat. He'd chosen a soft song to start the night as a number of other students joined them while the rest crowded in front of the bar, already in the need to get drunk. The songs that followed were a lot more upbeat, letting Harry switch partners with Fred and George, which ended up with Angelina placing both hands upon his arse while Alicia went for his crotch, making him both aroused and uncomfortable as he tried to angle himself away from Fred and George's gaze. Would you like a drink, Katie? He asked her as he danced with her for the 3rd time so far. Katie smiled as she looked into Harry's emerald eyes. Yes, please, she whispered. What would you like? Surprise me, she replied huskily as he walked away, noticing her eyes appraising him. As he approached the bar, he noticed someone that he knew, a boy that he'd met at the beginning of the year. Cedric, he spoke loudly as he tried to get the young man's attention. Cedric, he tried again, successfully gaining his attention as he walked over to his spot by the bar. Hey Harry, Cedric replied cheerily. The alcohol was already having an effect as he looked to his side to see a cute girl clutched to his side. Awesome party. Thanks, but there's much more to come, he hinted as he looked at Cedric's date. Hi, I'm Harry Potter, he stuck his hand out. Cho Chong, she shook it as Cedric sipped on the drink that was placed in his hand. Nice to meet you. No, it's a pleasure to meet you, he appraised her as he took her hand and placed a chaste kiss upon it. Cedric not noticing as he admired a couple of girls that had already removed their skirts. Wow, Cedric sighed silently as Harry switched his attention back to the Hufflepuff. Cedric seemed to zone back to Harry as he looked at his date. This is our first date, Cedric spoke as he intertwined his fingers with Cho. It's awesome so far. Are you enjoying yourself? He asked Cho politely. It's pretty fun, but like you said, it's only really begun. Precisely, he said as he noticed Katie approaching them, wondering where he'd got to no doubt. He turned his attention back to the bar and picked up a couple of plastic cups which were already filled with liquid. Katie was now standing next to him as he got the cup and gave it to her. Katie, this is Cho and Cedric. Cho, Cedric, this is Katie. I know them, Harry, she said like it was obvious. Good to see you guys, she spoke as she leaned forward to shake hands, Cedric getting a peek at Katie's cleavage in the process. Harry was about to do something to discourage this until Cedric yelped out in pain as Cho stood on his foot with her high-heeled shoes. What wrong? Katie asked worriedly, worried that she might have hurt him in the handshake. Nothing, Cedric muttered as he looked at Cho with a guilty face. Must have stubbed my toe on something. He continued as he downed his drink in one. Oh look, I need another drink. Would you like to join me? Cho? He asked as Cho sighed, saying her goodbyes to the pair and making her way to Cedric. They make a nice couple, Katie spoke as they walked away. Yeah, he replied absent-minded. But God knows who he'll end up with at the end of the night, he added in his head. Do you feel like sitting down for a while, he asked her. I'm all danced out. You better not be Mr. I'm entitled to 10 dances with Mr. Potter. 10. Yes, 10. The same number of girls that you've checked out, she said, her tone laced with humor as Harry I drifted once again. Make that 12. Fine, you've talked me into it. Even though you already get special privileges. Special privileges, she asked him, only to be answered as Harry attacked her with his lips and tongue, shocking her as she didn't have time to shut her mouth before his lips crashed down upon his. Exactly, special privileges, he whispered sexily as he separated from her. He led her to the leather-coated chairs, hands joined as he took his seat, pulling Katie on top of him as she sat of his lap. The two of them sat as they chatted about nothing in particular, just catching up with each other. The pleasant conversation was rudely interrupted as they could both hear the smug voice of Roger Davies talking to his guy friends. Yeah, me and Fleur are like this. Roger twisted his fingers, trying to show how tight they were. I'm sorry ladies, but no one can touch this, he pointed to his body. I'm sorry for disappointing you, but I'm saving myself. He seemed to become louder as a number of disinterested girls ignored the boy. Fleur and I are meant to be, and I'll be the guy to take her. Katie snorted loudly at that point as Roger turned his glare upon her. What are you snorting about? He asked, his tone raised slightly until her realized what he was doing and relaxed slightly. Like I said, I'm sorry I'm unavailable, but don't take your anger out on me. Harry knew he had to intervene then. Are you saying Katie isn't good enough for you? He asked, intrigued to the way that the arrogant boy would reply. Of course not. Katie would be a good catch for anyone. Are you insinuating I'm a slut? Katie spoke with an angry undertone as she got of Harry's lap. No. It's just me and Fleur are meant to be together. I've got a better chance of dating Fleur than you, she spoke. Harry hid a small giggle while others around the pair didn't bother as they began to laugh. Ha! I doubt she's into girls, Roger replied. Harry could tell that the boy was hiding some nerves, obviously not knowing if Fleur was into the same sex. Probably not, but I doubt she's into up their own asses little boys, she prodded his chest. Plus a guy's equipment can be replicated, Harry added from behind her, which got a grateful smile from her. Roger, seeing that Harry had joined the conversation, decided to bow out as he strutted off into his own corner, taking his small group of friends with him. You and Fleur? He gave her a wink as she blushed. If you and Fleur need some help, I'm always free to tend to your needs, he suggested sexily. You'd be the first person I'd ask if I wanted to get my needs tended to, she replied huskily, playing his game. Harry smiled happily as he led her back to the dance floor that was now becoming a place where all the attendees crowded to see the band. Voted number 1 in band to watch, a voice announced as it echoed around the room. Voted number 1 sexiest band. They're the biggest, the best, the sexiest, young witches, it announced to the rapturous crowd who cheered and hooted. The stage quickly became surrounded by a thick fog, the sound of the guitar screaming out and the beats of the drums being hit at a constant beat. When it cleared fully, they began to play properly with Sophia on vocals, Naomi on drums, who seemed like a completely different person as she went nuts on the drum set. Haley was doing her thing as she headbanged in time with the beat. As the music was played and sung, Harry could see why they were so popular as he looked around at the students that crowded around the band. The guys seemed to be lusting over them, while the girls liked the way that the band didn't really care about what they did. They were living a successful life in a male-dominated world. He caught Sophia's eye a number of times while she sang her heart out, making her wink, which made a couple of guys think that she was attracted to them. Katie seemed captivated by the band as she swooned as Harry held her. "Are you a fan of them?" he asked her. "What?" She had to shake her head several times as she decrypted the message. "Yes, of course I am. Who isn't?" she responded like he was mad. "You can meet them later if you want," he suggested, which got a tight hug from Katie. That would be amazing, Harry," she stuttered slightly as she kissed him on his cheek. The audience continued to bounce up and down in time with the beat, cheering for the band that were now trashing the stage as Naomi had slammed her drumsticks right through the drum set, while Haley had chucked her magically amplified guitar into a nearby wall, sending shards of metal and plastic into the crowd. The crowd didn't seem to mind as they cheered along with the trashing of the stage and their instruments. As the hours passed, the band had finally finished their set to the rapturous applause of the audience. They slowly made their way through the crowd, signing autographs on all different types of objects. They placed stretched from pieces of parchment to the chest of some male students who wanted to show off, no doubt, to the band. Harry, Sophia approached him, and Katie with a playful smile on her face. "What did you think?" she asked as she kissed his cheek in greeting. "It was pretty amazing," he conceded as his eye drifted to Katie, who seemed both a little pissed as Sophia kissed him to being in awe as she looked at the lead singer who she was a huge fan of. "Oh, how rude of me. This is Katie, my date," he told Sophia. "She's a big fan of yours." "Really?" Sophia asked Katie, who could only respond with a nod. "Well, it's always nice to meet a fan, especially a fan who knows Harry Potter." She held out her hand for a shake, Katie responding with a shaky hand as she'd all but forgotten she'd kissed Harry. "And a nice to meet you," Katie stuttered as Harry had to hold a laugh as he saw Naomi approach him, sweat pouring down her face. "You're bloody amazing on the drums, Naomi," he greeted her, giving her a small kiss as she wrapped her arms around his body. "You were like a different person," he observed. "That was wild Naomi, the Naomi that hardly anyone sees," Sophia responded as she separated from Katie. Naomi, meanwhile, just blushed. Harry, in response, just knelt in and whispered softly, "I like wild Naomi." He trailed a hand down to her buttocks, which made her turn even redder. "Maybe we could explore that side later," he suggested with a wink. As he looked around, he could see Katie look at him. Another dance or two would have to be given for that. "Where's Haley?" he asked after a couple of minutes. "Probably beating the crap out of a guy that tried to touch her," Sophia suggested as she scanned the crowd, imaging the boy that was probably on the floor after getting hit in the groin. "No doubt," Naomi muttered softly. True to the word, Haley made her way over to them a moment later, muttering under her breath as she stood next to Naomi. "I fucking hate boys. Bloody trailing hands." "How many this time?" Sophia inquired. "5, maybe 6, Haley replied as she counted them by holding up her fingers. "You've been warned," Harry, Naomi whispered into his ear as he looked at the fiery red head. The group made their way to the VIP area that Harry had thought off quickly in the moment. Fred, George, and their dates joined them in the process. Harry walked next to Haley and Sophia while Naomi talked to Katie. He could feel the advances of Sophia getting stronger as she grabbed a handful of his arse, twinkling eyes of mischief as she looked at Katie walking just a few yards away. As they all took their seats, Sophia talked to the twins for the first time. "Harry tells me that it was you who sent the letter." "Yeah," they responded in unison, captivated as they looked at her polished legs and feet. "Wait, feet. So they have a foot fetish." "I have to admit, the memorabilia you offered in the package was something I've wanted all my life." "What's that?" Harry asked, confused, placing a lock of hair behind Katie's ear in the process. Fred shifted on his seat. "We may have sent some underwear of yours to seal the deal." "You didn't," he sounded both shocked and amazed. "Wait, how?" "We've got contacts in high places," George replied happily. "Where, George?" He glared at the red-headed boy, knowing that this would make him cave eventually, which thankfully it did a minute later. "Dobby," George sighed in defeat. "We may have tricked him into giving us some of your underwear." "New or used?" "New, of course," Fred replied, a comical expression planted on his face as the thought of handling used underwear repulsed him. Harry took that moment to look over to a pouting Sophia. "I wanted used underwear," she pouted, and then her expression changed significantly as her eyes danced over to him, sticking on his crotch for a moment as he saw the glint in her eyes. "Maybe you can give me a used pair later, Harry." She winked cheekily, which made him blush, surprising a couple of the girls in the process. "I'll think about it," he mumbled out as he tried to hide his face inside Katie's shoulder. Haley rolled her eyes at the conversation while Naomi tried to do something else to keep her attention off the pair, knowing she'd probably blush if she looked at him. The evening continued in this vein as the group chatted away. Even Haley got immersed in some conversations over Harry's exploits, which surprised him as much as her other bandmates. They'd had a brief dancing period a couple of hours later, witnessing that the music had changed somewhat to a rock beat as many people seemed to slouch as the alcohol took effect over the whole student board. Cedric and Cho danced away. Well, dance was a loose term of putting it. Cedric pulled her along with him while she tried to keep up. The young girl didn't seem to mind somewhat as he could see her giggling as Cedric brought her body in his chest. "God knows how he does it." "Wait, I've got several girls swarming around me. God knows how I do it" is more like it.
1 Uhr nachts.
The party was still in full effect as the students raved in the middle of the room, most clothes shed as they lied in the corner. The music replicated the type of music that would be played in a dance club. Some students knew of the music while others weren't so familiar, mostly the magical born. This led to the smell inside the room being quite disgusting as sweat mixed with other unsavory smells. Most of the private rooms were in use at this time. This wasn't going to end well as he looked at a couple of girls getting more than friendly with a couple of their guy friends. Harry, George, and Fred stood in the center of the room, drunk out of their minds as Harry giggled for no reason whatsoever. The girls had disappeared into the band's private room after Sophia suggested that they play dress up. Annoyingly, they weren't allowed to join the party. He also guessed that they were gossiping was Harry's guess as he tried to avert his eyes as he saw a girl pleasuring a guy. "Bloody hiccup hell," Harry muttered as he turned away quickly, Fred seeing the act as he followed Harry by turning his back on the event. "Do you want to get outta here? The girls won't be back for a while," Fred offered as he tried to avert his eyes as he tried to get his brother's attention. "Yeah, I think that's a good idea." He began to laugh as he looked at Fred's goofy expression. George followed as the girl began to ride the guy like he was a bull. "We could hiccup do some pranks." Yee Iagui, God, he loved the effect that alcohol had on him. "I like drunken Harry," George and Fred spoke in unison as they walked to the door. Harry wobbled to the door as Fred opened it for him, resulting in a stumbling Harry as he almost impacted a nearby wall. "Watch it, Harry. The wall will win against you," George joked. They walked for several minutes as they approached the moving staircase. "Where to first?" Fred inquired. A light seemed to shine in Harry's mind as an idea came to him. "No." He stuttered excitedly as he made his way onto the staircase, Fred trying to grasp his clothing, trying to stop the boy before he did something stupid, failing as he decided to follow. Harry seemed tilt from side to side as the staircase moved, jumping onto another staircase as he made his way to his location with Fred and George on his heel. Finally, after several minutes of near misses and stumbles, Harry and the gang stood outside a door. Do you know a strong unlocking charm? He asked the twins. Stand back, Harry. I know just the thing. Fred stood up to his full height, looking all noble as he directed his wand toward the lock of the door. 1, 2. He waved his wand slightly. 3. As the spell made its way out of the wand, unfortunately missing the target as Fred's drunken state took over as the spell hit Harry's trousers, making them fall to the ground. George burst out in laughter as he looked at the pantless Harry. I guess that spell can unlock more than doors, Fred analyzed. SS serves you right for feeling up Alicia, George stuttered out between his laughter. Bloody double trouble, he responded as he knelt down to pull up his trousers, dizziness taken over as his head connected against the door. Ow, he moaned. Second time lucky, Fred offered as he waved his wand for a second time. This time his spell hit the door, opening as Harry's pressure on the door put him right through it, sprawling his form on the floor. Ow wow, he muttered as he lay on the floor. That was for feeling up Angelina. Ew, he slurred as Fred offered his hand. Harry taking it gracefully as he pulled his trousers up to his waist as he looked around the room which was stacked with various potions. What do you have planned then, Harry? Harry smiled as he pulled out a never-ending piece of string, cutting it when he had enough. This, he held the string up, will be the driving force in the plan. A piece of string. Fred seemed confused as he scratched his head. Yes, I tie this around this potion flask. He slowly placed the string around the flask, several attempts to do so. Then I feed the string behind all the other potions and tie the end to the doorknob. He indicated to the door. When Snape comes back and closes the door, bang, the twins jumped. Snape equals possible insanity. Wow. We've taught you well, George announced as the plan was put into effect with George threading the string behind the potions, because he was considered least drunk while Fred handled the door. When they were done, they stepped back to admire their handiwork. This is going to be amazing, Fred stated. Snape is going to blow a nerve, George continued how Snape may react. I love dragons, Harry said to no one in particular. The twins looked at each other as Harry came up with the strange comment. I think we better get you back to the room of requirement, Fred suggested as he tried to get a grasp of the drunken boy. No, I've got other pranks planned, he announced as he almost danced down the hall. The twins looked at each other one last time as they took off in a sprint to stop him from doing something stupid. What have we created? The rest of the night was a mere blur to Harry, memories which would be revealed when he woke up the next day, memories that he'd rather forget in some cases. Pranks. Snape's personal chambers. Severus Snape's day already got off to a rough start as he was awoken by some drunken students as they collided with the pieces of armor that were located only a couple of meters away from his door. He'd gotten up groggily to see what had awoken him from his pleasant dreams of torture that would be inflicted on enemy number 1 in his eyes, Harry Potter. He strolled out his room at a brisk pace once he'd found and clothed himself with his black robes, only to find 5 knocked-down suits of armor without a person in sight. Bloody hooligans. He walked back into his chambers, knowing that the chances of any more rest was pretty much out of the question, especially when it'd only be a nap as he looked at the clock that adorned his wall. He took the decision to get ready for breakfast and try to mark some of the poor assignments that had been given to him. Even the Slytherin's grades were pretty pathetic, but he couldn't just mark them down for that. He was their leader, for God's sake. McGonagall favors Gryffindor in Transfiguration. Flitwick favors Ravenclaw in Charms. Sprout favors Hufflepuff in Herbology. So I have to favor Slytherins in Potions, no matter how stupid they are. He quickly began to read through parchment after parchment of substandard work, suggesting and arguing points that didn't have any weight behind them. This made the task of marking the work extremely tedious, making the professor glance at the large ancient-looking clock every couple of seconds. Marking. 6:15. Continue marking. 6:25. Retarded student. 6:30. Arg, he yelled, chucking the foot file of parchment into the nearby fire, lighting it up in the process with his wand. Damn idiotic children. As he looked at the fire burn, he'd decided he had had enough of sitting in this cramped room, needing to get out and visit his potion storage room, the place that he found the most peaceful place in the world. Grabbing a few items, he made his way out of his room, slamming the door shut and locking as Snape cast a silent locking spell upon the door. He walked down the long hallway that would have been in complete darkness if it wasn't for the torches that lit the hallway which lead to the potion storage. Finally, at 6:35, he made it to the door, more than surprised when he found the door fully opened. "Why are you open?" he seemed to ask the door as he slowly entered the room, wand drawn just in case the culprit was still inside, knowing that someone had been stealing Polyjuice Potion and believing that this could have been their doing. Walking into the room, he spun around quickly as he approached the center, quickly realizing that the culprit was well gone. Why leave the door open, he mused out loud as he knocked the door shut, not expecting the next events to happen as his face turned from surprise to horrified in a matter of seconds. As the door closed, the nearest set of potions to the door began to fall from the shelf as Snape tried to save them. This didn't stop as it seemed to have a chain effect as all the potions fell one by one as the door got nearer to closing point. It was like a staircase effect as the higher shelves began to drop the valuable potions. Snape was only saved as he placed a shield over his head as the glass rained down on him. The potions continued to rain down on him until finally the door closed fully as the liquid of the potions began to form around his feet. "What the hell?" he screamed out in absolute horror as he looked around at the mess, despairing as he ran his hands through his greasy hair. Who would do this? The moment of despair was disturbed as he felt an odd feeling climbing up his legs, contacting the material that was clothed around his thigh. As he looked down in confusion, he found the disturbance and was horrified as a potion seemed to have gotten onto his clothing and was quickly eating away at the material, leaving the skin unscathed in the process. Currently, it had only gotten to his knees, which could be seen as the trousers he originally wore now resembled shorts. Grasping his wand and pointing down at the affected area, he began to cast an assortment of different spells, all of which didn't seem to stop the spread. In fact, it seemed to speed up as it came into contact with his robes. As he despaired about his current predicament, he quickly realized that this was unstoppable and would eat all his clothing and his wand. He realized in horror as he looked at his nearly shitless arms, the potion seemingly very near the point that it would jump on his wand. In a quick bit of action, he chucked his wand into a nearby corner which was clean of potions. He now stood in the room completely naked with his hands covering his privates as he let the potion finish its job. He waited a number of minutes before he moved again, hoping that the potion was done so he could get back to his private quarters and get dressed. Of course, luck wasn't on his side today as he tried to move his feet only to find he seemed to be glued in place, realizing pretty quickly what had happened. A number of potions had mixed to form an extremely glue-like substance, making it impossible to move or maneuver. "I should be able to get out of this with my..." He trailed off as he looked at the piece of wood that was a couple of feet away from him. "Wand. Damn it," he cursed. "Shit." This was a hopeless situation as he tried to get free, straining his muscles and bruising a few in the process. "I'm going to have to wait for someone to notice my absence," he almost cried out in despair. "Or get the attention of a student, Jesus Christ." Kind of ironic if you think about it. Flitwick's private quarters. Flitwick awoke from his slumber with a loud yawn, enjoying the night's sleep he had had. He loved being lost in his dreams, dreaming of things that would probably never happen, like Minerva joining him in his bed. His heart skipped a beat as he thought of her and the dream at the same time. Stretching in his bed that was a little big for him, he made his way upright as he used the cushion as leverage. He may have been little in comparison to other professors and students, but it did have his advantages in battle. He began to stretch his legs over the bed, readying himself to make the jump to the stone floor that adorned the room. This jump was more a life or death situation than he knew as he tried to reach for his wand that would usually be placed on the bedside table. He stretched out to where it should have been but was surprised when his hand only made contact with air, not a wooden table. Where is that table? He leant over his bed to get a better view of where to place his hand, but what met his sight gave him a feeling of vertigo as he looked down from his view on the bed. Yes, it may have been high for him, but this was different. Someone had increased the height of his bed to ridiculous proportions. The bed now stood at a good 15 feet. His bedside table only rose to 3 feet in comparison as he looked down upon it, recognizing his wand laying there. "I can't get down," he gasped. "Without my wand I'm like a child trying to get out of bed." How am I going to get out of bed? Potion storage. 20 minutes. 20 bloody minutes. 20 bloody minutes had passed by as Severus Snape stood naked in the potion storage room, hugging himself as he tried to warm his body. For the past 20 minutes Snape had been thinking of all the different forms of revenge he would inflict on the person that had done this to him, legal and illegal. He didn't really focus on who could have done it because that wasn't any fun. He needed to think of something that would get him through the time that someone would get here to help him out. He was eventually knocked from his thoughts as he heard the recognizable chatter of some students passing by, making him shout out to them in the process while trying to make his voice sound as calm as possible, injecting some venom into his tone to add effect. "Professor Snape, is that you?" a student asked from the other side of the door. "Yes, you moronic child. Do you mind me coming in, sir?" "And oh," he exclaimed in fear. "No, sir?" the student questioned. "No means no." He injected a lot of steel behind his voice as he spoke. "I need you to get Professor Dumbledore." "Professor Dumbledore?" the student questioned, making sure that she'd heard the professor right. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore, you impeccable moron. You know who he is, right?" he questioned the child that seemed to be listening intently on the other side of the door. "Of course, Professor," which seemed to come out a little strained. "Well, what are you waiting for? Go now," he screamed, pleased when he heard the patter of feet as they ran away. "I so hope Albus doesn't make a big deal of this." Flitwick's private quarters. The bed sheet was rolled up and hanged over his bed in a desperate attempt at freedom. He'd thought of this after hearing about it through a friend. Princesses in Muggle fairy tales would use a rolled-up bed sheet to escape from a castle or something along those lines. So this was what led him to this idea as he tied one end to the bedpost and left the other hang of the side. He tried to look down to see how far it reached but was caught out once again by the height of the situation as he began to feel dizzy and sick as he looked downwards, on his upcoming death if he wasn't careful. He grabbed onto the sheets and began to slowly shimmy down the rope. He made his way down slowly but steadily, reducing the distance to the floor. 14 feet. 12 feet. 10 feet. 8 feet. 8 feet. 8 feet. That was all he could achieve as he ran out of rope to go down, leaving the small professor to dangle mercifully from the rope. "Help," he eeped as he dangled halfway down his bed. Great Hall. Dumbledore sat at the staff table as he nibbled on a piece of toast while McGonagall and Hagrid made their way through their breakfasts. He was surprised that Severus wasn't there because he would usually be in his seat before he'd arrived, and he was the headmaster. Dumbledore put this absence down the Severus having a lie-in for once. Always good to have a lie-in every once in a while. The enjoyable breakfast was interrupted a couple of minutes after with a small girl approaching the desk. When reaching the staff table, she explained to him why she was there, and what the trouble was. "That is troubling," he stroked his gray beard. "I will be there in a minute." "I'll go if you want," Headmaster McGonagall spoke as she stopped eating. "I should be able to deal with the problem." No, that's quite all right, but he asked for me especially, so I will go." McGonagall bowed her head while Dumbledore stood. "Now, would you mind leading me to the incident, dear?" he asked the small girl who nodded and began to walk down the hall. A number of eyes were glued to the pair while others gossiped. Dumbledore was quickly led to the point of interest as the girl came to an abrupt halt. As they stopped, he looked around to see a crowd of students looking upwards. Following their eye line, he found the site of the commotion. "Get away from me, you pests," Filch screamed, suspended 10 feet in the air, underwear hooked up upon a nail in the wall. "All of you conserved attention with me." The students still remained as some outright laughed while others pointed and took photos. "Arg! Stop that, Mrs. Norris." Dumbledore didn't notice the cat that was on top of the caretaker's head until he pointed it out to the crowd, which only seemed to aid the laughter. Mrs. Norris seemed to be petrified of heights as the cat's legs shook with fear, claws grasping the poor caretaker's head in an effort to stay on. "Cat which doesn't like heights, now I've seen everything." Filch finally spotted the headmaster as he struggled against his underwear that were placing pressure in places he'd rather have intact just in case. Dumbledore, Filch all but shouted, "Get me down for here so I can round up and punish these children." Dumbledore didn't seem to want Filch to do anything harsh as he decided to leave him up there for the time being. "Who did this to you?" he questioned. A number of students had left when they saw him while others stayed for the show. One of these Filch pointed his dirty fingers at the students that sat underneath him. Knocked me out last night. Suspending me and Mrs. Norris up here. Dumbledore nodded, understanding what had happened, planning on getting a thorough report later. He quickly held his wand out, casting silently as the form of Argus Filch and Mrs. Norris were levitated to the ground. Why don't you go see Madame Pomfrey? She can sort out the pain that you're feeling, he suggested as the caretaker glared daggers at the students who seemed to get the message as they gave him a wide berth, allowing them to flee if he did attack. Fine, Filch all but growled as he held Mrs. Norris within his arms. Let's go, Mrs. Norris. We can deal with this vermin later. He walked away slowly, adjusting his underwear in the process. Dumbledore's chance of arrest was ruined as another student called to him. Professor, he called upon again as another girl tried to get his attention. Professor Snape asked for your assistance. He's in potion storage. He sighed loudly, thank you. He thanked the girl and walked in the direction of the dungeons with one thought in his mind. What has he done this time? Potion storage. Cut them into small pieces. Give them a lifetime of detention. Torture and kill them. These were a few of the ideas that ran through his head as he waited patiently for Dumbledore to get here. Over the past 5 minutes, his thoughts had changed somewhat to who could have done this. Straight away, he thought of the one boy who had it out for him, Harry James Potter. His skin crawled just to think of the name. He thought that the boy would be the most likely candidate, but when he really thought about it, Potter wouldn't really know how to do all this. Whatever spell that had been used to make the potions fall was advanced. He couldn't even feel any leftover magic when he entered the place. The unlocking of the door would have also been beyond any student that was taught in this place. That led him to think that it may have been a student from one of the other schools. It had to be a student in his mind because of the stunt, unless it was done to weaken him, which would make everyone fair game. Meanwhile, the room was getting an extremely pungent smell. Fumes were rising of the floor as they mixed with ones that shouldn't under any circumstance. His musings were finally ended as he heard a knock upon the door. He quickly covered his privates with his hands as he tried to look as suave as he could. Dumbledore, he called. Yes, Dumbledore spoke from the other side of the door. Come in, he replied nervously as the door opened. As Dumbledore walked into the room, the old man caught sight of the blushing professor, catching a glimpse of his wand in the process. My oh my, Severus. Wait a couple of months and this could be my birthday present, Dumbledore mused as he licked his lips, which Snape didn't miss as he tried to back away, forgetting the potion that held him in place. Dumbledore, he tried to sound angry, only to the stopped as Dumbledore stepped forward, placing a finger upon his lips. Shoo, Severus. The time for speaking is over. Dumbledore removed his robe from one of his shoulders. The time for loving is about to begin. Dumbledore shrugged of the other shoulder. What are you? He was quickly knocked into a state of shock as Dumbledore shrugged out of his robes, leaving him naked, wrinkled body on show for Snape to look over, his eyes trailing over the headmaster as he couldn't help himself. I wanted to do this for a very long time. Severus. Dumbledore placed his hand upon the door, slowly closing the door. When the door closed, all the only sounds that could be heard were the muffled screams of Severus Snape. Dungeons. Dumbledore wandered down the hall as he made his way to the room. The smell that was coming down the hall seemed to be coming from the same room Severus was occupied in. It wasn't a pleasant smell, he would have to say. It kind of reminded him of the hallucinogenic that he'd tried when he traveled when he was younger. He was knocked from his thoughts as he heard screaming that seemed to come from the same room that Severus was in. He took off in a run as he heard this, knowing that if Snape was in pain then it was serious, probably the Crucio curse. Severus, he slammed on the door as the screaming seemed to increase. Severus, he shouted, I'm coming in, he announced as he'd heard enough. He raised his wand, blowing the door to pieces, the sight which greeted him both excited and horrified him. Severus Snape held his hands upwards, looking like he was trying to force an unknown person of him. This gave Dumbledore with a perfect sight of Snape's wand, not helping himself as he licked his lips. Snape seemed to come back down to the real world as his eyes connected with Dumbledore's. Please, Dumbledore, Snape begged. Not again. I like women. I like women, Snape's voice rose. I like women, Snape repeated hysterically as he finally fainted, leaving him in an unusual position as his legs stayed upright while his body hit the floor. That was unexpected. The Hangover, Part 1. Oh my God, Harry moaned out loud as his head spun like he'd been on a roundabout. It hurt to think, move, or do anything else that would exercise his body. In all his years of being hurt, this had taken the crown as he brought his hand to his pain-stricken head, his back screaming out in pain in the process. Bloody hell, he yelped in pain, trying to avoid any more motion. What have I done to deserve this pain? His brain began to quicken at that moment, bringing memories to the forefront of his mind, some of which seemed to be blurred while others were a little more readable. The party, band, boozing. Arg, so stupid. Note to self, alcohol is my kryptonite, he moaned. He lay in his position for a few more minutes, trying to get used to his environment as he used all his senses apart from sight to feel where he was. Softness, comfort. I'm in bed. Snoring, wait, I don't snore. Who the hell is snoring? He opened his eyes slowly, getting used to the light that struck him as he blinked a number of times to become accustomed to the room. As his eyes became more accustomed to the light source, he was able to take in everything, observing the mess they had made as he quickly realized this was one of the private rooms set up. The room was a complete pigsty with empty bottles of alcohol scattered all over the room. The walls had been stained in a liquid he couldn't really identify as he continued the observation. Someone seemed to have set the carpet alight as the flooring seemed scared with the scorch marks of a fire. This he could all take in, but the sight that greeted him when he looked at the bed almost gave him a heart attack. Fred and George are going to kill me, he gasped as he looked at the sleeping forms of Angelina and Alicia, lying next to each other under the sheets. This was not the only girls that were in the large bed. Naomi had a hand grasped over his chest while Sophia and Haley were using his body as a pillow. This may not been such a bad thing if he was clothed, but heck. Luck was not on his side as he quickly felt a hand grasp his wand. Shit. Sophia seemed to be having a nice dream as she breasts vibrated against him. Haley was the person who had a good grasp on his manhood as she dribbled on his chest, not awake from what he could tell. This is either a nightmare or a fantasy. How do I get myself into these situations? He questioned himself, trying to get out of bed when Haley relaxed her hold. Immediately when his hands contacted against the bed sheets, he felt a sharp pain shoot up his arms, looking to see 2 marks adorning his wrist, wrapping completely around. What the hell? Almost completely upright, his plans were ruined as he nudged Alicia to far near the edge of the bed as her frail form fell off completely. A small shriek could be heard as she flew through the air. An unknown person to Harry yelped out. Bloody hell, Alicia. I'm not a bouncy castle. Harry quickly recognized the voice. Fred, he questioned to the unseen boy. Harry, Fred asked from his position on the floor. Where are we? He asked. Room of requirement, I think, he responded. I have no idea how we ended up here. There seemed to be some scuffling on the floor as both Alicia and Fred tried to get covered up as they realized they were naked. Harry was finally greeted by the sight of Fred, who looked bloody terrible in his opinion. Bloody hell, Harry, Fred spoke as he looked at the girls that covered small man that was in the center. You lucky bastard, he sighed. Fred then caught the sight of Angelina laying on his right. Why is Angelina sleeping in the same bed as you, and where the hell is Katie? He sounded exasperated. The location of Katie was announced a moment later as he felt something or someone crawling up his legs as Sophia and Haley slid to their sides. Harry lifted the sheets slowly, only to have Katie pop her head up. Can you keep it down? Some of us are trying to get some sleep. She sounded a little annoyed. Harry nodded as she turned the glare upon him, resulting in her flopping down onto his chest, quickly falling back into her dreams as she snored slightly. I guess that answers your question about the whereabouts of Katie.
Nos cheat Fred mattered.
And Angelina, he questioned. Harry sighed as he looked at the dark beauty that slept on her chest. I truly have no idea. He then noticed Alicia standing behind Fred, wearing a slightly shocked expression. Are you all right, Alicia? He asked as she rubbed her eyes in disbelief.
No. I'm fine.
Just didn't think Katie was telling the truth when she said you could get me, Angelina and herself into bed with you, at the same time. Well, I suppose I should thank my tutors, Fred Weasley. He directed the praise at the Weasley who didn't seem too happy and George Weasley. He announced as he heard a nearby moan from the other side of the bed. George, Alicia yelped as she ran to George, covered in only a small towel. Don't speak so loud, George pleaded as Alicia bent down to look at him. I hate hangovers. George slowly got to his feet as Fred switched his focus onto his brother. You look like shit, Harry commented as he looked at the pale form of George Weasley. Eyes sagged slightly. Thanks. I could say the same to you, Potter, George muttered as he took in all the ladies who were scattered around the young man. Wow, you dog. He congratulated him, giving him a childish smile. Even Angelina, damn. You're not helping, brother. Fred seemed to have switched his anger onto his twin, which was fine by Harry. Hey, don't look at me like that. He's the one who's sleeping with your girlfriend, George replied as he realized what he'd just said. Bloody traitor, Harry muttered quietly, getting a smile from George. You're welcome. Now, I'm going to get some pain potion from the cabinet, seeing as my brain feels like it's going to explode any second. I'll come with you, Fred told his brother, probably planning on getting me back. You better not make a move on Angelina or I swear, Fred warned him as Harry nodded in confirmation. The twins departed at a brisk pace as Harry looked back upon his current situation. Do you remember anything about last night, Alicia? He asked her as she took a seat on a nearby chair. Not much, Harry. I can remember sitting with the girls, chatting about. She seemed to think about it for a moment until she came up with an answer. Things in general, then it all goes blurry. I see bits which may have no relevance. Like he pushed her. Being in a pool of water, but I'm not sure if it was a pool. Fred screaming out in pain for some reason, and the weirdest thing I see is a string of some kind. A guitar string, I think. Flashback. Do you trust us, Harry? Sophia asked in her half-drunken state as Haley stood next to her with a lustful look in her eyes. Not for a moment, he slurred. Come on, Harry. Katie came up from behind him, brining his t-shirt over his head. It'll heighten the pleasure, she promised as she sucked on his earlobe. Fine, he thrived in the sensation, but not too tight, he ordered them, knowing from their looks that they wouldn't be listening to him tonight. Sophia pushed him towards the bed while Haley went to her broken guitar, pulling and picking at it as he collapsed onto the bed. Now, hold your hands up over your head, Sophia ordered. Harry did just that as Haley approached them from the corner of his eye. The group seemed to mutter as he got lost in his own world, only to be brought back as Haley fiddled around with something next to his wrists. Not too tight, he moaned out as Sophia scratched her fingernails down his stomach. Bloody hell, Sophia, he moaned again, a little in pain but mostly in pleasure. Done, Haley finally chirped as she began to kiss his neck. That wasn't so hard, wasn't it? She purred into his ear. I've been hard for the past 20 minutes, dear, he replied as he tried to move his hands, seeing that a small wire was connected to both his wrist and the bedpost. Well then, we better deal with that before you explode, Haley responded in a husky voice as she told Sophia and Katie to begin. This is heaven. End flashback. Harry, Alicia clicked her fingers in front of his face. What? He shook his head to see Alicia there. I'm fine, just remembered something, he fully replied as he ran a finger across his sore wrists. Alicia gasped as she saw his wrists. His skin almost looked raw as she saw Sophia snuggle into him. How'd you do that? She pointed. I tell you, but I don't think it's a conversation that George would want you to listen to. She seemed to understand straight away as she turned her back on Harry to disguise her blush. Harry looked down once again at the girls that surrounded him. Sophia seemed to have molded herself with his body while Haley's orange hair covered her face. He began to try and get up for a second time as Sophia awoke from her slumber, mumbling a few unrecognizable words as she rubbed her eyes sleepily. Hi, Harry, she replied dreamily as she licked her lips. What's up? She asked as she felt something nudge her thigh. Apart from the obvious, she smiled as he blushed. Well, I was trying to get up, he replied as he tried to muster some confidence into his tone. Don't worry, darling. I can feel you're already up, she suggested with a sly smile. He quickly realized that he was only going to get out of her advances if he played along with her game, so that led to his tone changing to a lustful and wanting tone. Well, seeing as I'm up, why don't you hop on and enjoy the Harry Potter roller coaster? He kissed her on the lips as he made his way down her neck. Please keep your arms and legs inside the area whilst the ride is in motion, he whispered as she crawled up his body, allowing him to see the first set of breasts he'd ever seen, while sober. Wow. He didn't waste any time as he attached his mouth hungrily around her right nipple as she reveled in the sensation. Harry, she moaned. He quickly got carried away with his attack as Sophia arched her back. Meanwhile, Alicia looked at the pair who were going at it, amazed at the audacity of Harry Potter to go at it in front of her. Cough. Cough. Sophia opened her eyes while Harry continued, lost in the moment. Hi Alicia, Sophia greeted her as her breath became labored. Would you like to join us? Fortunately for Alicia, George and Fred returned, both holding a couple vials of pain-relieving potion. Here you go, Alicia. George handed the potion over to her as he noticed her shocked face. What's wrong? He asked. Fred then came into view as he looked at Alicia and the bed where Angelina slept as he noticed a person missing. Where's Harry? Fred asked, which got the immediate attention of George as Sophia moaned. Oh God, Harry, she moaned, awakening the remaining girls as Harry popped up from underneath the sheets. There he is, Fred, George told his brother as he smiled at Harry, telling the boy that he'd be telling him everything later. As the girls awakened, Angelina was the first to recognize where she was as she leapt out of the bed, a towel covering her as she clambered of the bed and into Fred's open arms. Naomi was the next, but instead of running off, she blushed a brilliant crimson while hiding her face in Harry's shoulder, knowing that she was screwed if she got up and screwed if she stayed in the bed, picking the bed option because at least she was next to someone she'd always wanted to be. Haley didn't seem to give a shit as she closed her eyes and tried to go back to sleep. Katie, on the other hand, seemed to be in her own world as she mumbled words that he was sure weren't in the English language. Sophia laid backwards, coming down from her high. I hate to do this, seeing as you look so peaceful and all, but could I get up? He asked, receiving a couple of mumbles as the girls eventually backed off. Thank you, my angels. He kissed all their heads as he got up. Could you turn around, please? He asked the twins, Alicia and Angelina, who all seemed interested to see what he was packing. The twins were the first to turn, grabbing Alicia and Angelina a couple of seconds later as they made no move to turn. Thank you, he muttered as he grasped his boxers that lay upon the floor. As he looked up, he broke into laughter as he looked at the backs of the twins, seeing what had been placed upon them. What are you laughing at? George seemed confused as he turned to see Harry pointing at him and his brother while he laughed his head off. What? He queried while scratching his head. Why you tattoo BB back? He stuttered out as the laughter stepped up a level as George stepped in front of a large mirror that adorned the room. Fred, George spoke out in horror as he looked in the mirror. What? Fred asked as his brother called his name.
No, Fred.
Wahat. Fred seemed to slow it down, acting like his brother was stupid, or stupider than normal. And oh, George yelled out as he pointed to his back. Fred, he spelled out. Fred looked at what his brother was looking at as he looked at his brother's back, shocked to see a tattoo that spelled his name. I'm Fred though, Fred declared proudly as he focused completely on his brother. You don't think I know that? George sounded insane as he pointed that out to his brother, looking back at Harry as the boy still seemed to be in a laughing fit, but this time he was pointing to his brother. That was when he saw it. George. That's your name? Fred pointed out. No, look in the mirror, you fool. George tugged his brother over to the mirror to see what he saw. George. Fred gasped as he looked at a similar tattoo that spelled out his brother's name. Mum's going to kill us, George made the announcement, which made Fred lose all color from his face. At least she won't know which one of you is which, Harry suggested as the laughter had turned into giggles as Naomi and Sophia joined the show. This isn't funny, Harry. No, I think it's hilarious, Sophia responded from her position on the bed as they continued with the laughter. At least now you can say to a girl that you're getting twins, even if only one is present, he continued to joke. Knock, knock, Sophia butted in as she thought up of a joke. Who's there? Harry joined in on the joke. Fred. Fred who? Sorry, it's George? Or is it Fred? I'm so confused, Sophia mocked the pair. Funny, Fred blanched. That was when he noticed a bit of color planted around the side of Harry's ribs. Harry, could you turn around for a moment? Harry looked confused. turning as Fred twirled his finger. Holy shit. No way. So that was real, Alicia announced as she remembered the scene from last night. What are you guys talking about? He asked as he turned back around, looking at them as they wore different looks. Some were shocked while others looked in awe. Maybe you should step in front of the mirror, Alicia suggested as he looked at her with a strange expression, taking her advice anyway as he walked towards the mirror, passing Fred in the process. As he stood in front of the mirror, he didn't see anything at first. That changed drastically as he turned around, looking at his back. Wow was the only thing he could think as he looked at his back. The thing that got all the attention was a tattoo. Not just an ordinary tattoo. No. This was an amazingly crafted tattoo, with many different colors and shades used. There were 3 tattoos to be more precise rather than one huge one. The first one was a drum set, lined with a silver and white, finally with a name gracing the side of one of the drums, Naomi. The next was a guitar that was painted with many different colors. Red, blue, yellow all adorned the instrument, but the guitar strings seemed to be missing. Guessing that this must have been Haley's guitar, as down the neck of the guitar was a name, graced in gold, Haley. The final one was a microphone, painted in a bright yellow apart from the head of the instrument. Down the side a name graced the object, Sophia, with a heart next to her name. He now realized why his back was in so much pain as he woke up. You like them then? He was brought out of his musings as Haley spoke from the bed. He spun around to look at her as she gave him a cute smile that looked evil on her face. Flashback. Come on, George, it'd be awesome. No one will get our names wrong from now on, Fred begged his brother. Why have them on our backs though? Why not have them on our faces? George seemed confused. Because I wouldn't be happy with you, George Weasley, Alicia warned him as she took another swig of the cup of alcohol she was drinking. I like your face the way it is. Ah, I thought you loved me for other reasons other than my looks, George pouted. Nope, she replied simply. But a tattoo is always a turn on, she added as she gripped his thigh, making him sigh in defeat. Fine, honey, but you better give me some loving later, George told Alicia as she kissed him happily. Are you ready yet? Haley sighed from her position, playing with her wand as Harry rested his head upon her shoulder. Yeah, Fred replied happily as he discarded his shirt, sitting on his stomach in the process. Just my name. All right, he told her as she placed the tip of her wand onto his back. Fine, she muttered as Harry whispered into her ear as an evil smile graced her face. Haley nodded in confirmation as she began the process, receiving a yell of pain from Fred as Angelina gave him a bottle of beer to deal with the pain. Quit it, Harry. She tried to shake him off as she got halfway through the tattoo, but Harry didn't seem to relent as he trailed his tongue down her throat, making her have to deal with pleasure while trying to focus on her patient. You've got magnificent hair, Harry whispered, and a beautiful neck, editable almost. Harry, she moaned, which made her stop momentarily, leaving him the opportunity to envelop her mouth with a heated kiss. Shit, she whispered as she looked at the messed uppy that had been placed onto Fred's back. What's that? Fred inquired from his position. Nothing, Haley replied quickly, just admiring my work, she announced as Harry held in a laugh as he lay on the bed. When she finally finished her work with a smirk, she looked down at Harry with an evil glint in her eyes. He seemed to shift his weight as he noticed her gaze. What? He sounded worried. You made me mess up my work. She sounded displeased as she jumped him, pinning him to the bed. At that moment, Sophia took the moment to walk into the room as she looked at the scene in front of her. Damn, Haley, you work fast. Shut it, a face that was not meant to be messed with. Help me take his shirt off, she ordered her bandmate as Harry gulped. Oh, it'd be my pleasure, Sophia replied as she made her way over to him, grasping his shirt as he tried to wiggle free to no avail. Flip him, Haley ordered. Sophia did just this as she waited to see what her friend had in store for Harry. Harry, I would suggest you don't move, otherwise I will mess it up, she promised him as the tip of her wand made contact. Bloody hell, Harry replied, annoyed as Sophia whispered gleefully in Haley's ear, which was matched a moment later as she went to work. Don't worry, Harry. You'll be given a treat later if you behave, Sophia promised him of treats, which made him settle down. End flashback. Shit, I did that, didn't I? He thought as he looked at the tattoos that adorned the twins' backs. I'm so dead if they find out. He realized that Haley was still waiting for an answer. They're pretty amazing, I have to admit. Thanks for doing it, he sighed in thought, knowing that freaking out would solve nothing. That was a job that Hermione would enjoy to have. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, surprised he's remembered it as he seemed confused just a moment ago. I thought it'd be nice to leave you with a memory of us. This is going to be tough to explain to future girlfriends. Could I get a pain potion? He asked as he felt the pain return to his system. George took pity as he chucked a vial over to him, downing it in one gulp. Thanks, he muttered as he placed the vial on the bedside table. He knew that the potion would only deal with the pain, not the effects of the hangover, as he tried to get a hold of his bearings as his head spun momentarily. Are any other students still present? Alicia asked suddenly as she broke her contact as she looked at the tattoos hungrily. There's a few passed out. Some were leaving before they drew attention to themselves, Fred responded as he remembered the scene as he and his brother went to get the potion. Talking about keeping up appearances, we're gonna have to show ourselves pretty soon, Harry suggested as he slung on a top and some shorts. I agree, Angelina agreed. Someone's going to notice something eventually. What about us? Sophia pouted adorably. Are you going to leave us here on our own? Her voice sounded so sad. You can stay if you want. I shouldn't take too long and then we can have some fun, he suggested. Our world doesn't revolve around you. You know, Haley responded as Harry could see a couple of other tattoos on the top of her arms. Harry just batted it off. It's your choice. I would like to see you off, but it's your choice, he replied as he grabbed his quickly materializing robes. Of course we'll stay, Sophia responded as she made a grasp for Harry, tugging him to the bed as she and Naomi enveloped him in a hug, leaving his head propped on Haley's lap. Do you want to leave? He asked Haley as he put on his best puppy dog expression. I'd be so hurt if you left. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. After the time we spent together, he suggested, playing with her as he didn't exactly know what had happened the previous night. Fine, Haley agreed grudgingly, but if you pull that puppy dog business on me again, I'll hire a wolf to eat you up, she told him her plan. Good, he smiled happily, pecking her on the cheek and departing before she could respond. Now we'd better get going. Get dressed, will you? He told the twins and the two girls, searching for the one that had been with him last night. Katie, he nudged her form on the bed. Ugh, she moaned. Come on, Katie. Time to get up, he told her. She opened her eyes slightly to see her boyfriend looking down at her. Leave me here, she mumbled. I'll stay with the band, she suggested as she buried her head into the pillow. Harry sighed as he looked at her again, seeing the top of her breasts. He finally sighed in defeat as the rest were almost ready. Can you take care of Katie for me? He asked Sophia and the other girls. Of course, Harry. We'll take good care of her. An evil smile formed on Haley's face as he heard the hidden message to Sophia's message. Yeah, she can fill in for you, Haley added as she wrapped her arms around Katie's body. Damn, he heard the twins sigh as they looked upon the scene developing. Alicia and Angelina knocked them over the head to get their attention back onto them. Harry was having a similar problem as Haley trailed a number of kisses down Katie's neck. Or you could stay here with us, Harry, Sophia suggested as she recognized Harry's resolve melting away. He had to stop himself as he took a foot towards the bed, remembering the reason he had to leave, to keep up appearances. He knew that Dumbledore would be watching him like a hawk. Missing breakfast would be a little unusual, but missing lunch as well would raise some alarm bells. I'd love to, but I'm needed by other people, he replied with a heavy heart. Have fun while I'm away. He chucked his robes over his body as he strolled out the door. I'll see you later. Fred, George, Angelina, Alicia, he told his friends to follow. I'm so going to regret leaving the hangover. Part 2. That must have been one hell of a party, Harry. I can't remember a thing. Me neither, Harry responded as the pair left the room of requirement, heading for the Great Hall for lunch. This was Angelina's and Fred's suggestion because this would give them let them broadcast to everyone in the castle that they were alive and well alive at least. I'm so going to throw up if I eat anything, Harry told the group as the true effects off a night full of boozing took over his body. He guessed that the effects of his hangover had been nullified by the pain he'd been experiencing when he woke up, now without the pain being present. the true effects could be felt. Then don't eat anything, Fred suggested as they rounded a corner. You're such a lightweight, Harry. Well, this was my first time, Fred. He directed his answer to George, hoping the twin would realize he was taking about the name of his brother on his back. Oh, did Harry Potter make fun of me? George mocked as Harry continued to focus on one foot in front of the other. It should be interesting to see what Hermione says when she sees you. Jesus. I didn't even think about that, Harry mumbled as he ran his fingers through his hair. Saying that, I can't really tell her what I did last night, seeing as I can't remember a thing. Ha, good point. You are learning, young cub. Flashback. What's wrong, cub? The fireplace lit up as the familiar face of Sirius Black graced the flames. The convict's voice seemed to be agitated as he was called by Harry in the middle of the night. Where are you, Harry? Sirius' eyes looked around the room, trying to find his godson. Sirius Harry appeared from the side, making illusion of Sirius's head to jump slightly. Now the party's complete, Harry screamed to someone as he held himself upright while one hand was grasped around a drink. Sirius Fred welcomed the old marauder. Long time no see, he joked. Never knew your skin shone that brightly, Fred observed as he looked into the flames. Whoa, Harry seemed impressed as he looked at his godfather. No wonder you got so many of the ladies, he slurred. Harry, Sirius questioned as he looked at his godson while keeping a close eye on the godlily-eyed Fred. What happened? Why did you call me? Harry said nothing for several minutes as he looked closely at Sirius. Nothing's happened, we were just having a party and George. He pointed to the boy next to him. Fred corrected him. Harry slapped him head in a theoretic way and Fred, he got the nod from the twin, said that we should invite the number one in womanizing. I asked who until he reminded me of you, Sirius Black. He ended with a smile. This conversation was interrupted when a new voice entered the fray. Sirius Black, she questioned. The same Sirius Black that helped Voldemort. Harry smiled as Katie said the Dark Lord's real name. The amazing effects of alcohol. Oh, how rude of me. This Katie is my godfather. He didn't help Voldemort, a rat or rodent by the name of Wormtail. No, that's not it. Wormtail, nope, he stopped as he thought. Wormtail, Sirius couldn't help but help his godson as the recognition of the name seemed to register of Harry's face.
Correcto, mundo.
Wormtail was a friend of my parents. Then he helped Voldemort. He ran a finger across his neck to indicate, murdered his parents, which Katie seemed to get as she ran over to him, kissing his neck as her hands went down to his buttocks. Catty-ie, he moaned. I really don't want to ravish you in front of my godfather. Quite right, Harry. Sirius seemed relieved not to see Harry going at it, especially when he wasn't getting any. Pictures would be enough, he told Katie as she seemed content to hold him. The flame seemed to change to a slightly redder color as Sirius seemed to blush, finally realizing what was happening. You're drunk. Harry. Sirius sounded both shocked and pleased. Nah, he argued childishly. Yeah, Sirius mocked. Am not. Fine, but do me a favor and try to touch your nose with your finger, Sirius suggested to the confused boy. What are you talking about, old man? He asked as he tried to rub Sirius up the wrong way. You know what I said, Harry. Do it and it'll make me happy concerning the fact that you're not drunk. This seemed to do it as Harry stretched his arms and attempted to bring his finger to his nose. There, he declared happily as he tapped the nose. Sirius just laughed out loudly while Katie and Fred joined him a moment later. Harry, that's Katie's nose, Sirius replied as he saw the reaction of Harry, which was priceless as the young boy looked down at Katie. A sense of surprise graced his face. Maybe I'm an insy bit drunk, he accepted as he narrowed his fingers to show how drunk he was. Right, Harry. Sirius openly mocked him, which Harry didn't seem to catch on. You know I love to speak with you, Harry. But it is 3 a.m. 3, he questioned the others. Yep, 3 o'clock, Fred confirmed as he looked at his watch. Cool, he slurred. Harry. Sirius spoke as he tried to get Harry's attention. Have a fun night. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do. No, wait. Lily would kill me for that piece of advice. Don't do anything that Lily wouldn't do. That's better. I think I'll leave you now before someone sees you from my end. Sirius out. Sirius ended the conversation as his head faded from the fireplace. I love you, Sirius, Harry mumbled as he leant into the fireplace, unknowing to the fact that Sirius had disappeared a couple of seconds ago. Something smells good. He smelt something cooking as he knelt further into the fireplace. Fire, Fred suddenly screamed as Harry leaned away from the fire. Where? He asked, completely out of it as Katie took a step back while Fred clambered around the room, trying to find something that Harry. On you, Fred screamed as he clambered for a sheet. Oh yeah, Harry mused as he continued like nothing was happening. End flashback. That would explain the scorch marks. Wow, Fred spoke as the group entered the Great Hall. Harry lifted his head upwards at the sound of Fred's odd voice, unprepared to see the scene in front of his eyes. Almost half of the students that were sitting at their table looked like complete and utter crap, resembling vampires rather than human beings. A large proportion of the student population had their heads on the tables, probably cooling their heads against the coldness of the table. That must have been one hell of a party, Harry muttered with his mouth slightly open. Look at the professors, Angelina hinted. Harry looked up towards them, surprised to see the absence of Flitwick and Snape. Not that the latter would be missed. Dumbledore was sitting there. That damn twinkle in his eye was still present as he looked directly at him. He only realized at the last moment to avoid eye contact as he felt his mind spinning more than usual. He isn't, is he? He is, that bastard. Harry! 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 He was snapped out of his thoughts as George nudged him while yelling into his ear. As he looked up, George indicated to walk to their seats. He responded by breaking into a walk as he made his way to the desk. Don't draw attention, Alicia commented. Harry took his seat, the others joining him almost instantaneously. Fred and George observed the room while Harry kept shut his eyes, trying to avoid any contact with the food that sat in front of him. This was such a bad idea, he muttered as he inhaled the smell of bacon. His head riffed down the table to see Ron eating the equivalent of an elephant in food. How can he eat so much? God knows. I swear that our family's considered poor because of the food he gets through, George mused as he looked at his youngest brother. As he looked down the table, George caught the sight of a very angry frizzy-haired girl strutting down to their spot. Hermione alert, 6 o'clock, he warned them. Harry took a couple of seconds to understand the terminology of George's statement. He looked up slowly as he went through the different directions. 12 o'clock. 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Crap. Hermione did not look pleased to see him as he looked up at her. Her face seemed to look pissed as she made their way over to them. Finally, she approached them, taking a seat next to him as he tried to look anywhere else other than the girl that seemed to be glaring at him. The minutes ticked by in complete silence as he played with his food, trying to look busy. Unfortunately, Hermione wasn't considered one of the smartest witches of her generation for nothing as she saw right through his act. Cough. What? He tried to act innocent. This did not work. What did you do? She seemed to shake with fury as she hit his arm. What are you talking about? Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and Filch are in the infirmary. So, what did you do? She asked him again as she kept the glare up. Flashback. Wow, big bed for a small man, George observed as he looked at the small professor wrapped up in his bed sheets. Maybe he's compensating for something, Harry suggested as he walked into the room, planning his next prank. I'll check, Fred replied as he attempted to walk in a straight line to the bed, lifting up the bed sheets in the process to check what Professor Flitwick was packing. Wow, surprising. Come and have a look, Fred waved his hand towards the bed. You, Frederick. I don't swing that way. Harry looked at the twin in shock as he looked under the sheets, amazed that Fred would do this. Not even he would do that while he was drunk. Maybe I should take Angelina of your hands while you spend the night with Flitwick. George, who stood next to the drunk boy, giggled as he saw his brother's face change through a number of expressions in a couple of seconds, finally resting on realization of what he was doing as Fred dropped the sheet like it was infected with a deadly disease. Angelina does look editable tonight. Shut it, George. I bet Harry could get her into bed before you ever do, George continued to taunt his brother. Well, I bet Harry could get Alicia into bed before he ever gets Angelina into his bed. Deal. George stuck out his hand, only for his brother to shake, which sealed the bet. Now it's down to Har. He trailed of as he tried to find the young apprentice. Harry, where are you? He whispered. Fred seemed to have noticed this as he looked around the large room, which was surprisingly ordinary-sized. It had a slightly smaller than average wardrobe and a desk which was currently lean of work. The floor was stone instead of carpet, which would have been used in the common room. Harry. What Harry finally replied as he slid from underneath the bed. What are you doing down there? Screwing your sister. George didn't seem pleased with his sarcastic behavior. What the hell do you think I'm doing? I wouldn't have asked if I did know, would I? God. Sometimes I think that I'm the brains of this outfit.
I Fred protested.
Harry continued without acknowledging Fred's protests. I'm doing the thing that you've been teaching me to do. Oh, the twins responded in unison, which always seemed a little creepy to Harry. Yes, oh. Now be silent, will you? Then I'll focus on trying to bed your girlfriends. He held in a laugh as the twins realized Harry had heard the bed. A couple of minutes later, in near silence, made the task a lot quicker in completion. Done, he declared happily. What have you done? George seemed a little worried while Fred was excited. This, he brought his wand over to the bed, casting a spell silently. As the spell hit the bed began to gently shake, make Harry kick one of the bedposts to free the bed from its sitting position. As the bed became free of their bearings, the bed hovered for a couple of seconds, steadying itself for the final act, an act which surprised the twins as the bed bolted into the air, eyes wide when they believed the bed would impact the ceiling. Harry, George warned him. Harry, he quickly averted his eyes as the bed was a mere couple of feet away from the ceiling. Harry seemed bemused as he looked at George. You worry too much. Can you blame me? You're becoming more risky than us. Talk for yourself, Fred announced proudly as he puffed out his chest. That made Harry smile as he viewed his work with a proud smile on his face, feeling like nothing could kill him while he was in this euphoric state. End flashback. So, she tapped her fingers on the wooden table in front of her. Did you have something to do with it? I think it would be wise for me and my associates. He trailed his hand over the twins to not comment on that subject. Harry, she put on a tone that promised punishment if he didn't answer to her high standards. In response, Harry placed his face deeper within his hands, swallowing the vomit that had graced his throat just a moment ago. A lot of stuff happened last night, Hermione. Some I can remember, some I can't. She seemed to think this over for a moment until she finally found the emotion that she'd want to explore further. I knew this would happen. Hermione. I knew Fred and George would lead you down this path. The twins' reaction was to place a very surprised expression on their faces as they were dragged into the conversation. Hermione. I should have tried harder to discourage you, Harry, and I'm sorry for that. But I can promise that I'll always be there to get you away from these two. She waved her hands while trying to think of a word that could come out of a lady's mouth. Hermione. Imbeciles. Hermione. What? She almost screamed as she heard her friend call her name for about the fourth time. Stop acting like a child. Hermione. Harry had had enough of Hermione talking down to him, acting like she was the superior person, like she knew what was best for him. You're not my mother, Hermione. I know I'm not. Then stop telling me what to do. I was the one that chose to hang out with these 2-inch. He waved his hand over to them, keeping his gaze locked on Hermione. I was the one that organized the party. She gasped out that announcement. Damn, didn't need to tell her about that. Har. She trailed off as Harry held up his finger to stop her from talking. I wasn't finished, he told her. He continued in vain. I was the one that got absolutely smashed last night, leaving me with one hell of a hangover which I'm dealing with. I'm the one that decided to get a tattoo. Kind of. What's wrong with me? Harry. She seemed horrified that Harry would place a piece of ink that could most likely never get removed. I'm the one that woke up in bed with a number of beautiful girls. He finally finished as he brought his gaze over to Angelina and Alicia, both of which blushed as they realized what he'd said. Hermione seemed to notice this silent proclamation as she looked at the two girls, angry that they would do this to Harry and a tad jealous that she wasn't there when it happened. So, what do you have to say about that? Hermione went into a trance as her brain went into overdrive, going over all the information he'd given her, almost pushing it too far when she thought of the tattoo he'd received. She tried to keep the fact that Harry may have lost his virginity separate as she locked that away to deal with another day. She knew he had a point about him mothering him slightly, but that was mainly because she was used to it being that way, her telling the boys what to do, even though she knew that Ron and Harry would probably do the opposite. This just added to the fact that Harry Potter was changing at an accelerated rate. I don't mean to mother you, Harry. It's just, I'm used to it, I suppose. I know. But this is my life, Hermione. I know. I just don't want you to throw it away. And I don't want to be controlled. He looked at her as she dropped her head in shame. I want you as a friend, Hermione. But if you keep on trying to control my actions, then I'd say our friendship has come to an end. He gave her the ultimatum. Harry. She seemed flabbergasted as Harry, her best friend, gave her the ultimatum over their friendship. The person that'd save her from the troll. The same person that befriended her when no one else wanted to even talk to her. I'm always with you. Never forget that, she told him seriously. Whatever you do, I will always stand by you, Harry. Anything, he baited her. Yes, Harry, anything. She stood by her belief, letting Harry with a window of opportunity as he brought her into a hug. Well, that was what she thought it was until Harry began to kiss up her neck, trailing small kisses and finally giving her a rather large hickey/love bite. Hermione meanwhile froze in shock as she felt Harry's lips connect with her throat, both aroused and horrified as he did this in front of the entire student board. The only thing covering the ministrations was her bushy hair, which was a definite plus in this situation. As he separated, he was witness to a very red-faced Hermione Granger, who had a very strange look on her face. Both anger and excitement seemed to have been mixed somewhat. You did say anything, he reminded her as he knelt in again and kissed her quickly on the cheek before her reaction kicked back in. Hermione's reactions kicked back in just before Harry turned back to his plate. A small smile graced his face as she pouted, trying to sort through her feelings for the young, ever-changing man. When she brought her focus back to her plate, she noticed the gleeful smiles of Fred and George. What, she puffed. Nothing. Just looked like you enjoyed yourself, George replied as Harry's smile grew. Shut up, you two. She pointed her fork at the pair in a warning. Rule number 54, George. Don't mess with a girl when they're carrying a sharp object, Harry interrupted as he rose a cup of water to his lips. Good point, Harry. I'll shut up, George smiled as both of the twins dropped their heads in unison. George followed Harry's example and picked up a bottle of orange juice. A bottle that resembled something from last night. Flashback. Your turn, Harry, Sophia announced as the bottle sat in the middle of the room with the entire group surrounded the glass bottle. Harry smiled as he reached for the bottle, knowing the chance of the bottle landing on the twins was pretty low. The group had been playing spin the bottle for the past 30 minutes, which had involved Fred making out with a reluctant Haley, especially when the twin began to grope her, which ended with a very sore cheek for the twin. Harry spun the bottle, observing who it'd land on as it began to slow, finally landing on the girl, or woman that had almost taken him to bed several times that evening. Sophia, he smiled as she crawled over to him, giving him a brilliant sight of her breasts as she crawled to him. Are you ready for me? She whispered huskily. I'm always ready for you, baby. He smiled as he connected himself to her via her lips, tongue pushing into her mouth with force. Her hands went straight under his shirt as she played with his chest, scraping her nails, which he seemed to like as he moaned into her mouth. His hands meanwhile were used to hold the pair upright as she put more force into the kiss. Cough. They were knocked out of their perfect moment when Katie looked at her boyfriend as he deepened the kiss, coughing to make them realize that they weren't alone. Sophia smiled at Katie as she crawled over to Harry's date. Ah, are you feeling left out? She smiled as she crawled over to Katie. Let me make amends. Sophia's lips quickly captured Katie's, which surprised the young Quidditch star, as she didn't even have time to shut her mouth to stop Sophia to claim her mouth with her tongue. She couldn't help but moan as Sophia played with her clothed breasts. Hot. Fucking hot. The kiss was finished as Sophia disconnected, looking deeply into Katie's lust-filled eyes. There, now were even, she smiled as she crawled back to her space while she looked at Harry hungrily, sending him a silent message of things to come. What are you staring at? It's your turn, Fred, Sophia spoke as she passed him the bottle, covering her breasts because only certain boys who lived had that privilege. Fred reached for it, not really paying attention as he spun it. Not again, Harry giggled from his position. The bottle had landed for the 5th time on his brother, refusing to kiss up to this point, but this seemed to be fate as he caught the gaze of Haley, who had an evil grin plastered on her face. Come on. This is ridiculous. It's fate. The gods want to see this magnificent sight. Sophia raised her arms to the heavens in an act of a sacrifice. No way. I'm not going to kiss my brother, Fred argued. Ah. Come on, Freddie, Angelina begged from his side. It'd be a real turn on. Yeah, George, Alicia smiled as she twirled her hair with her finger. Please. And oh, George responded to the begging girls. I wouldn't even do it for 1,000,000 galleons. Really, Fred asked his brother, who seemed shocked. Am I really that ugly that you wouldn't kiss me even for 1,000,000 galleons? Fred, you're my brother, for God's sake, George argued like his brother was insane. Yeah, but I thought I was good looking. Good enough for you at least, Fred pleaded against his brother, all reason leaving his head as the rest of the group seemed just as surprised about this twist in the tale. Fred, you're my twin, for God's sakes, so of course you're good looking. You lie, you think I'm ugly, Fred argued downheartedly. Fred, George tried to get his brother to get his attention. Fred, he shouted. As the minutes passed by, he picked up a glass of alcohol and downed it in one. Crazy for even thinking this over. As the seconds ticked by, George finally came to a decision. 5 seconds, George placed the amount of time that the kiss would commence for. 20, Harry bartered on the time. 8. 17. 10. 13. 12. Agreed, Harry shook George's hand as the twin agreed to the kiss. Amazed that Fred had somehow gotten his brother to agree to this, George looked back to his brother, who seemed to have finally realized what he had done as a horrified expression graced his face. You wanted it, brother, George slurred drunkenly as he went in for the kiss. Meanwhile, the others all wore different expressions as the kiss between the twins deepened. Harry was shocked but couldn't turn away as his eyes seemed to be glued on the new couple. Angelina and Alicia were both turned on while the rest seemed to be giggling and in awe. You, no tongue, George moaned as he separated from his brother, wiping his tongue in his clothing. Then don't shove your tongue into my mouth. I didn't, George swore to the group as he looked at their doubtful expressions. I didn't. Sure you didn't, George, Harry replied sarcastically as Alicia and Angelina treated their men. Proud they would do that for them. That was so hot, George, Alicia responded as she climbed onto his lap. Yeah, Fred, Angelina replied huskily. Maybe you can persuade your brother to join us, she whispered in his ear as he looked up to see if she was kidding. She was not, as she whispered all the things she would do for him if he did this one little thing. George, Fred called his name, surprising the teen. George got the point of the calling straight away as he looked at Angelina, who was looking at him with a lustful look while being interlocked by his brother's shoulders. Fred put on the puppy dog face for him, which would usually work in any other situation. No, just no. But.
No.
Hey, don't rule anything out just yet. The game hasn't finished yet. Making the possibilities endless, Harry announced while downing his point. George looked at Harry with a new whole loathing of the boy who sat there with his arm looped around Naomi. The girls looked hopeful. The possibilities were indeed endless. End flashback. Gives a new meaning to brotherly love training. Harry lay in his bed as he rested his brain for the incoming day of schoolwork and annoying students/professors. The rest of the weekend had passed pretty quickly once he'd finished the vomiting stage. He said goodbye to the girls and thanked them for a fantastic time they'd given him and the rest of the party-goers. Sophia was her usual self as she gave him a deep kiss while one of her hands drifted into his trousers, grasping his wand in the process. Keep it safe until we meet again, she said as she finally let go. Naomi was much more uptight as Harry gave her a farewell hug and a kiss to the cheek where she blushed, which was made even funnier as he remembered parts of last night where she was much more out there than anyone else. Haley ended up gripping his ass lovingly, telling him that this was now her property, which he thought was a compliment to his cute ass. The news of the recent party was surprisingly slow-moving as the lower years didn't really hang out with the older students, which made the transfer of information much slower. He'd heard from the twins that the students from Bosbatons and Durmstrang had heard about the event, but most didn't know that he'd set it up. Supposedly, the students from the other schools were saddened that they weren't invited to the event, especially when announcement of who was singing got out, a band that was known worldwide in the magical community. Another party possibly. Better yet, Dumbledore couldn't pin the party on him because of the number of students that seemed to be suffering from the same hangover. The loss of speech charm was a good idea on his part, as he read about the charm in one of the books that dropped out of the air when he was in the room of requirement one day. A couple of students tested this but soon learnt their lesson as they stopped trying to get him into trouble. Room of requirement. The day was Monday as he stretched his body, feeling the presence of another person as she treated him to the perfect wake-up. "Oh man, Katie," he moaned in pleasure as Katie's mouth did make him feel like he was unbeatable. Even if Voldemort stood in his way, he felt that he could beat him. "You're amazing, Katie." Katie continued to bob her head in a certain rhythm as her tongue explored his manhood, finding all the places that he was sensitive to increase the pleasure as she began to find the tip interesting as she focused her efforts there. Finally, after a couple of minutes of Katie performing her oral skills, Harry couldn't hold it as he thrust into her mouth, blowing his load inside her hot, wet mouth. Katie seemed to like this as she swallowed all of the liquid as she brought a hand to her heat, wetness gracing her fingers in the process. That was by far the best waking up experience that I've ever had. He breathed heavily as Katie lay sexily on his chest, licking her lips as she savored the taste of Harry. "You deserve it. Plus I wanted to do it and remember it. Savor the experience," she whispered sexily as she snuggled into his chest. Harry laughed slightly as he remembered the previous night of sex that wasn't experienced under the effects of alcohol. 2 words, bloody amazing. The time came eventually as he and Katie began to get dressed and leaving the room together. At the moment, Harry didn't really know what his relationship with Katie was, being a girlfriend to friends with benefits. Hell, he didn't really care after the performance from her yesterday. She could have put a dog leash around his neck and he'd still come back for more. The pair made their way to the Great Hall, readying themselves for breakfast and the day to come while they slipped into a comfortable silence, enjoying the silence as they remembered the sounds that were made last night, animalistic in many ways. If only the walls could talk. In fact, it's probably best they don't. After a few minutes, they'd finally made it, taking their respective seats as Katie sat next to Angelina and Alicia, who were positioned a couple of feet away from Fred and George. As Harry took his seat, Fred and George wore identical twinkling smiles as they switched their focus between Katie and him, trying to insinuate something. "Have fun last night, Harry?" George asked as he looked at Katie's slightly tired face. "Did a certain Quidditch player tuck you in?" Fred insinuated, giving him a cheeky wink. "I did ask Angelina and Alicia." He smiled as he saw the annoyed expressions of the twins, but they needed their rest for their lessons today. Their words, I believe, were, "You'll wear us out, you stallion." That was Angelina, I believe. "I like having a piece of wood in between my legs, but yours is an exception that I can't cater at his moment." That was Alicia. "You know that one day you're going to go too far." "Probably, but until that time I might as well enjoy my freedom," he replied smartly as he knew that Fred and George were already planning on getting him back for all his kidding. The group ate in silence as various stories were discussed, like the discovery of Professor Flitwick, who according to the twins was suffering from burns. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the professor, seeing as Flitwick was one of the nicest professors in the school. "Oh well. Training today, Harry," Fred announced happily as he looked at Harry with a joyful grin. "You're gonna wish you'd never been born." "Looking forward to it," he answered distracted as he glanced at Draco Malfoy, who seemed to be attempting to stick his tongue down Pansy Parkinson's mouth, but it came off looking like a horror scene in an alien film. Fred followed his gaze as he looked at the sight. "Word is spreading about you, Harry. A number of girls want a piece of you according to him, some of which are in Slytherin." "He's doing it to be cool?" he asked, wondering if it really meant that much to the blonde boy. "It's not that, Harry. It's reputation. He can't be seen as being inferior to you, which is making him try and act like you." "Ha, that's so not going to work. He'll end up with his balls hanging on the Christmas tree if he tries it. He doesn't have the same charm as me." "And arrogance," George offered from his position. "And overall sex appeal," Harry finished finally as he smiled at the twins. Harry was disgusted when Draco's hands began to fondle Pansy's ass in front of the entire hall. "Get a room," he muttered, causing a few sniggers from the people around him. "I hope I don't look like that. Room of requirement. Come on, Harry. Or am I going to have to shove my wand up your ass?" "Fuck you," Harry moaned from his collapsed form on the floor. "Fuck me. Fuck you, you lazy git." George threw the insult at the lazy boy, annoyed that he'd given up his afternoon for this. "And I thought you were a stallion," Fred muttered from his corner. "Well, there's more of an incentive in that situation, unless one of you wants to open your legs for me," he offered as he gulped in breaths of air. "Don't look at me," George answered as his brother looked at him, looking like he was waiting for him to take the position. 10 more, Harry. Give me a minute." "And oh," George screamed from next to him. 10 and OW, he ordered him. When Harry made no move, George pulled out his wand, firing a small jet of freezing water upon his back. Arg, Harry gritted his teeth. "Next spell will be more inventive," George promised from his position. "I thought you wanted to learn, to turn your life around, become more powerful and much more. What I see now is a pathetic boy." "Fuck you," Harry cursed again, only for George to raise his wand again. This time a small lightning bolt erupted from his wand, giving Harry an electric shock all over his body as the water covered his back. "Argich, fuck," he stuttered. "Stop cursing for God's sake," Fred spoke as he'd finally had enough of Harry's demeanor. "Show that my brother is wrong, please. I beg of you." Fred brought his hands together in a begging position. "Or are you a piece of shit?" George played bad cop brilliantly. Harry knew the game but was getting wound up even though he'd agreed to this beforehand, torture tactics and all. Calling on all his strength, he slowly raised his body as his arms held his body. 1, gulp, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. "Well done, Harry. Good to see that you aren't a worthless piece of shit." George gave Harry a small grin. "Now, you do it while Fred sits on your back." "You've gotta gasp, be kidding." "Nope. 100 push-ups with Fred sitting upon your back." George nodded to Fred for him to take his position, making his brother walk over to the angry boy and take his seat. "I really fucking hate you." "Hey, payback's a bitch." Hallway leading to library. Harry made his way out of the room of requirement after a number of torturous hours in training. All physical, of course, as the twins kept on pushing him to the brink. He walked as quickly as his tired legs could carry him as he made the trip to one type of training to another, the other being the library where he would learn the spells and then do them later. Harry suddenly heard oncoming footsteps and a spoken conversation that was spoken in an unusual dialect.
Ця єліко странна.
Harry ducked into a corner as the group of incoming foreign students made their way nearer him. He waited in his corner until the offenders of the conversation came by, identifying Victor Crumb as one of the group.
Тихіті євінагі пакідраф.
Bulgarian. He smiled as he realized what language they were speaking, thanking the heavens that he'd learnt the conversion language. Raising his wand, he performed the spell quietly. "She looks like high maintenance. It'd take you months to get her into bed." A big-headed boy to the side responded to Crumb. "Yeah, but it'd be enjoyable." At this point Harry was wondering who were they talking about. A person that seemed to captivate Crumb's attention must be special. "And I bet she's a virgin," another teen with brown hair and a small scar gracing his cheek made the assessment. "Bet she's not well groomed though, looking at her hair, unless you're into that." "I don't mind. The sacrifice will be worth it." "Do you even know her name?" "Yes, Hermione Granger." Harry froze as he heard who they were talking about. Even though he may have agreed with most of it, he still didn't agree. Before he could attack Crumb and the rest of his cronies, he was stopped as Karkaroff told them to follow. Damn it. At that moment, he made a promise to himself when it came to Crumb and his little group. "No one talks about my friend like that. I will defend Hermione's honor." Great Hall. The days passed by pretty quickly from then. The training was constant as Fred and George pushed him to the limit, not helping that the training was mostly exercising his body, which didn't really excite him. Yes, the ladies liked it, but the whole process of exercising the muscles was a pain in the ass. This made the current day Wednesday as he heard a couple of voices in the background as he zoned out, only to be brought back by two clicking fingers hovering in front of his face. Harry to earth, is anyone there? Fred snapped his fingers impatiently in front of Harry's face. Harry to earth. What? He slurred slightly as he was brought from his thoughts. Mad eyes looking at you, Fred told him as he looked up to meet the gruff professor's stare, surprised when he saw both eyes looking at his standing form. When isn't he looking at me? This is becoming a regular occurrence, Harry. Is there something you want to tell me about your relationship with him? Nah, he's not into brunettes, he joked as he brought his gaze back onto Fred. Much more a ginger lover. I get it, Fred responded as he continued. Mad Eye is into me, he's always fantasized about having twins. Am I right or am I right? Fred drawled. Not really, he bit down on some toast. You'll have to ask him if you want to know such information, but I don't think he's into guys. Shut up and stop kidding around. Who said I was kidding? He offered. Then who? Fred finally asked the question that Harry wanted him to ask since the start of the conversation. I'll give one name. He looked at the eager expression of Fred as he caught a glimpse of George descending down the great hall to their position, knowing he would have to time this just right. Molly Pruitt, he finally announced as George got into hearing range. I know that name from somewhere. Fred seemed confused as he remembered the name from somewhere before, but couldn't place it. George strolled up to the pair. Casually, why are you talking about Mom? George asked as he took his seat. A large smile graced his face as it lit up like a Christmas tree. Who? Fred asked his twin. Molly Pruitt, her name before she married Dad, George informed his brother in a superior tone. Oh, I knew that name from somewhere. Fred paused unexpectedly as he realized what Harry had insinuated. Hey, wait a minute, Fred switched his gaze to Harry as the boy gulped down some fresh water. What? He smiled in a silent victory, planning to thank Sirius for that useful bit of information. My mother did not sleep with Moody. Fred seemed angry as he glared at the small teen. Not how Moody tells it. He gave a little giggle as George realized what he was talking about, matching the glare which was being held by Fred. The pictures which he showed, all ordered numerically by the way, as he pretended to look over the images in his head. Didn't actually think your mother could achieve some of those positions. He pushed himself away from the table as Fred made a grab for him. Hey, don't shoot the messenger, he offered as he took his leave as he saw the tense knuckles of the twins shake slightly. He gave them a bow and began to exit. As he walked out of the hall, attracting a number of stares and glares, this time even the other schools looked at him. The French girls looked extremely tasty as he viewed them from the corner of his eye. I'll have to try some of that. Harry left the hall soon after just as Moody left his seat at the staff table while Fred and George planned their revenge. A plan which would leave the teen very red-faced. No one talked about their mother like that. Harry made his way down the hall, planning on going to the library seeing as he had a rare free period and knew that was where Hermione would currently be residing, trying to find out what was in the egg, and how to understand the screams before the user succumbs to deafness. Rounding a corner quicker than expected, he impacted something or someone as he fell to the ground, bashing his shoulder against the stone wall as he slid down it, cursing the person or thing that had been the cause of this. However, before he could chuck a few insults at the offender, he caught sight of the false limb, then the shabby clothing. Crap, he realized as he brought his head up to the face. Professor. He greeted Moody, who seemed to have not felt the impact as he stood there, looking at him while he presumed that other eye was looking to see if anyone was coming. Potter. Moody acknowledged his presence as he looked at his floor-ridden form. You should have been more aware, Potter. What if I was a Death Eaters that planned to paint the walls red with your blood? Constant vigilance, Moody warned Harry with his catchphrase of sorts. Why use blood to paint the walls, though? He inquired the professor, deciding to have some fun seeing as Moody took life too seriously. What? Moody asked, clearly confused by the response. Well, blood is an awful way to paint the walls. It would fade within days of appliance. You're not getting the point, Potter. Moody was getting aggravated as Harry purposely missed the point. Why not use paint? Surly wizards know of paint. He continued as if Moody hadn't spoken. That was not the point. The point is that I could have killed you if I wanted to. Yeah, but if you killed me you'd miss obsessing over the cup. He was loving this as he talked back to the professor, making Moody rephrase his every sentence a number of times. Moody sighed annoyingly. I'll tell you one more time. If I, as in me, was a Death Eater, I could have killed you. He tried to explain it clearly as he began to lose his cool. Harry thought for a moment, faking thought as he stroked his chin. Nah, you couldn't pull of the black cloak and all. He doubted it as he tried to picture the scene. Moody seemed to wear a mask of contempt as the boy began to test his patience. I most definitely could and would. Moody defended what he could and couldn't carry off, which pleased Harry to no end as Moody rose to the challenge. Whatever you say, Professor. He waved it off as he got bored of the argument, short attention span and all that. You should be careful to presume something about me, Potter. Harry sighed as he wondered why the gruff old exoror seemed to be sticking around, which was unusual because he was usually always on the move, busy doing something or the other. Well, what can I do for you on this glorious day, Professor? I'm glad you asked, Potter. Harry gulped as Moody looked at him with an evil glint in his eye. I've been planning on carrying out some duels today. In fact, in about 10 minutes I'll be holding a dueling competition of sorts and would be beneficial to you, Potter. That's all good and well, Professor, but why are you telling me this? He asked, hating the way that this conversation was turning out as all the foolery of earlier was forgotten. The reason is simple. I want you to attend that class. It'll give you a better insight into your opponent's fighting style, just in case it comes up in the tasks. It would be a privilege, Professor, but they will rip me to shreds. Nonsense. Moody waved off the possibility of failure like it was an insignificant bug. I've heard how you dealt with Malfoy in your second year, turning his spell onto himself and add to the fact all the other tasks you have completed. He seemed to pause for a second as he got his voice in check, and of course the highest achievement anyone can achieve, injuring the Dark Lord. Moody voice seemed to go dreamy as he said Voldemort's name, confusing Harry in the process. Injured, Professor? He inquired. I doubt that you. Moody held a little disgust in his voice as he brought his hand over the boy, quickly realizing his mistake as he placed a neutral tone into his speech, or anyone else could kill the Dark Lord. Harry didn't bother to mention that Moody had more or else said that the Dark Lord was unbeatable, planning on thinking about it later, seeing as he was already busy trying to avoid the class. He wanted to learn new content, but that kind of jump would most likely end in his death. Professor, I really don't think it's a good idea. Nonsense, Potter, unless you've got somewhere to be. Moody challenged him. No, but... Harry trailed off as Moody got a grab of his arm, bringing him with him if he liked it or not. No excuses then, you'll come and learn. Fine, he sighed as he began to pick up his pace. Why does all the interesting stuff happen to me? Dueling room. Annoyed. This was what he was feeling as he walked into the room as everyone enjoyed their favorite activity, being Harry watching as he looked at a number of faces he'd never met in his life at Hogwarts. The room seemed to have been split into groups as all the Durmstrang stood in one corner, surrounding their leader of SOT, which was Victor Crumb. The Beauxbatons students were in a different space, all dressed in their pale blue uniforms which were fitted to perfection, which a number of other students agreed as he looked at a couple who were openly gawking at the girls. Of course, the rest of the female population hated the Beauxbatons students because they would usually get all the attention when they were present, annoying the girls that didn't have the same level of beauty as they were overlooked. Wow, could they look any more editable? The final group of students were from Ravenclaw.
Surprise, surprise.
Most of the group were staring at him, some with an air of excitement as they planned on taking him down in this obvious dueling situation, which was more or else obvious as a long thin stage adorned the center of the room. Cedric seemed to be the only one that didn't seem to be calculating a plan against him as he smiled a friendly smile to him, giving him a small wave which was met with a couple of strange looks from his classmates. Settle down, Moody ordered as he stepped onto the stage. Today we will be testing your abilities when it comes to dueling. The practice of dueling is one of the most important things when involved in a fight. All of your abilities will be tested. Strength, endurance, stamina, magic, fatigue. Moody listed the main points. All of these are extremely important. A reluctance to further even one of these skills will end in your deaths. Trust me when I say that. He warned them, which the students seemed to get straight away as they focused on the gruff professor's injuries. Why is Potter here then? A snide remark from the Beauxbaton champion muttered more to herself than Moody. Mr. Potter is here because I believe he deserves to see what he is up against while being in this tournament. So no going easy on him because he's younger than you. Wouldn't think of it, this time, Crumb muttered, getting a couple laughs from the Durmstrang contingent. Harry held his head high in confidence as he began to think of the best spells that were available to him. I thought a tournament would be best. I've already drawn your names. Student who wins advances to the next round. Moody informed them of the way it would work. I expect the champions of each school to be in the semi-final at least. This made Harry even more nervous as Moody made the announcement. Miss Delacour versus Mr. Davies. Moody told of the first duel, but continued, taking place on the main stage. This was the first time that everyone else noticed that 7 more dueling areas had been set up. Moody announced a couple more names from the stage. Thankfully, he wasn't called up just yet, which left him with the opportunity to watch the Beauxbatons champion at work. Fleur Delacour left the other Beauxbatons students back straight while she walked like she was on a catwalk, which could have been the case as the stage looked very similar to that type of walking style. Roger Davies was collected a number of pats on the back from his friends, showing their support, which would end up in ridicule if he lost to a girl. A girl which he knew would be more than a match for Roger as he walked up onto the stage as confidence radiated of the young man. I've got a feeling this is going to be over very quickly. All spells are allowed apart from the unforgivables, Moody announced as he stood in the center of the stage, motioning for the 2 opponents to come to him. After a short pause, the 2 fighters approached the Exor. All right, this area is warded so no spells will hit any unlucky participant that gets too close to the action. So when you're ready, you can begin. Moody then went on to whisper to the 2 duelists as they knelt in slightly. Finally, the duel seemed to be ready to commence as Moody stepped off the stage, leaving the 2 duelers to bow to one another as they retook their positions on the ends on the area. The duel quickly started after that as the jets of colors erupted from both of their wands. Fleur dived to one side as she narrowly avoided a spell that would have struck her leg but was caught off guard as a nasty pulse of energy impacted her arm, making her go defensive as a blue shield formed around her, annoying the hell out of Davies as all the spells came to nothing as they impacted the shield. One moment, that was all it took when Davies stopped his assault to try another way to win the duel. This moment completely turned the duel as Fleur pounced, throwing her own variety of spell which when impacted upon the boy tore his clothing slightly. Protego, Davies shouted. This was the first thing spoken out loud by the opponents as all previous spells was said in silence. The use of verbalizing the spell only made it slightly stronger as Fleur's spells hit and shattered the shield a couple of seconds later. As Harry looked at Fleur, he saw a small smug smile which he placed in her weakness category. The duel was over after only a minute after his shield failed. The first spell his arm as he tried to defend his head. The next hit his leg as blood began to drip onto his shoes. The final spell ended it as he was sent upwards as the spell caught him in the stomach. He could have sworn that he gave Cedric a wave as he was in the air until he impacted the padded floor, which still gave out a sickening crunch. This left Roger Davies with blood-worn, shredded clothing as his flabby chest was shown to the world. That was informative. Miss Delacour wins, Moody declared to the class. The Hogwarts students seemed annoyed as some were already planning the ways they could wind up their friend, unconcerned with the injuries he'd picked up. Fleur didn't seem too bothered with the victory, which was the same for her classmates as they gave her very little applause, probably already planning for the next round. As he stared at Fleur, he didn't realize that she'd known he was staring at him. This was signaled a second later when a look of disgust passed her face as she leant into one of her friends. Let the duels commence, Harry Potter. The duelist. Come on, you wimp. You defeated the ultimate evil twice for God's sake. You were the victor when it came to that bloody snake. You produced a Patronus so strong to defend yourself against an army of Dementors. Pull yourself together. You're Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, sex god to the stars. He began to settle down as he stared at his opponent on the opposite side of the stage. A male Durmstrang student stood there with a look of indifference as he looked at his form. It was a little unnerving as he fingered his wand. Taking a deep breath, he began to calm himself, remembering what his mentors taught to him. Confidence. Adding to his determination was the fact that the twins would probably wind him up a treat if they saw him now. Bow, Moody told the 2, making them bow to one another as the duel was about to begin. The other champions had already completed their duels, with Crumb setting his opponent's hair on fire, causing some nasty burns. Begin, Moody announced, surprising Harry as the spells began to race towards him. Protego, he shouted out, annoyed with himself as he gave away what spell was being used. Mainly annoyed with his verbal use because there were a number of weaknesses with this spell as the blue band stretched around his form. The Durmstrang Dueler smiled as he used his experience to get around the shield, sending a number of freezing spells which would make the shield heavier to hold, resulting in the caster dropping his defense, which would then effectively end the duel. Harry knew this was going to happen as he'd read about it whilst learning new spells with Hermione, so instead of giving his opponent a chance to push the advantage, he dropped his shield and immediately went offensive, firing spells silently as he avoided the spells that were thrown by his opponent, his Quidditch skills coming in useful for once. Harry began to get into a rhythm as he took a couple of feet forward, stopping to defend himself, then firing some spells while moving nearer his opponent. Before too long, Harry's distance to his opponent had greatly decreased as a number of students in the audience began to see this, along with his opponent, as Harry took one more step, allowing him to pounce and end the duel. His fist connected against his opponent's jaw as the student fell to the ground, shocked that Harry Potter would have the audacity to hit him to the ground. Blood began to drip from a cut lip that had opened up once Harry's fist had connected with the boy's jawline. "You hit me," the Durmstrang student said as he realized what had happened. "You fucking hit me," seemingly getting more agitated as he nursed his jaw. "That's not fair. You use everything at your disposal." Harry grinned at the bloodied student, catching a glimpse of Fleur as he gave her a wink for everyone to see, which seemed to make her angrier. "Isn't that right, Professor?" "Very true, Potter. When your life hangs in the balance, you will do anything and everything to survive," Moody announced to the class. The Durmstrang student didn't seem to be pleased as he strutted off the stage and made his way into his group of friends. "Sore loser." Harry made his way of the stage with his chest puffed out as he made his way to the Beauxbatons group while looking for the angel that was Fleur Delacour. "Hello, good-looking," he smiled as he finally found her, huddled up with her friends. The small group all seemed to hear him as they looked to see his quickly approaching figure. "I never knew that angels dropped from heaven." He tried the corny chat-up line as he continued, "Unless you've been naughty, in which case I'm free to give you a spanking." "The only people you'll be spanking are your two ginger friends," one of the angels responded, releasing the information that the Beauxbatons clan had actually been listening to the gossip. "Maybe," he waved his hand as he took a step to close the distance. "But what happens when I've been naughty? I can't have the twins spanking this perfect behind." He gave a comical twirl as a couple of the French girls admired his fine behind. "Get one of your sluts to do it then," a girl to Fleur's left suggested. Harry's demeanor changed severely as they bad-mouthed his girlfriends, as in he had a friend that was a girl. "Oh, have I touched a nerve?" she mocked. Fleur was always considered very good at observing a person by reading body language, but she didn't need to use it as she heard the faint crackling of magic forming around the young boy, choosing to back up a couple of steps. "You have no idea what you're talking about." His fists became rolled up as they continued to mock his friends. "Oh, I think the girl with the terrible hair would be happy to feel your behind if you asked her. Probably do more." "Hermione is not like that," he defended his oldest friend. "Ah, so the slut has a name." Harry tried to calm himself as he tried to think clearly, deciding on the way that Hermione would deal with such a situation. "Yeah, I suppose maybe you're right," he mused as a number of the Beauxbatons seemed shocked that he seemed to be agreeing. "You seem to have great experience when it comes to who is a slut, seeing as your whole school seems to be filled with them." What a number of murmurs and shocked voices could be heard as they repeated what the insolent child had said to them. "You are sluts," he spelled it out. "All the signs are there, I suppose. The need for every man to look at you, the makeup, the suggestive poses. God, you probably rent yourselves out when you're back in your homeland." Slap. Harry's face was graced with a great red hand mark as one of the girls hit him with force. "Oh, did I hit a nerve?" he mocked. He began to walk away from them, adding just one more thing before he disappeared back to the Ravenclaw group. "By the way, don't talk to me like I'm a child and don't badmouth my friends." When Harry finally nestled himself back within the group, he saw Cedric approaching him with a dejected Roger Davies by his side, wrapped heavily in bandages. "What was that about, Harry?" "Nothing important, just needed to put the French in their place," he informed him. Really, Cedric seemed surprised as he looked over to the angry-looking group of French ladies, a number of which were glaring daggers at Harry. "They seem really nice to us. Fleur joins us for meals with a couple of her friends." They seem down to earth. Stop thinking with your dick. Ha! Didn't think I'd hear the new ranged Harry Potter say that. Cedric laughed as he responded to the advice after he heard about Harry's recent shenanigans. Anyway, I've got Cho. Who keeps your dick occupied? He finished the sentence for Cedric with a smile forming on his face. I think it'd be in my interests not to answer that, Cedric replied cryptically. Apart from the blowjob you received in the library, Roger mumbled from his position, which left Cedric red-faced. I told you. She dropped her quill, Cedric replied like it was the 100th time he'd given the excuse. Yeah, for about 5 minutes, Roger informed a laughing Harry. Didn't think you had it in you, hell? I didn't think she had it in her. Can we change the subject? Cedric pleaded with the guys as Harry continued. But I suppose it's always the quiet ones. Maybe Sue Lee would be an interesting girl to get into bed, probably kinkier than me. He mused as he stroked his chin. Next round, Moody shouted from the front, ending the conversation in its tracks, which seemed to please Cedric as he gave a sigh of relief. Mr. Potter will verse Miss Chamel, he told them, annoying Harry as he only had just come of the stage. I really think he's trying to kill me. Mr. Diggory versus Mr. Hiller, taking place on stage 2. Moody continued to announce until all the stages were taken. Harry took to the stage at a brisk pace, excited and both a little annoyed as he looked at his opponent. An opponent that he'd just met a couple of minutes ago, the Beauxbatons beauty who dragged Hermione's name through the mud. This should be interesting. Maybe a few of the experimental spells Fred showed me will come in useful. He smiled at the thought as the large number of possible spells entered his mind, all used to embarrass the person it was inflicted on. The duel started off with a bang as Harry began to fire a large assortment of spells, some verbally while others were silent as the streams of energy were avoided by the ballerina style of his opponent. These spells weren't meant to hit her, they were meant to test her technique, to see any vulnerability when he really began to pick it up. She seemed to be doing the same as they traded spells for a good 5 minutes as the audience watched the duel like it was a tennis match. Finally, the pace began to quicken as his opponent began to throw limb-severing hexes at him, only avoiding them narrowly. When he saw an opportunity, he used a spell that he knew would enrage her as he began to make the wand movement while saying the words in his mind. The spell shot from his wand, aim perfect as it caught her in the stomach, which she seemed to notice as she stopped momentarily, probably expecting the spell to incapacitate her or something along those lines. The spell took effect as her clothing began to loosen around her chest and legs, showing a glimpse of her bra as the males in the crowd stared in awe. You bastard! Hey, you should be used to this, he mocked. You must be in heaven seeing as all the male population in this room are looking at you, lusting after you, he suggested with an evil smile. Payback's a bitch. You fucking little boy, she screamed as she charged him, fingernails gleaming in the light as she approached him in her fit of anger. Harry meanwhile just stood there, waiting for the impact that was to come, only making one movement with his wand as the piece of wood touched his lips. Pucker up, baby. When she got to a meter away from him, he made a quick movement as she positioned her hands in front of her. He began to twirl as he avoided the first physical attack, catching her shoulder as he redirected her surprised form to his lips. His lips crashed down upon hers as she struggled when she realized what was happening. Harry smiled as she tried her best to get away while his tongue massaged her top lip, knowing it would only be a certain amount of time before the spell took effect. This happened 10 seconds later as the Beauxbatons student molded into the kiss, grasping Harry's shirt like her life depended on it. The spell he'd basically used was a lust charm of sorts, but could be placed on a person's body part. These kinds of spells didn't sit right with Harry because it was taking away a person's will to choose, but this spell did mention that the suitor needed to return some of the feeling, if in lust or love. This made it tricky to use and was a gamble, but with his newfound confidence, he believed that most girls wanted him. He'd placed it on his lips because he knew that this would have been the best place for it to have maximum impact. He knew that when she opened her mouth and rolled her tongue out, assaulting his in the process. She stepped it up as she began to wrestle him to the ground as Harry began to lose his sense of environment as her hand ran over his crotch. Harry's hands meanwhile were busy exploring her ample bosoms as he teased her nipples through her shirt. What are they doing? Students began to mutter amongst the crowd. Who wins? Another student asked as Moody went to separate the hormonal teenagers. Potter, Chamil. Stop this at once, Moody ordered the two as Chamil placed her hand under his shirt while moaning into his mouth. As Moody began to get order as he dragged Chamil of Harry, he began to decide who won the duel. Seeing as Miss Chamil wrestled Mr. Potter to the ground, I see her as the winner, he announced, only to be interrupted by the girl who'd been doing the wrestling. Non, she spoke in French. I want to be with Harry. I want to taste him on my lips. I must have him, she pleaded as Moody shared a look with Harry, having a silent discussion as Chamil cooed over her new love interest. Lust potion, Moody questioned. Yeah, he smiled as Chamil was wrestled away from her friends. Then Mr. Potter wins this round, seeing as Miss Chamil is in no shape to fight, Moody announced to the crowd that had formed. Harry smirked as he walked past the glares of the Beauxbatons students, one of which tried to grab him as he turned to see the struggle that was commencing. Reverse the spell, Fleur demanded. No thanks, I like her more like this, he responded as he stepped closer, intensifying the struggle that was occurring behind Fleur as his love interest struggled. Me and Harry are meant to be, can't you see, Chamil pleaded. Reverse it or I'll hurt you. It sounded more like a promise than a threat. You beat me in the final and then I'll take it off, he offered. Who says you'll make it to the final? I know I will, but will you? He challenged her as he offered his hand. Wait, what happens in the unlikely event that I lose? She inquired because even thought the possibility of her losing to him was comparably low. It would be clever planning for the case if it arose. However unlucky, the odds were stacked in her favor. A date, he told her, the forfeit for a loss to him. A date. Yes, one date, he signaled by holding up his finger. She seemed to think it over until she finally offered her hand. Deal, but you better not try anything with me. Deal, he smiled a boyish smile as he joined Roger, who watched the Cedric duel that was still taking place. As he approached, he could see that Cedric was very much in the lead as the teen versus him seemed to be on the very brink of falling from the stage. Cedric saw this as he summoned a ball of fire, which when fired rolled across the stage, increasing in mass and speed as it approached his opponent. The opponent saw this and jumped off the stage as he saw no other way to survive that kind of attack. Mr. Diggory wins, Moody declared from his position. The rounds began to pass at speed as the number of students still competing in the tournament began to thin over time. Harry had to duel a couple more students as he made his way to the semis, all opponents of which had completely different attacks. Some were quick back, had a shoddy aim, while others were slow, but their spells packed a punch if they hit, which could be seen as a number of bruises were scattered around his body. So far he'd used an assortment of spells to send the duels. One was to summon a ghost-like creature which charged the opponent, resulting in the student jumping from the stage in fright. In another duel he'd turned his opponent into a mouse, a spell that Moody had showed him. This was not the end of that duel as he conjured a wooden cat that had been transfigured from the torn-up flooring, resulting in a very shook-up student who was indeed eaten by the transfigured cat, only to exit the way that most would. Crumb, Potter, first semi-final. Take your positions, Moody announced as Harry sighed as he made his way through the crowd. Some seemed to be surprised he was still present while others still held a look of distaste, mostly the Durmstrang clan. He stepped onto the stairs that led to the stage, his feet dragging slightly as he felt the burn of the previous duels which had taken an awful lot out of his young body. Bow, Moody ordered as the pair stood on opposite sides of each other. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Go, he announced, which was signaled when the bull-like approach of Victor Crumb's wand work paid off straight away as a spell sent him crashing onto the floor. Fuck me. Knowing that this position wasn't favorable, he cast a quick shield before any other spells could hit his form. As he recovered, he began to get to his feet, surprised that Crumb had closed the distance quite severely as the bulked-up teen planned on using his own move against him. Countering this, he sidestepped a number of pain-inducing spells which allowed him to go on the attack. His mind quickly began to search for a possible spell to use in this situation. Heaven tonight? Nope.
Dancing till dawn? No.
The disappointed parent, that'll do it. He smiled as he remembered the spell that would suit him best as he twirled his wand while narrowing his sight to get the perfect aim. The spell impacted a moment later, Crumb not feeling anything as he continued the assault. Harry smiled as he saw the spell take effect, forming a small mist behind his head as two heads began to form, molding into a woman and a man who looked the spitting image. "What are you doing, Victor?" Crumb stopped momentarily as he heard the recognizable voice. "Mom," Crumb asked as he looked over his shoulder. "Of course it is your mother, Victor. I know you're stupid, but no son of mine will be a retard," she chastised him. "I'll only ask you one more time, young man. What are you doing?" she demanded. "Dueling," Crumb replied stupidly as the entire room looked at Crumb and the mist of his parents behind him. "I don't call this dueling. This is a travesty to even think of this as dueling." "Yes, Victor, I expected better." His mother shook his head in disappointment. "But I was picked as champion for Durmstrang." Victor's voice wavered slightly. "I am the best student." "Victor, we would have disowned you if you weren't champion. We still might if you don't win it." "I'm a star seeker." Crumb offered another piece of information that he thought that would impress them. "Not compared to Montgomery." "But he's 36, Crumb argued with the ghostly figures, forgetting that his parents were several hundred miles away. "Yes, and you're younger, so you should be better. Plus, he's more successful and has a steady girlfriend." "I have girlfriends." "Yeah, most of which aren't girls, son," his father told his son. "Sometimes I wish we'd used protection, honey," she cooed to her husband. "Yeah, me too, but I suppose that's what you get for inbreeding, sister," the husband suggested as a number of the students looked on in shock as the statement was made. "Shut up. Shut up." Victor grasped his head in an attempt to stop the voices. "Useless. Drain on our income. Hopefully death will take him soon. Wish we had Potter as a son. He's done more than you and he's younger," his father told him, which seemed to make Crumb snap as his eyes zeroed in on the amused expression Harry was wearing. Crumb began to go into a fit of rage as he began to advance on Harry, batting off the spells fired at him. Harry began to become a little concerned at first as Crumb closed the distance. This concern was unfounded as a spell that would end the duel popped into his head and would also show Crumb that he wasn't meant to be messed with. Aiming his wand onto the wooden floor, he fired a burst of energy which made a glue-like substance coat the flooring, which spread quickly as Crumb's angry form advanced on Harry. When Crumb stepped onto the substance, his feet immediately stuck to the stage, which left a very irritated large boy who struggled against the spell that was holding him back. "Leave me free." "Why would I want to do that?" "To show that you're a man that can take a beating." "No thanks. I rather like my face the way it is." "You're such a fucking coward, Potter," Crumb taunted Harry, hoping that this would distract him from the spell that he was casting. "God knows how to defeated the Dark Lord." Harry smiled evilly. "Luck, I suppose. Now be quiet. I need to concentrate," he informed as he tried to remember the movements and the wording for the spell that should be entertaining to everyone around. "Early Christmas." That was the name of the spell as he performed the movements to perfection. Watching the stream of red hit Crumb, which Crumb thought he shook off as he continued to struggle. "Is that the best you've got?" Crumb taunted. "Wait, I forgot you're a child. I'll show you." Harry kept an eye on the clock that hanged over the room, counting the seconds for the first effects to be known. 3, 2, 1. Crumb's face blanched as the spell finally began to take effect. The spell was pretty simple. It would temporarily turn any object into something affiliated to Christmas. This could range from a Christmas cracker to a tree. Unfortunately for Crumb, the spell seemed to choose the latter as the teenage Quidditch star began to grow in height while his body slowly transformed to look like a tree. His body became much thinner as it began to resemble the spine of the tree, changing color to a deep brown to add to the effect. "What the fuck is this?" Potter, Crumb grinded out as his mouth began to seal while the crowd stared in awe. "An early Christmas present, I suppose," he smiled as Crumb's arms resembled tree branches while individual pines spawned from all over his body. Taking the opportunity, he stepped closer to the boy that was almost completely converted, leaning in to whisper, "Hermione Granger is my friend, and I defend my friends, Crumb. Defend them from sick bastards like you who think that the opposite sex is made to service you." Crumb seemed to have heard him as he tried to shake his head, which looked like a breeze had hit the top of the tree if someone from the outside had entered. "This is a warning, Crumb. A warning to stay away from my friends. Otherwise, I'll turn you into something a lot less desirable. Maybe Karkaroff's underwear would interest you. Once again Crumb tried to shake his head, while he was in pain as the pine stuck into areas that shouldn't experience that kind of pain. Do you get me? Crumb tried to nod in agreement. Then I'm almost done. He smiled as he raised his wand one last time. Casting the spell he had on his mind, the tree was immediately decorated in such a way that made all the audience excited about Christmas. Baubles now graced the branches which were Crumb's arms, while gold and silver tinsel was scattered all over the man-made tree. Merry Christmas everyone. Harry spoke to everyone with a boyish smile. I think it's over now, Professor. He turned to talk to Moody, who was silently appraising Harry's talent. Seeing as I've incapacitated my opponent. Yes, Moody came marching onto the stage. Probably not the spell choice I would have used, but it got the job done. I suppose Harry could help look at Crumb's wooden form as it seemed to shake in fury. As much as I like being reminded that Christmas is only a few months away, I think it'd be wise to turn Mr. Crumb back. Back, sir, there is no counterspell. It should wear off in a couple of days though, but I would suggest that he gets a grooming, seeing as the human body wasn't meant to made into a tree. Indeed, you. Moody pointed to a small group of muttering Durmstrang students. Take Mr. Crumb to your headmaster. He should know what to do with him. He told them what to do. The Durmstrang group of students slowly and hesitantly made their way onto the stage. When they got to Crumb's unmoving form, they grasped him lightly, picking him up in the process. Harry was just walking off the stage when he was sure he heard a whisper on the wind, going something like, "Watch your back, Potter." He smiled as he made his way of the stage, adding one last comment to the students that were carrying Tree Crumb. Water him on a regular basis and try to not snap of anything. Even the smallest thing may be equivalent to something with the same size, he suggested jokingly, which got a number of glares from the Durmstrang students. And now he's a tree. The mist of the parents appeared once again beside Tree Crumb. Well, he always wanted to put the fairy on top. He won't have any problems this time. The room quickly went into wild mutterings as he stepped off the stage and Crumb disappeared out of the room. All students in on the action as they whispered and pointed at him. For the first time, Fleur looked a little worried as he walked past her as she saw the assault of Crumb, hoping that he wouldn't do that to a lady. That was a interesting tactic, Harry, Cedric told him as he looked up to see the bandaged arm of Cedric which Fleur graced him with. Well, I thought that this school needed a bit of Christmas cheer, Cedric sniggered as he cradled his broken arm. The conversation was ended prematurely as Moody began to speak once again. All right, now for the final round, Miss Delacour versus Mr. Potter. Moody motioned for the two students to join them. Harry slowly walked up onto the stage while Fleur followed behind. They approached the gruff-looking Exor who looked at the pair. One eye focused on both. Moody quickly went over the rules as the pair took their positions. Begin, Moody signaled. Harry went on the offense from the start after he saw what Fleur could do if she was on offense, being like a cornered animal as she lashed out with deadly precision. A spell hit her hair as it began to change from the beautiful blonde to a royal blue, which made Harry smile as he knew it would take weeks to fade. Fleur could see this as a strand fell in front of her line of sight, a little preoccupied to respond as Harry sent a number of cutting hexes at her. She used a powerful shield charm as the spells absorbed into the clear surface of the spell, giving her a much-needed respite as she passed her injuries. Meanwhile, Harry took the time to rest as Fleur took shelter, knowing that any spell he threw would come to nothing. Come on, Fleur, hit me. Fleur knew she was running out of viable options as Harry stood on the other side, observing her kneeling form as he wiped his hands in his blood-soaked shirt. She had one option still up her sleeve, an option that she really didn't want to use, seeing as she thought of it as cheating, but saw little option when it came to a choice between a date with him or getting the spell taken of her friend. Closing her eyes, she focused on one emotion as she began to amplify the feeling to everyone in the room. I began as a dull throbbing but began to build until it was at breaking point, allowing her to let it out. Harry, on the other side of the stage, didn't expect the sly tactics as the feeling to surrender and give himself to Fleur struck him. It was like a calling of Sot, a warm feeling telling him everything would be all right if he surrendered to her will. He'd been struck by the Imperius curse, but this was much more powerful as he saw a number of students in the audience had already surrendered to her will as they looked at her with complete adoration. Shake it off, one side of his brain argued. But she's so pretty, another voice voiced its opinion. She's trying to control you. feels so peaceful. It's a trick. Harry swayed somewhat as he stood there whilst having an inner monologue with himself. Fleur, on the other hand, was amazed that her opponent was still standing as she blasted him with her aura. This was amplified as she saw almost every male occupant surrendering to her will, which was disgusting to her, mainly because she hated using a power that'd take away the will of a person. No wonder women hate me. She could see that Harry was trying to fight to her will, and what shocked her even more so was the fact that he seemed to be winning as he began to raise his wand at her. Expelliarmus, making the wand fly into the air as she looked at his pain-stricken eyes as he looked at her once again. Seeing as the process seemed to be causing him actual pain made her feel happiness as the boy was brought to ground, and then sadness as she realized that she was the cause of this treatment. Raising her wand for the last time, a white strand of magic bolted from her wand, impacting upon his chest as he was dragged along the stage. Miss Delacour is the winner, Moody announced a moment later as Harry failed to move. Fleur didn't seem too happy to have won as she looked at the crowd, most of which still wore their tongues on the outside as they looked like puppies, all ready to take her command. After a couple of seconds of peace, the young figure that was surrounded by torn-up pieces of wood began to move. "Ow, bloody splinters," he moaned from his position. "Fuck, that's going to hurt tomorrow," he commented as he looked at his slightly disjointed ribs. He was interrupted by his pain as the lean and mean figure of Fleur Delacour leant over him. "You turned my hair blue, Harry Potter," she told him as her hair hung in its natural position. He couldn't tell if she was angry or happy as the light didn't hit her face as she leaned over him. "I like it," he responded, looking up as she ran her fingers through it. "Brings out your eyes." He complimented her as she offered him a hand up, which he accepted as he tried to stand up without screaming out in pain. "I hate to lose, but I have to compliment you on your dueling. You're bloody brilliant," topping it off with a sheepish smile as he tried to keep his tone level as the pain would shoot through his body after every small movement. "You do know I'm not going on a date with you, right?" she asked as he gave her a number of compliments. "Of course, I just wanted to offer my congratulations. I have to say that using your aura was extremely clever. Never saw it coming," he applauded her. "I had to, Potter. You would have beaten me otherwise." She gave him a little compliment to his fighting ability, seeing as how he was showering her with praise. Even though it was true, it wasn't in her nature to give out such praise to a competitor, but this was different as this boy. No, this young man somehow dealt with her aura, probably defeating it if she hadn't taken his wand. There were few that could stop the affects of the aura of Avila, the ones that would be considered as possible suitors, this being the case with her mother. "Maybe, but you should use anything that may aid you. You shouldn't be ashamed to use such a weapon. It would be vital in a battle for life or death," he told her as he looked at her. She seemed to look disgusted with herself, which Harry presumed was for using those tactics. "Why do you say I'm ashamed?" she inquired as she faced him for the first time in the conversation as she neared her friends. "Body language and the look of disgust on your face," he told her as he tried his best not to move his stomach where a couple of ribs had been broken. "If you don't mind, I'll be going to the infirmary to get fixed up. The spell for your friend," he motioned to the loved-up girl being held in place, "is Lamanti. Wand motion is an S movement," he told her as he began to leave. "I'll see you around, Fleur." He bid her farewell as he limped out of the room. "Ditto, Harry. Ditto," she whispered as he disappeared from sight. "Healing. Mr. Potter, what have you done this time?" Madame Pomfrey sighed as she looked at her most regular patient. "Hey, this wasn't my fault." He motioned to his bloodied t-shirt as he tried to defend himself. Looking around, he could see the same old beds that had been aligned perfectly against the walls with the same distance between each one. The sun shone through the enchanted windows, which would usually make a room look more inviting, but the smell that Harry associated with the infirmary was in full effect as he took a whiff. "It never is, Mr. Potter. It never is," she repeated more to herself. "Sit down on your usual bed. I'll be back in a moment with the potions." "Nice to see you too," he called as she stepped into her office. Harry winced as he bent his knees as the pain went through his body like an electric bolt. When he finally performed the move, he positioned himself onto the firm bed, the same bed that he'd stayed in after his first appearance, to the time he fell of his broom when the Dementors felt like munching on his soul. Good times. A moment later, Madame Pomfrey made her way back to the small teen that had his hand clutched around his stomach. "Take this, Mr. Potter." pain relief potion, he asked as he looked at the recognizable potion. Of course, she almost sounded offended as Harry took the vial, gulping it down in one. I love that taste. Well, maybe I should change the taste to stop you from enjoying coming here. Well, the potion isn't the only thing that makes me enjoy my visits. He smiled as he appraised her form, making sure that she could see exactly what he was doing. You know, if you count all my visits as dates, I should be nestled in between your large bosoms. He viewed her assets as she bent over him. She was wearing the traditional nurse's outfit while she wore her hair in a bun. Her magnificent bust hung over him as he licked his lips. Mr. Potter, she was in a state of shock as the young teen made a pass at her. A boy who could be her son. It's just a suggestion. He put his arms up in a gesture of peace, cursing himself as the pain hit him once again. But if you're feeling lonely one night and want unbelievable pleasure, you know where I am. He finished with a wink which gave her a slight tinge of red, either anger or embarrassment over the situation. I love this shit, he announced after a couple of seconds later while twirling the empty vial between his fingers. Happy that the potion had taken effect, Madame Pomfrey went about her job as she tried to assess his injuries. Can you take off your shirt, Mr. Potter? I can, he responded, but I think you'd enjoy that job much more. He smiled lazily as he lifted his arms for the nurse to strip his chest of the material. Come on then, I haven't got all day, he told her as he felt his arms drooping. Madame Pomfrey sighed internally as she placed her fingers at the bottom of his shirt, wondering what had happened to the shy Harry Potter of old, unless the potion was doing this to him. Yes, that has to be it. He'd never be this way usually. She knew that it was a lie as soon as she thought of it, but decided to stick to some form of sanity as she clung to that idea with all her will. Oh my, she looked on in shock as she saw his stomach, ribs seemingly be bent out of place. How on earth did you do this? Moody. He didn't need to say anything else as an angry expression graced her usually kind face. I knew it, it's always that man. Patients have gone up by 50% since he started teaching. Pomfrey shook her head in aggravation as she remembered all the injuries that had been received while Moody was teaching a lesson. These would range broken bones to the more extreme being missing limbs which weren't the easiest to grow back and would leave the infirmary in screams as the limbs grew, leaving very little sleep to be had when this was happening. At least he's keeping you busy, he replied. I still hope I'm your number one patient, he asked hopefully. Well, I do see you enough, so I suppose you are. Probably deserve a membership, she replied, unsure if she was serious or not about the fact that he could indeed qualify for special benefits in a different case. I'd join if there are some extra benefits, Harry offered as he looked her up and down, which she didn't seem to notice as her eyes glued to his injuries. Like what? She asked distractedly as she ran her hand over his chest. Well, low-cut tops for one, he suggested with a boyish smile. Stop flirting with me, Mr. Potter, she commanded him with as much might as she could muster. I could get into a lot of trouble. Fine, he sighed. You teachers are so boring sometimes. Won't even entertain the thought of Aura. He trailed off as his head hit the pillow, letting him enter a dreamless nap which would leave her assess his injuries thoroughly without his lip. Thank God I laced the potion with a sleeping potion. 3 hours later. The sun shone through the magically tinted window that graced the infirmary as the young teenager awoke with a start, squinting his sight as the beams of light hit his eyes. Straight away he could feel the pain that had been received from earlier, slightly dulled down as the pain position was still in effect. After a couple of seconds he tried to open his eyes once again as he brought his hands down to let the light hit his face. As they opened he caught sight of someone donning the end of his bed. A tall figure by the look of things as the figure cast a large shadow. He found out the identity of this unknown person as the figure spoke.
Ah, Harry.
It's good to see that you're awake after the injuries you picked up. Hello, Headmaster, Harry squirmed as Dumbledore's sparkling eyes hit him, leaving him slightly light-headed. Why are you here, Headmaster? I doubt you visit the infirmary every time someone gets admitted. True, Harry. But I have a reason why I'm here, after the injuries you received. Harry sighed as he understood Dumbledore's attendance. What would you like to know? Dumbledore smiled as he looked at his young protégé, pleased that the young teen got to the point so easily. Well, firstly, I would like to know how you ended up being in a dueling tournament that is a couple of years ahead of you in experience. Haven't you spoken to Professor Moody? He inquired as he studied Dumbledore's face for any hint of a lie. Yes, but I would like to gather all the information. Of course, he replied in an understanding tone. Well, Professor Moody invited or forced me to join his class for a dueling competition. He told me it would help with the tournament. And I gather you picked up those injuries in the dueling competition. Yes, sir. I may have underestimated the competition, I will admit. Dumbledore seemed to think for several moments as he rolled his beard using his fingers. Finally, he came out of his reverie to continue the interrogation of Harry. There is something that has got me and you into a delicate situation after Headmaster Karkaroff discovered what you did to his student in the dueling ring. Sir, he stopped Dumbledore mid-sentence, realizing that he would have to step in and try to act like the innocent boy that Dumbledore always thought he was. I didn't mean to do that. I swear, he mockingly pleaded. When I versed Crumb, he was much more experienced with me. I was chucking random curses, hoping one would immobilize him. Harry, you shouldn't use random curses. You could have done a lot worse if one of your many curses hit him. I realize that now, but the spells I was firing couldn't really hurt him, seeing as I haven't been taught any dangerous spells just yet, sir. A little dig at the teaching in the school. Anyway, I cast a spell that I read about in a book in the library. I can't remember the exact thing that it did, but I knew that it wasn't dangerous. I have no idea how it happened, though. My guess is that I must have been thinking about Christmas or something. I am sorry for getting you into trouble with the headmaster of Durmstrang. A tear formed as it ran down his cheek as he applauded his acting skills as the headmaster wrapped him into a hug. Dumbledore looked sadly upon the obviously sorry boy who sat in front of him. He was annoyed with himself for making this brilliant boy cry, an emotion that he'd stirred up which made him reassure the boy. Harry, Harry, the headmaster repeated himself in an attempt to get the teen's attention. I believe you. Why you can use some truth potion if you don't. Maybe get a memory from Professor Moody. No, I trust you, my boy. Bloody hell, it's tiring being innocent. Thank you, sir. No, thank you, Harry, for telling me the truth, the old and weary headmaster replied. Now, there are other people who want to visit. I have to admit I jumped the queue, he laughed slightly. Who wants to see me? Well, Miss Granger, all of the Weasleys. Wait, all of the Weasleys, you say? He cut off Dumbledore as he heard the headmaster mention the one person he really didn't want to see. Yes, well, all the ones that are currently attending the school. Harry pouted as he realized that he was probably the talk of the school, and that would make him the perfect friend once again. Sir Dumbledore looked at Harry. Could you send Ronald away, sir? Harry, you should stop ignoring Mr. Weasley and your other friends. Their sexual preference should not offend you. I thought you were more tolerant of people considered different. I am. It's just he tried to think as he realized that the tricky headmaster had gotten him into a situation he wasn't going to get out of. Come on, think, you idiot. Well, Dumbledore tapped his foot while waiting for another half-hearted attempt to avoid seeing his former best friend. Fine. Send them in, he told Dumbledore, as he knew that keeping up the appearance was more important than arguing about his tolerance for people who aren't viewed as normal in some people's eyes. Good, Dumbledore replied cheerfully. I'll bid you a farewell and tell them to come in. As Dumbledore went to leave, Harry's brain went into overdrive as he tried to figure out what to say or do to Ron, and most likely his entire posy, as he couldn't see Ron coming here alone. No, Ronald isn't brave. God knows how he got into Gryffindor. He was interrupted from his musings as he heard the patter of feet from across the room. Looking in the direction, he could see the stream of people that were entering. Hermione, Fred, George and Ginny were the first group to enter the room, which surprised him as Ginny hadn't really hung out with him recently. The next group lagged a little behind as Fred and George gave the trailing group dirty looks. Ron walked at the front. A look of pure confidence was plastered on his face, even though Harry could tell it was an act. Seamus and Dean walked side by side while Neville followed like the lost puppy he was. Pathetic. Harry! Hermione screamed as she flung herself at him. Why do you do this to me? Firstly, ow, he said as she realized what she'd done, picking herself off him and choosing to use the bedside chair as a seat instead of him. Secondly, I do this to myself because you're going to be looking after me, and I sure do like a nurse's outfit, hint hint. He elbowed her to get the point across as her signature blush blessed her cheeks. Good to see that Moody hasn't knocked that attribute out of you. Or is that a bad thing, brother of mine? Depends on how much you value your girlfriends, Harry replied as the twins went silent. Both of the twins looked at themselves, having a silent discussion. Defiantly a bad thing then, they both said in unison. Hello, Ginny, Harry welcomed the girl who'd made herself at home at the bottom of the bed. Would you like to be my nurse as well? Two's always better than one. That's what I say. Hey, not our sister, Fred warned with a shake of a head. Just asking, he defended, plus I think that Hermione here, he indicated to his right, would love the power to boss around Ginny. And me of course, he smiled as both girls blushed. Wow, one comment, two blushes. I'm on fire. He licked his finger before bringing it down to his body SSSS. He made the sound of steam which signified that he was hot, in a sexy way. Harry, George warned him this time. Harry continued, not even acknowledging George's warning, my door is always open. And my zipper's always open to you too, fine. He trailed off as he saw the unnatural sight behind Ginny. What are you talking about? Their conversation was disturbed as Ron finally made his way over. The rest of Harry's friends turned to see that Ron's group had finally made it over to them. Harry, feeling innovative, spoke the first thing that was on his mind. Oral was the first thing he could think of as Hermione. Fred and George's expression told him they knew what he said. Oral. Ron repeated stupidly as the boy clearly showed confusion as it spread over his freckly face. Yeah, with the mouth, Harry informed his very naive friend, giving him a small hint to what he was ultimately talking about, even though he knew that Ron wouldn't get it on the first time of asking. Oh, Ron seemed to be using all his brain as he tried to find that word in his vocabulary, this being shown as his forehead wrinkled slightly. Is Hermione teaching you a different language? Dean inquired, taking a shot in the dark after his mother told him she had to perform an oral examination to pass a French-speaking course. Ron grasped onto that point as he tried to repair his friendship. Oh man, Harry, please tell Hermione hasn't gotten you into those books. Ron inquired as he slapped his head in annoyance as he thought Harry was being turned to the geeky side. I'm going to have to work my magic on you. He laughed out loud as he approached Harry. Harry, meanwhile, was seething that this boy had the audacity to think that their relationship was just like old times. On the good hand, he knew that what he was about to say would most likely end it forever. No, I'm not learning a language, Ronald, he replied as Ron straightened. A reflex after his mother only called him by his full name if he was in trouble. Then what do you mean by oral? Ron asked as he scratched his head, resembling an orangutan as he seemed dumbfounded and confused at the same time. Well, I was talking about Ginny unzipping my trousers and blowing me in class, he stated easily. Blowing? Ron asked while the others behind him seemed to have gotten it as they averted their stare onto a blushing Ginny. Blow job, jerking me off, mouth around my dick, Ronald. He smiled as he listed some of the names that it was known by, loving the way that Ron's face twisted into a look of pure hatred, cheeks heating up as his whole form shook in fury. Fuck you, Ron suddenly yelled as his fist impacted upon Harry's nose, quickly alerting the twins as they dived on their brother. Get the fuck off me. I'm going to kill you. Join the queue, Harry gave a slight smile as he tilted his head backwards to stop the flow of blood that was now running down his nose. While pinching his nose, he imagined a list of people who wanted him dead. Ronald Weasley would just be another needle in a haystack. No one talks about my fucking sister like that. Ron struggled against Fred's grip as Dean and Seamus stepped in. What on earth is going on? Madame Pomfrey's shrill voice entered the room as she made her way to the bed that housed Harry Potter. Mr. Weasley, what the hell are you doing? She screamed as the twins and Dean pulled Ron back to a proper distance. Madame Pomfrey stood in front of the raging boy. When looking into the young teen's eyes, she could see the crazy in the red boy's eyes. Get him out of here. Take him to your head of house immediately. I'm going to kill you, Ron screamed as he was dragged, stopping his rant as he saw his sister who didn't seem to be moving. Ginny, aren't you coming? Ron sounded exasperated as he spoke to her sister. As Ginny heard her name, she looked up to see her brother still tightly gripped by her other brothers. No, I think I'll stay. Why? Ron pointed as he looked at Harry venomously, fucking insulted you. Because he's more of a friend than you, Ginny voiced her opinions. even if he does suggest some things that may not be suitable in conversation with her brothers. Harry smiled from beside her. I like this girl. Harry placed his hand upon her shoulder, only making the twins work overtime to keep their brother within reach. Finally, they dragged Ron from the room. Too much, he asked the girls as he enjoyed the previous minutes, reviewing the scene over and over in his head. Just a tad, Hermione replied shyly from his side. Not my fault if he can't take a joke/truth. Madame Pomfrey came over to Harry with a face that told him not again. I think I see how you get all these injuries. Hey, when the world doesn't accept my advances, then that's a world I don't want to wake up in. Then we can only hope that the world changes soon then. Cheeky, he smiled as the nurse applied pressure with a piece of cloth onto his blood-ridden nose. Have you got any nurses' uniforms for the girls? Hermione spoke out of shock as she tried to silence the flirtatious boy. Why would you want a nurse's uniform, Mr. Potter? No reason, he grinned wickedly as the two girls squirmed in discomfort. No reason at all. 3 hotties, I don't know about heaven, but this'll do for me. Gryffindor dorms. I so don't see the point of this. He voiced his opinion as the twins looped an arm underneath each of Harry's as they more or else carried him to the dorm. Well, you did say that you wanted someone to take care of you. Yes, but I didn't mean you too, he sighed as they pulled him into their room. As he walked in, he was hit with the ferocity of the color red. It covered the whole room, from posters showing previous Gryffindor teams to the bed covers. Red. 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 Oh, are we not good enough for you? George muttered as he leant against the wall while observing the injured teenager. Well, dressing in a nurse's outfit may help, he mocked from his position. Alicia only gets that privilege, George joked as his mind drifted to his girlfriend. Would it help if I dressed in a skirt? I have a cute but already, so that's already sorted, Harry sarcastically reasoned as he tried to resemble George's girlfriend. You're a real weirdo at times, Harry, George commented from Harry's right as he took in the surrounding, letting Harry pick his own bed as Harry took a step further into the room. It was a good thing that all their past roommates had been scared away from the two, because if that wasn't the case, no beds would be available for the injured teen to sleep upon. Harry huffed in response as he sat down on the nearest bed, which had been recently made. Why can't Katie look after me? He moaned. In fact, where is Katie? I haven't seen her since breakfast, he asked as he realized the last time he'd seen his girlfriend was since parting at breakfast. Fred shuffled his feet nervously as he looked at the confused expression of one Harry Potter. Maybe you should have a talk to Hermione about that, Fred suggested cryptically. What do you mean? Harry inquired as he turned to look at Fred's nervous demeanor. What he means is that Katie did come to visit, but Hermione was a bit. George trailed off as he tried to pick the right word. Possessive. Fred tried to finish the sentence for his brother. No, protective of you, I would say. Why didn't I know about this? He asked, trying to find an emotion he could accept as the protective or motherly nature of his friend got in the way once again. She came when you were sleeping. Ginny and Hermione kind of took up defensive positions when Angelina, Alicia, and Katie came around. Hell, I'm surprised Katie didn't launch an attack. Jesus, he spoke, exasperated over the situation. See, Harry, now you know what it's like to be us with all the girl problems. You take the good with the bad, I suppose, Fred mused. Harry sat there as he tried to think of a way out of this situation, knowing that if he apologized to Katie over Hermione's behavior, that she would want an apology from the horse's mouth, so to speak, which he knew that Hermione would never do. In fact, when he came to think about it, he wasn't sure if Hermione knew about his relationship with Katie, which would explain why she didn't let Katie near him. I've beaten Voldemort, Dementors, Basilisk, but dealing with these girls may be my biggest challenge. This is going to be interesting,